Dear colleagues and participants, welcome to the third day of the 7th Regulating for Decent Work conference. Today we will be focusing on governance, regulation, and collective bargaining. And before we get into the major discussions around this topic, we have a special Europe session today, this morning from 10 to 12, which will focus on wages and working conditions in some of the European countries. This would be followed by a young scholar session at 1 p.m. And then we would have the two sessions on governance, regulations, and collective bargaining. So I'll now pass on the floor to Maurizio Busi, our Deputy Director in the Europe office, who will be chairing this session. Thank you, Maurizio. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Uma. I guess you can all hear me well. We were checking the sound, so I'm just getting the quick confirmation if everything is okay on the tech side. Otherwise, we'll proceed as we planned. Thanks very much for the confirmation. So a very warm welcome to all participants. As Uma was saying, this is the regional session for Europe and Central Asia, which will have as a theme addressing wages and working conditions during the COVID-19 pandemic. As you know, we have tried, Uma and our team has tried to reconfigure a bit, not just on the virtual side, but also in terms of the topics of the meeting this year's conference. So we will have a dedicated session for Europe. We are particularly pleased that this has been organized, and we hope that this will be a good platform for engagement with researchers across the region. A couple of housekeeping issues before we start with the formal presentation. So as we know, we have activated a chat function for Q&A, so we'll be monitoring the chat function and see whether there is any question that we can address at a later stage. Second point, I wish to inform all participants that the session is being recorded, and we will share the entire session of the conference through the official ILO channels when the conference will be completed. So we will have the possibility to revisit some of the discussions, or most of the discussion, let's say, after the end of the conference. In terms of the presentations, authors will have approximately 15 minutes each. Please make sure that you stay within the 15 minutes to present their papers. We have, as we know, we have 4 papers to be presented. We will have 2 discussants who will have 15 minutes each to respond. The first discussant will be Professor Oscar Molino. The second discussion will be Christian with the Lina Gibson. I will try to monitor, together with my colleague David Mosler, who is involved in all the preparations for this meeting, the questions from the audience that will come through the Zoom function. So please keep the chat window open during this part of this session.
Maurizio, apologies, you're not clear. Can you get your voice rather closer to the mic? Apologies for this.
Yes, thanks. I'm here in the office. As you know, I mean, the computer is 20 centimeters from my chair, and I guess that's the maximum I can do. There's nothing more that I can do than using this regularly in the same position. So I hope that you can hear me well. Hopefully, we will have a stable connection throughout the conference. I guess it's better now. Thanks for confirming. So we'll start moving, with the discussion around the presentation of the first paper. The first paper is entitled Wage Inequality and Poverty Effects of Lockdown and Social Distancing in Europe. It's been submitted by 3 researchers. Juan Cesar Palomino is a research officer at the Institute for New Economic Thinking and Department for Social Policy and Integration at Oxford University. He works mainly on public economics. The second author is Juan Gabriel Rodriguez. He's a professor of economics at the Universidad Complutense de Madrid. Previously, he was the head of the Research Institute of the Spanish Fiscal Studies Institute from 2008 to 2010, and a visitor researcher at Yale University, the World Bank, Brown University, and Oxford University. These fields of research are primarily inequality, equality of opportunity, economic growth, and social welfare. The last author is Raquel Sebastian. Is a postdoctoral researcher at the University Complutense de Madrid, and their fields of research are employment, structural change, and inequality. So after this brief introduction, I give the floor to the first presenter for paper one. Please go ahead.
Thank you for the nice presentation. And now I'm trying to share my screen. Let's are you and that now it's working, no? So wait. First, before starting, I just would like to say thanks to the ILO to organize this excellent presentation, and as well thanks for giving us the opportunity to present this joint paper. It has already been published at the European Economic Review. And just before starting, I would like to just say that we have done this paper almost more than a year ago in April, May 2020. So sometimes the measures that we have taken are not completely accurate. What we are trying to do in here is, once we know that the COVID pandemic has arrived, governments have taken some measures like the lockdown and later the social distancing. And we are gonna see how this will have an effect on wage inequality and poverty. So, but I think that by now everyone knows that the COVID pandemic has had important consequences in terms of economics. Due to this pandemic, governments have taken really important measures in terms of lockdown and later partial reopening activities. And at the end, this had a tremendous impact in all of us. At the aggregate level, we have seen that there is a decline in GDP in between 5 and 9% in the euro area last year. And at the end, what we are gonna measure in here is the impact that the COVID pandemic will have across workers, because depending on whether you are in one occupation or another, you will have a different effect. So what we are gonna measure here is the effect that the pandemic has in the labor market, and in a later step, how this will have an effect in potential increase in inequality and poverty. How we started this paper at that time, in May 2020, there were different papers. One of the most famous was the one done by Dinger and Neyman. What they were trying to check in this paper was to measure the capacity of workers that they had to telework, and how this at the end was different across different occupations in the US. Another really famous paper done as well in Oxford University was the one by Del Rio Chanona. And what they were measuring here, what they were doing, they were forecasting the supply and the demand for Soder's effects in different occupations and industries. And our paper is really related to this one. One of the papers that were used in the Dingle and Neyman index, this teleworking index, was the one by Erlacher and Koch in Germany. So what they have done is they measure the wage premium due to the teleworking occupations, and how at the end this has an effect at the lower part of the wage distribution. And this is really low in poor regions in Germany. One of the first papers in terms of inequality was the one by Brunori et al. And they measure, the main idea was to check the increase in poverty and inequality, but just focusing in the 2 months of lockdown. And the last paper that was really nice is the one by Orr. They take data on unemployment in the US just in April and May, and they have checked how this unemployment was more strongly related to low income occupations. So which one is our main contribution? What we are trying to do in this paper? The first point is just to see that the teleworking ability is one of the main issues once we measure the COVID and we connect this teleworking index that has been done by Dingle and Neyman in the US. We connect this data with microdata from European wages, the UCILC. So this is our first main point, that we are able really to connect the teleworking index with wages for Europe. And then we compute what we call the lockdown working ability index, that is based in the teleworking index plus the essential occupations and the closure occupations that I'm gonna explain in a later step. The second main point, our second main contribution, was to calculate the first order supply estimates for potential increases in inequality and poverty in all the 29 European countries. And what we are gonna see in here are different scenarios of lockdown and partial closure of activities. Why this? As I was explaining at the very beginning, we had the data, we started the paper in May. This was published in August. So at that time, we didn't know for how long this lockdown and reopening activities will last. And the last contribution is like that we need to take into account what governments have done as in this due to this pandemic. The ones that they are gonna suffer the most are the ones that they are already poor, and as we are gonna see, the inequality will increase a lot. The first contribution, as I was saying, is this one. We move from the teleworking index to the lockdown working ability index. Why we have done this? We realized that as we believe that this teleworking index is an important idea in order to measure how the COVID is affecting the labor market. We realize as well that not just this, there are gonna be more impacts at the labor market, not just if you are able to telework or not. As we all remember, during the lockdown, they were some occupations that they were closed, and some occupations that the government said that they were essential. So the main idea of this index is try to capture not just the teleworking, as well the closed and the essential occupations. The teleworking is just one aspect. The essential occupations are the ones that the governments said that no matter what, they will work, like healthcare workers or the agricultural sector. And then as well, all the European countries, they have said that there are some occupations that they are gonna be closed, like hospitality. And during the lockdown, they were not working. And after the lockdown, they were reopening. As the main idea, the idea in here is that teleworking, essential, and closed occupations, we are gonna do the same numbers for all the European countries, because what we are gonna measure is like how different productive structures affect the lockdown. And then how we classify the essential and the closed occupations. What we have done is we have read all the Spanish and the Italian measures, and from there we classify in whether occupations are essential or not. We then measure this lockdown working ability index that we have all the workers, we have the occupations, we take the teleworking index from on it, and then we measure the essentiality and the closure, reading what the Italian and the Spanish government have done, and then we compute this index at the individual level. So what we have is, if you are in essential occupation, you are gonna work, and in the part that this essential occupation is closed, you will work just as the time that you can telework. In the closed occupations, you are gonna just work in the part that is open that you can telework, and then you have as well the teleworking index. So this lockdown working ability index is based on the essential occupations, the essential index, the close index, and the teleworking index. We can then see how this lockdown working ability index is spread among European countries. And on average, we have like 0.5. So half of the occupations, they can work, and the other half, they are not gonna work. And this index is higher in Northern and Western countries. The highest is in the Netherlands, that is 0.61, then is Luxembourg, and the lowest is in Greece. Once we have whether you can work during the pandemic or not, the next step is to compute the potential wage loss. So how we do this? In here we forecast, because at this time, also today, we don't have data on wages in 2020. What we have is wages in 2019, because this is from the EU Silk. So we have, we are gonna compute the wage loss, and we have the individual annual wage in T-1. So we have the data in 2019. Then depending, then we have the duration of the lockdown that it's gonna call DT. And this DT, we are gonna assume that it will be a lockdown of 1, 2, or 4 months. And then we compute the wage loss, knowing your wage in 2020 and 2019, and then by the duration, 1, 2, or 4 months, and the inability to work. This is one of the scenarios. The other one is just not taking into account the lockdown, but also we take into account the reopening. So in this case, what we are gonna assume is 6 months of partial functioning. So what we assuming here is that the closed occupations, the 20% of the closed occupations are gonna be closed. And we compute again the wage loss. So we have on one hand the lockdown working ability index, and from there we move and we check for the wage loss in these two scenarios. What we do next, we compute the lockdown incidence curve. So we have in here the percentiles and the wage loss. So we can see in each percentile the wage loss for each European country. As you can see in here, it's very difficult to say anything. So we can check for them Germany, France, and the UK, and as you can see, the bottom percentiles are the ones that they are suffering the most, are the ones that they have a higher wage loss. But at the bottom, at the top of the wage distribution, the wage loss is lower. This is for Germany, France, and the UK. And for the two most extreme cases, Cyprus and Romania, what we can see in Romania is like at the bottom part of the wage distribution, the wage loss is lower than at the top. In Cyprus is completely the opposite case. The ones that are suffering the most at the bottom part is Cyprus, and at the upper part are the workers that they are suffering the less. From here we can compute in terms of poverty, the wage loss for poor workers. And how do we measure this? We define poor workers are the ones that are below 60% of the median wage. And what we have for 2 months of lockdown, the average for Europe is 10%. And for 2 months plus 6 months of reopening, what we have is 20%. In terms of poverty increase, what we can see is this. The ones that are suffering the most are Cyprus, Croatia, Slovakia, and the countries that are suffering the least are Denmark, Germany, Netherlands, Austria. In terms of inequality, we can measure as well the increase in the percentage increase in the Gini index. And again, Slovakia, Cyprus are the countries that they are going to increase the most the Gini index around 20%, while Germany, France, Netherlands, UK, they are going to be around an increase of 10%, And the last thing that we have done is to check the between and the within inequality changes in Europe. Due to this, we can divide if this is affecting more in between regions, countries, or within countries. So we compute this with the mean logarithm deviation. And as we can see, the total inequality increase for 2 months of lockdown, it will be 4 points. And the increase in between countries inequality, it's going to be 2.4, and the within increase country inequality, it's going to be 5. So what we are going to see is like countries are going to increase the inequality more within countries and less between countries. So as a discussion and a summary of our results, what we have observed is that 10% loss of wage for poor workers on average in Europe, if we take into account 2 months of lockdown. What we are going to see is between 2.5 and 9% of workers fall below the poverty threshold for 2 months of lockdown. And in terms of the between and within inequality, the between term will be around 2 and 5% increase in Gini for the European countries with 2 months. And what is more important is, regardless what we are going to measure poverty and inequality, and regardless the metric, all countries are going to suffer increases in poverty and inequality. And the impact of this pandemic, it will be not equalizing and not pro-poor. So thank you for your attention, and I think that questions are after the discussion.
That's correct. I hope that you can hear me well after this presentation. Yes, you're absolutely right. The format is that we take questions after the discussants provide updates or provide their feedback on the 4 presentations. So we'll move quickly into the second paper, the second presentation. The title of the paper is Keeping Wage Low in France, No Real Shortage, but Rationing of Seasonal Workers and Occupational Travelers during COVID. The presenter and the author of the paper is Professor Arnaud Lemarchand, who is an associate professor at the University of Le Havre in Normandy, and his area of expertise is economics and sociology. His research mainly focuses on casual labor in ports, seafarers, and occupational and seasonal workers in the industry, the fishing industry, and in the agricultural sector. Professor Lemarchand, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you. I have to share my screen, I think. Yes. Okay. Can you see my screen? Okay. So thank you for giving me the opportunity of presenting this research on a very marginalized group of workers in France, which are seasonal and occupational travelers. France is known to be a rather inclusive economy, but even in coordinated market economies as is France, there are margins poorly regulated, and these margins are not decreasing. That's one of the points. So we're going to explore the final effects of measures has been taken by French government against anticipated labor shortage during COVID lockdown in France. This measure have done a rationing of seasonal and occupational travelers under containment, have produced occupational safety and health substandards, and at the end, that was a stability of payrolls despite effort, substitution of insecurity, uncertainty, and unsafety. So from May 2020, French government, in order to avoid crop losses and to secure fertilizers, has taken several measures. One of them was the remove of entry restriction on the territory for seasonal workers from inside or outside the European Union because of fear of labor shortage, while European unions worried about working conditions in agriculture. This measure was following the opening of a platform on 2020 March, supposed to help recruiting and allocating local occasional workers to compensate the supposed lack of seasonal workers. But there were ads about 2,000 missing workers, but in fact, it doesn't work very much. This first measure was accompanied by other measures to support the sectors, like exemption of social charges for past unemployed hired in seasonal contract, which has been prolonged 2 times since November 2018 and after in November 2020. Now, we have to make a distinction between seasonal workers in a narrow legal sense with a seasonal contract and seasonal workers with fixed term contract, but are seasonal too, or foreign workers hired by temporary agency, which have not the seasonal contract. So the seasonal contract is supported by the government, but we have to understand that in the French system, in the other type of contract, workers get a precarious bonus, which was 10% of the total wage of a worker during the contract. With this new kind of seasonal contracts, we have already exemption of social charges. This bonus is not given to the workers. So it's a drop in the earning. And it's not going to solve a shortage.
Siempre me ha gustado la OIT. Es que no se entera de otras cosas.
I don't understand. Okay. If you take a look to the quarterly data produced by the Mutualité Sociale Agricole, we can see that the volume of worked hours by quarters, in fact, has been the same between 2019 and 2020. There's a little drop, but it's not significant. If you take a look to focus on the meat processing sector, we can see, in fact, there is nothing, very little thing. It's interesting because in 2008, there has been huge adjustment in the workforce in this sector. We can change very quickly, but you can see nothing at the end at this period. So what's going on? The problem is occupational travelers who has been, we don't know how many there are, in fact. We know that we have more than 7,000 seasonal jobs in France, and maybe occupational travelers living in mobile housing are estimated over 2,000 million. So we made a survey by an online questionnaire among these occupational travelers. Some file the form online, other reply with messengers, and some by phones. And it's still going on. What we see is that for all these workers, most of these workers have worked fewer hours than in 2020 than in 2019. Okay, so this part. Their average age is 30, 28 for agriculture, and the average length since mobile housing is 7 years. So I collect some testimony, and people said, in fact, we can see two things. First, it's very difficult condition of living during containment, and an overlap of this category of French seasonal occupational workers, French nomads, with foreign seasonal workers. In fact, they are hired by the same network sometimes. Another problem is that international labor organization promote occupational safety and health. So it was interesting to see how these standards has been reached during the COVID lockdown. And what we saw as 42% of the people who responded to the survey had more problem with parking their vans during lockdown. And that was make them difficult to find jobs. Access to fluids was reduced for 36%. And that is interesting that this person gets a lot of difficulties to have waters, but not difficulties to have electricity. So it seems that it's easier in France to get electricity than water sometimes. Most of people were talking about cemeteries, because in fact, in France, there's always water in cemeteries. And most of them used to take water from cemeteries, as we explained. But during the COVID, in fact, it was harder than before, because sometimes even cemeteries were closed. So big difficulties to get shower. And so we learned that even in normal time, it's very difficult for this kind of travelers, occupational travelers, to find showers where they work. So in fact, the standards promoted by the International Labour Organization are not reached in France for this kind of workers, even during normal times. And moreover, they suffer from discrimination during this period, and they say that they were very prevented to move and to go to farms or to plants to work. And they have a lot of problem with policemen who ticket them when they park away from home, and people sometimes rejected them. It's both. It's two cultural problems. There are sometimes this is discriminations against gypsies people in France, and it is discriminations against young people in France. In fact, because some of these travelers are associated with ravers, free parties, which is not always the case, in fact, and they are rejected. And all these things leads to keep wage low. In fact, because there's born the mobility cost, because they endure health risk during the pandemic, we could think that their wage or total payroll should have increased, because in fact, price of vegetables, price of food have increased in France during this period, and there are very few loss of sale, in fact. But the result is there is no change in payroll, no significant change in payroll. Okay. So why? Because there has been a substitution of migrants to French occupational travelers in agriculture. And these travelers have so facing uncertainty on insecurity of parking, of possibility to move, while migrant laborers have faces unsafety, because we have seen many outbreaks of COVID cluster between these posted workers who were housing in poor substandard accommodation or campings. So occupational travelers were prevented to move. Seasonal migrants where have been faces to big safety problems because of bad accommodation. And one last thing we must not forget is that these workers were excluded from partial unemployment benefits, was only be reserved to full-time permanent workers, not except just at the end of 2020 for the occupational travelers working in the tourism sector, but not in agricultural sector, despite an online petition in May 2020. So globally, these French seasonal workers have faced a drop in their earnings, but the total payroll is the same. And in fact, the total of worked hours is the same because of substitution. And that is the consequences of this measure, who have been taken not for supporting poor workers, but to avoid an anticipated labor shortage, which in fact has not been observed. Thank you very much. I don't understand.
Okay. I guess you have completed your presentation. Thanks again. Here we have a little bit more of a sociological perspective. Certainly the vulnerability of workers, particularly vulnerable workers, even in normal time, was certainly an issue in France as somewhere else. I mean, agriculture, fishing, we know that these workers are all mobile workers, as you have described. They have embedded vulnerabilities when they exercise their functions, where they look around for jobs, and clearly COVID was, in this case, an additional factor of fragility and vulnerability. Thanks again, Professor de Marchand, and we'll get back to you and to your paper when the discussants will provide the feedback. Again, even in the first paper, I mean, this correlation of issues related to telework, inequality, poverty as a result of lockdown was clearly highlighted by the presenter. We move east now, and we go to St. Petersburg, as I suppose, where Professor Sichenko will present her paper, which is called Workers' Protection in COVID at the Employer's Expenses, and she will describe the Russian experience. Professor Sichenko is an associate professor at the St. Petersburg State University. She primarily works on issues related to human rights instruments and the protection of workers' rights, employees' dignity, and protection from harassment, which are all very topical in the ILO setting. So Professor Sichenko, the floor is yours. Please go ahead with your presentation. We have been doing quite all right in terms of time. The first two presenters will stay within the 15 minutes, so we want to keep this tradition. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll do my best to keep with the time. Well, first of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation. It is the first time when I'm at ILO conference, and it's really a pleasure to be within this interdisciplinary network of specialists. And also, I think we should say that better online than in no way. However, I hope that the next year we'll be able to meet in Geneva. Do you hear me well? Okay. Perfect, because I have some preoccupations with the quality of my connection. So basically, I'm going to speak quite briefly about what has happened in Russia during the time of pandemics, and a little bit after. I know that I'm quite optimistic to say after pandemics. However, I want to think what is going to happen after, at least think about it now. So first, I would like to say a couple of words about how did we come to the point of pandemic. So what were the main characteristics of Russian labor law? Because it is also quite important for understanding the problems which arose later. So basically, when we speak about Russian labor law before pandemics, it's quite conservative and non-flexible instrument of labor regulation, because it has preserved a lot of Soviet legacy. And if you will compare, for example, the labor codes of Soviet Russia and the current labor code, you will not find that much differences. The same, by the way, might be said about almost all other labor codes around Russia. Well, more or less liberal. So little flexibility and very protective norms. What could the government do in the situation when there was a need to protect the health of workers, so the health of society? They need to stop all economic activities, as they did elsewhere in Europe and elsewhere in the world. However, the way to do that was very different. It is also important to note that everything which was happening 1 year ago because of due to the pandemics was paralleled with the amendments to the constitution. And these amendments to the constitution were publicized as being very social, as making Russia even a more social state than before. So keeping that in mind, we should consider what was done by the government to cope with the problem of suspension from work. Actually, in order to stop people, to suspend people from work, the president has decided that there would be non-working days. And it is very interesting because in the Russian law, there is no such a concept. So we know working days, we know holidays, and we know public holidays. So this was the concept introduced with a quite unusual, I would say, source of labor law as the decree of the president. And almost 1 year, 1 month and a half, so from 28th of March till 11th of May, people had to stay at home and not work. And everyone was quite puzzled, in particular labor lawyers. And by the way, we have become very famous. We did much TV shows and so on, because everyone asked, and how should we do? What are these non-working days? And we had to kind of improvise in order to understand how should we interpret it within the system of labor law. And basically, we have decided that this is the way of suspension. And even though from the legal point of view, it's quite questionable whether the presidential decree could make these changes into the Russian labor law, we couldn't do anything else. So, okay, this is the way of suspension. The problem is that during the time of suspension, normally, the employer doesn't have to pay wages. However, the president said that the wages should be paid in full, as if the persons are going on working. And here we should recall the experience of many European states where they gave a lot of money to the employers, and the wage was based, we can say that this was the state was responsible for the payment of wages in that form or another. In Russian Federation, it was absolutely on the contrary. So in the beginning, everyone was suspended except for those organizations which could not stop functioning, and the employers had to still go on paying wages. The good question, quite logical one, from where could the employers take this money? Unfortunately, no one cared. There was a little bit later, kind of a month later, the public program to support employers, but they supported only those employees who were in small and medium enterprises first, and then the amount of help was not more than 1 minimum wage. And here we should understand that minimum wage, that there is a huge difference between the minimum wage and the average wage in Russia, because the minimum wage is around 150 euro, and the average wage is around 450 euro. So it's a triple sum if we speak about numbers. So just to make you understand that the help was first addressed to a very narrow group of employers, and second, it was really insignificant. So what happened then? Then the employers had to survive, because evidently no one is going to pay out of his pocket the wage for almost 1 month and a half. The way of survival differed. The majority of small and medium enterprises, for example, they try to convince their workers either to take unpaid leave, so remaining more or less within the legal field. Others just laid them off, even though it was prohibited. It is also, by the way, I need to mention quite a curious thing, that all the period of pandemics, so the whole year, so from March 2020 till March 2021, we can say that this was the time of the full legal uncertainty. And I can just imagine how it was difficult to figure out the regulation of labor in that period, because we didn't have clear indications, we didn't have clear regulations of that time. Labor scholars were joking that now the main source of labor law has become the interview of the president's spokesman, because basically there was the presidential decree about non-working days. Then the employers started asking, what should they do? Can we go on with redundancy procedures? No one knows. Then spokesman is addressed with these questions. After his answers, the Minister of Labor publishes on his official website the questions and answers. So not a legal, not a binding documents, but questions and answers. So how do they see this situation? This is just an illustration of the legal uncertainty which took place during that time. So if we will go back to what could employers do? So first they tried to lay off, they tried to suspend without legal grounds. And if we will estimate the unemployment rate, it got 30% higher during the first 2 months of the pandemic crisis. And this is really a huge number, because normally the rate of unemployment, the official rate of unemployment in Russia, was one of the lowest throughout the years in 2019. So it was around 4.9%. Then it was 6 and 4% unemployment already in April, May. Here, however, I also need to say about some other changes which took place during the pandemic. Because when I say that unemployment raised significantly, we should keep in mind that due to pandemics, the state has decided the very first time in the whole post-Soviet history, to increase the rate of unemployment benefit. So if before the maximum rate of unemployment benefit was around 50 to 100 euro, so independently from the salary you get, you will receive the maximum unemployment benefit of 100 euro, even less, on $100. So the time of pandemics, they have understood that is significantly impossible. It is absolutely impossible to survive having such income during the month. Not to say it is impossible to survive with people for people with families. So the first decision was aimed at increasing the sum of unemployment benefit, and for the first time in history, it was equal to the sum of subsistence level. Here, however, there is a huge problem, because the subsistence level, which is estimated by the authorities, has nothing to do with the real subsistence level. However, it was already a great step towards ensuring at least a poor level of living for those who were in demand, for those who are poor. So basically, when we speak about the rise of unemployment, here we should understand that a lot of people who were already unemployed before the pandemics, they just decided to get registered with the employment service to have this increased unemployment benefit. So I would not dare to say that this 30% rise of unemployment was only due to the measures undertaken by the government. I mean, the suspension from work, putting at the expense of the employer. No, there were basically two sources. First, evidently not that wise decision of putting the whole burden on employers. And the second one, the increase of unemployment benefit. So during the pandemic, the main legislative innovations were dedicated to unemployed people. So there was the rise in the unemployment benefit, there was a simplification of procedure. And here again, it's quite interesting to see that throughout the years, Russian Federation absolutely ignored the recommendations of the ILO, the recommendations of the Committee on European Committee of Social Rights, which said that unemployment benefit is absolutely inadequate. And only at that point, in 2020, they have finally decided to adopt changes when it has become already the crucial question for the society. So this is the good point. Another good point was during the pandemic that finally the state has decided to reconsider its norms on distant work. The norms of distant work were introduced into Russian legislation about 7 years ago, but they were very particular. As I've already said at the beginning, Russian labor law is very protective. And if you want to dismiss someone, it is really a nightmare for an employer, because we have a close list of grounds on which the employee can be dismissed. So it is not like in European countries that just cause would be enough to dismiss someone. Here, however, when the new regulation on distant work was adopted, they have decided to do something innovative. And as this such innovative point, they have included to labor code the possibility to dismiss a distant worker on any ground which was fixed in the employment contract. And actually, since then, a number of employers have started just to abuse those things, because it meant in practice that that might be declared redundant without the reception of all statutory benefits and all other stuff. So they could not have all the guarantees which other workers might have. And basically, I would say that this was absolutely unjustified differentiation of regulation of these workers. And we have written about that a lot, because I also wrote some papers on distant work, comparing with Italy and some other countries. And basically, this opportunity to dismiss on whatever reason, which is fixed in employment contract, was one of the most unfair points in the regulation. And finally, due to the spread of distant work, it has become the object of really public concern. And finally, the authorities have decided to listen to what scholars are saying. I would say that this is perhaps a rare example of the good cooperation between the academic society and the government. And they brought changes into the labor code, and now they might be dismissed on the same grounds as others. And only two other options exist. So it is also a very nice example of how the legislation changed for the better, thanks to the COVID. Another point, which was also included to the labor code, thanks to the COVID, is finally the comprehension of the necessity to change the approach to documentation in labor relations. Because due to Soviet legacy, each employer has to do a lot of paperwork in order to afford an employee. And everything should be done in paper. And already in April 2020, there was adopted a law on experiment with the e-form of all the documents relating to labor. So this is already also a good example of how the legislation might change when faced with such problems as COVID-19. So here I'm almost ready to finish. Just I wanted to sum up my main conclusions. So here we see that basically the pandemic had been a great challenge. It was a magic push for the authorities to reconsider some regulation of decent work, of unemployment benefit, to make them fairer. But also it was a very good sign of the reluctance of the authorities to bear the burden of the social state. So basically, they were declaring themselves a social state. However, the social state doesn't mean that employers should be social, right? The state should provide support. The state should ensure social rights of the workers. However, in this case, when we speak about non-working days during 1 month and a half, unfortunately, all the burden was placed upon employers. Here I finished. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Sichenko. As we heard, it's a bit of a more of a legal perspective that you have offered us. Obviously, your field of study is more on labor protection and normative issues. I mean, we were aware of most of these developments in the context of Russia, both at the level of the unemployment benefits, the teleworking policy or legislation rather that has been introduced. But it was interesting to know a little bit more the behind the scenes, the evolution of some of the measures as a result of some, I would call it social dialogue, although you have mentioned that there's been a shifting of some responsibilities from the state to the employers. But I guess social dialogue at some point played a role in putting some pressure for the changes of regulations that you have mentioned, particularly vis-a-vis teleworking and unemployment benefits. So thank you very much with this, for this. Now we're going to move into the last paper, paper 4, which has been submitted by two British researchers, I believe. The title is Organising an Industrial Action Ballot to Protect Jobs During the COVID-19 Pandemic. It's the case of a UK university and the University and Colleges Union. The two presenters are Professor James Richards, who is an associate professor in human resource management at Heriot-Watt University. His research interests include hidden disability at the workplace, in-work poverty, sustainable working lives, and issues related to the Trade Union Act in 2016, particularly in relation to leave. The second researcher is Professor Vaughan Ellis, who is focusing on labor relations, and he's been working at the Edinburgh Napier University since 2007. He specializes in the contemporary organization and experience of work. So please go ahead with your paper. Again, 15 minutes so we can give quickly the floor to the two discussants to bring some of the issues that you are presenting here as part of the debate that will follow. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Maurizio. Can everybody hear me okay? Yep. Okay, so good morning, everybody, and welcome to our presentation. Our presentation is based on a very new research paper, which we only finished literally about a week ago, so we'll be hoping to disperse that at some point. Our research is based on a case study, as has been mentioned already. It's set in the UK in the higher education sector, and it was set around about 6 to 9 months after the start of the first lockdowns of the pandemic in 2020. We believe all else, our research represents just one study that kind of confirms the contemporary importance of unions for workers, but it also has some kind of exceptional qualities, but I'll turn to them next and give you an idea of what that actually involves. So this was a very difficult time. It currently still is, but this kind of summarizes what effectively the union in question was up against from around about August last year. So this was the time before vaccines. The world was having a very, very mixed experience of dealing with the many health, employment and economic problems of such times. So the problem starts first and foremost with the first point, really. This was an employer that was looking to shed around about 130 jobs, about 6% of the workforce. It was a major, major redundancy program. But to kind of give you some kind of extra context, go through a range of kind of indirect factors and some contextual issues, I think this kind of sums up the kind of challenges that were faced by the union and the local branch at that particular time. So as I said already, middle of a global pandemic, there was rising unemployment, GDP in the UK was falling off a cliff edge. There was wider dispute in the sector. There was a very serious dispute that had to be suspended when lockdown started. Many universities were cutting back on staff, shedding fixed-term staff, not employing casualised staff. So many people feared for their jobs and feared for their livelihoods if they lost their jobs. Many people, pretty much 100%, were working from home, dealing with new and historical workload issues, adapting to new ways of delivering higher education, blended learning. So this was a very difficult time, more generally, a very busy time. And one of the important things to mention, first of all, and hopefully people are familiar with this, and if not, they will be from now onwards, that the UK has a Trade Union Act from 2016 that demands that any kind of ballot must be by post, first of all, and it must you must get a minimum of 50% of your membership to vote. And also an important contextual factor is that the redundancy plans in this kind of organisation were only affecting a minority. So a key issue here was, how do you mobilise as much of that membership as possible in a range of very kind of difficult and hostile kind of context. So the paper we have prepared for this conference has a broad aim. What theoretically and practically can be drawn from this situation, where we have a health economic crisis, people are highly dispersed. There's this intersection between anti-strike laws and a crisis, in a sense. So to help achieve these such aims, the research questions were set, as you can see here, linking together and very much the basis of the findings, which we'll come to shortly. So what, from the perspective of the campaign team, kind of made a difference here and effectively what was it about the campaign team that converted member hesitancy, let's say, into member engagement. So the theory, oh, beg your pardon, I've skipped a slide. The theory part of today's presentation is probably best accessed via the paper itself. But to be clear and transparent, our research is framed around three kind of themes from the organising literature. First of all, it's based around traditional organising, organising and mobilising, the work of Kelly from 1998, and probably more recent work, the work of Holgate et al., who looked at distinguishing mobilising from organising and theorising more deeply what organising effectively involves, and the term deep organising was used, and I feel that this was something that was very much required if there was going to be a successful outcome to this dispute. Also draw on literature from what's called the Getting the Vote Out literature, based on the Trade Union Act 2016. Vaughan, my colleague, we've written a previous paper about this where we developed a model, so we've drawn on that and some other kind of practical interventions. And given that staff were effectively 100% working from home, we looked at the technologically driven organising, looking at old school, new school technologies, and a term, density of communications, was something that was really important here. That was the work of Wood et al. So in terms of methodology, just to kind of some brief details, it was, you know, what we're talking about here is a relatively modest piece of research, a single case study based around a small to medium branch of the university and college union. We interviewed the whole GTV organising team. That was a branch administrator, two lay organisers, and a full-time UCU official. We also surveyed the members, and in particular focusing, trying to kind of tease out members who at the beginning of the campaign were perhaps hesitant and not sure whether to vote or not for all sorts of and wide-ranging reasons, but were convinced by the campaign to get out their ballot paper, put it into the post and register their vote in this kind of situation. So in terms of what was achieved, I think it's probably important to say what that is before we tell you more about what was actually done. There was a high turnout, 66.1%. Just to put that into some kind of context for people not from the UK, there has been a very small number of ballots since the Trade Union Act came into force in 2017, and 66.1% is substantially above the sector average in higher education. Some ballots have attracted an average around about in the 40s. So this was 66.1% in the middle of a pandemic when the postal systems were disrupted and all sorts of things. So it's not quite what Jane McIlvenney would call kind of a super majority, but this was a substantial effort, and the organising campaign probably added around about 20 to 25%, we believe, from what we've kind of teased out from the research. And the most important thing is a clear mandate for industrial action, given that only a minority of the workforce were affected by it, whilst around about 80 people left under the redundancy scheme. The action of the union saved around about 40 to 50, well-paid, good, high-quality jobs. The union effectively ran a campaign that said nobody to be sacked during a campaign, and that was the case. Nobody left. And as the organisation was set in Scotland as well, apart from a collective agreement not to have any compulsory redundancies, something that's currently still in place because there is still some reorganising going on, that still has taken effect. And as I mentioned before, as it's based in Scotland, the employer agreed to sign up to what's called the Fair Work Arrangement. So this slide, what you see is effectively a summary of what came from the interviews. We've effectively got two finding slides for you. This kind of like summarizes, if you like, what the campaign team told us, what their strategies, what their tactics, what their interventions were. And what we've done is effectively map it out in terms of a figure. This is effectively a further development, if you like, in terms of the work that we did about a year or so ago, developing a model of organising under the Trade Union Act. So what you can see here is what effectively came from the interviews, 5 key themes, with a central theme being what's greyed out somewhere in the middle to the top part of your screen in terms of this master spreadsheet. So the campaign model does not explicitly reveal the technology involved here, but the technology used by the campaign team, and I'll just read these off for you, is Excel, Zoom, Teams, SurveyMonkey, email, YouTube, through text, Twitter, Facebook, and StreamYard. This was a whole host of technology mobilized as much as the members eventually were. So the associated paper goes through the model in a lot more detail, but it involved a kind of pre-campaign and administrative planning. There was a requirement to develop a spreadsheet for members for a statutory ballot, but that spreadsheet became absolutely central to the campaign. It was used as the basis by which to communicate with people. It was a way in which to provoke grievances amongst members who were not necessarily directly affected by this redundancy scheme, and as a way in which that the team could actually track and keep note of people who'd actually voted, and then they could move on their efforts to people who hadn't voted later on in the campaign. The campaign ran, I should probably say, ran for 3 weeks. Part 1 effectively covered the first 2 weeks and involved effectively a kind of semi-automated organising via SurveyMonkey, but in parallel to that was a range of emails provoking members, agitating members to vote, informing them of the disputes and some of the consequences of it, and that ran in parallel effectively to a kind of semi-automated campaign. Part 2 became a more kind of traditional form of which the union went about its business, more individual, informalised form of organising. Part 1 delivered around about 49% of members had voted at that point, and the Part 2 effectively mopped up, in a sense, around about another 15% or so of members, leading to eventually a very high turnout. But just to kind of set further into context and linking back to the theory a little bit more, a whole host of ways in which members could connect with each other, with people from the more wider union, the branch network, a range of mechanisms involving technology, Facebook, emergency meetings, rallies, and also as well a density of communications. And some of the kind of things that have not been specifically mentioned so far was the use of kind of Facebook and Twitter and YouTube as a way in which to kind of make sure that people had lots of information and also had lots of opportunities to speak with each other. So just moving on now to effectively the findings from the survey, or the main findings from the survey, if you like. I feel like this kind of closes the loop. We spoke to the organising team. Let's now hear from the people who effectively went from being hesitant to casting their vote and inflating that turnout rate to the level that the employer was sufficiently convinced that this was going to be a major dispute, and subsequently backed down and agreed to an agreement of no compulsory redundancies. So this is kind of effectively pointing out what's the difference between a successful and an unsuccessful campaign under this Trade Union Act, but also the difference between potentially a successful and a very successful campaign. So these are kind of organising interventions that we isolated via the literature and via the interviews as well. And as you can see, they come as a package. I think it's important to note here that, when we look at the perceptions of people who have been convinced to vote in a very serious, difficult situation, organising is a package of activities. I think everything on here is perceived to be at least slightly important by at least 50% of the members convinced to vote in that particular situation. There are 5 towards the left that are probably more important than the rest, and 2 probably stand out more than anything else, which is dispute framing and trust in organisers. It seems that these are the ones that, if you are organising a union campaign, particularly in the UK, these are the things that you need to be doing as a branch and as an organiser and as a wider union to convince people that this is something that they need to kind of get to. So just to kind of end, in a sense, by looking at some of the contributions that we feel that we've made. One is to theory, one of which is to practice. So just kind of divided them up in a sense. I believe this is an important empirical piece of research, looking at something, a hidden kind of dispute and a successful outcome that, it was reported in the media, but nobody really knew anything about the finer details. And this has really been about surfacing what many people to believe to be an excellent way in which to organize a campaign during a pandemic. So it also kind of adds to a range of debates, particularly to do with, the emergent need to do research related to COVID and unions, the Trade Union Act, and also, we all increasingly live in a world where, as workers, we are increasingly dispersed and individualized. How do you kind of cement that kind of solidarity in such difficult times? And a range of contributions as well related to organizing theory. We feel that there's been an extension of the notions of organizing and mobilizing, given this was a very unique context, extended the organizing model that Vaughan and I have already kind of developed in the process of being published, and the notion of organizing mechanisms and technologies. This is not just about collectivizing your workforce. This is about collectivizing the mechanisms by which that you make sure your members are engaged and can speak to each other, and collectivizing the technologies as well for maximum effect. So we're still mulling over to a certain extent the practical contributions here. The paper, as I just mentioned before, has literally just been finished. So these are the kind of things that we feel that have kind of stood out so far, but these may well change by the time we get this paper to the stage where we submit it to a journal. So the kind of things that are coming through here strongly, and these are not necessarily all entirely kind of novel and unique, but they do represent something very particular to the current day and age. Face-to-face, whatever you do, you can do face-to-face, you can do virtually. I think this is what the case study is effectively saying quite strongly. COVID won't last forever. We're talking about hybrid workplaces already. I think we really need to start thinking about hybrid forms of organizing. The survey from the members really does kind of give us probably a relatively new insight, a novel kind of understanding of the nuances involved in organising, particularly under anti-strike legislation. The importance of unions to continue to kind of invest in technology, because these are the future, these are the present, of course, as well at this moment in time, and really about making strategic choices concerning technology, in terms of how you go about running campaigns. None of these technologies were high tech in the sense that, these are things that people can, introduce themselves to, probably used already in some capacity and used for reappropriated for union purposes. So just to kind of finish and give you a quick summary of where we are with our research, and here are some details of where we've come so far. We don't want this to be the end. We suspect the research that we developed will be important in a brewing dispute in the UK in terms of pensions, and there will be a ballot, no doubt, in the next few months, and hopefully this will be something that will feed into that. We've already had substantial progress in terms of helping a wide range of branches across the UK in their own individual disputes, most of which involve redundancies, and we expect that to continue across the sector. That seems to be growing more than anything else. And ultimately just making it clear that, we're looking to extend our research. We recognize that it has a range of limitations. And if there's anybody that wants to kind of work with us or wants to pass on our information to unions, then please do so. That's the kind of things that we're looking to kind of achieve in one sense from this presentation. So that's everything from us. And I'll unshare my screen and pass back to Maurizio.
Thank you very much, Professor Richard. I mean, again, a quite interesting and compelling presentation. I like particularly this notion of hybrid forms of engagement or organizing, which is, as you said, it's an interesting evolution of these hybrid concepts that we have when we talk about workplaces or attendance to work. And here we see the connectivity with unions activity. And the second point that I certainly found interesting is this notion of unions using technologies in their work. to make sure that their voice, their representation functions are still visible and efficient. In other contexts, we have seen unions using technology for connecting. I recall certainly when I was working in the Middle East that there was this initial steps of the spring, the Arab Spring. Unions, they use technology to remain connected during the Arab Spring and to get organized. Here, obviously, is a different way of using technology to involve unions. But again, it's an interesting part of this evolution of the role of trade unions and the means of action that they use to make sure that their voices are heard and their messages are reaching out. I guess we have reached the final point in terms of our 4 presentations. Now I have to move to the second part, which is basically the role of the discussants in picking up some of the issues that have emerged from the presentation. But before doing that, I would encourage all people participating to post their questions on the board, on the chat board that we have open, so that we can start looking at the questions and perhaps direct the questions as they come in. I see that there is already a question that was addressed to the last presentation to Professor Richards, and I guess you have already responded with some web links and so on. So we'll keep the chat open and see how best we can handle all the questions in the remaining time. There was also a question that has been already responded by Uma regarding the availability of the recording of this session as well as other sessions that are part of this conference. I mean, this is now, the sessions from day 1 are already available on the conference website, and sessions like this will be posted as they become available as soon as we process them in digital format. So I guess in a day or 2, this session will become available on the website and will stay there for a reasonably long period of time. So now we move on the reaction from discussants. I think the first one to react is Professor Oscar Molina, who is an associate professor of sociology at the department at Universitat Autònoma de Barcelona and a researcher at the Institute for Labor Studies. Professor Molina holds a PhD in political and social sciences from the European University Institute in Florence, Italy, and he was a research fellow at the Industrial Relations and Human Resources Group at the University College in Dublin. In addition to that, he's presently the coordinator of the Eurofund correspondent team in Spain, and his research interests include comparative industrial relations and trade unionism, comparative political economy, labor market, and corporatism, and variety of capitalism across Europe, I believe. Professor Molina, the floor is yours to react, let's say, within 15 minutes to the 4 papers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mauricio. Thank you for the invitation to discuss, to be in this session and discuss these papers. It's always nice to see this research coming out, analyzing what has happened during the COVID times. I will focus on the first 2 papers, even though I have some comments also for the 2 papers that probably Christian will discuss with more detail. But I will try to be short just to make sure that there is enough time for the floor to make questions. So moving to the first paper by Professor Sebastian and colleagues, which I enjoyed reading it. I mean, I think it's a very nice exercise kind of to see what would have happened in case the governments would have intervened and put in place a number of policy measures in order to sustain income and support companies. So that's a very interesting exercise, which also has important implications in the debate about how to reduce inequalities. I mean, basically, one of the things coming out from your paper is that, at the end of the day, if we want to reduce inequalities, we should focus on the structural components of the economy. I mean, labor market regulations are important. That's obvious. But at the end of the day, what you are showing is that in case nothing will have happened, inequalities will have increased anyway. So that means basically that, yeah, I mean, irrespectively of labor market regulations, there are differences across economies in Europe that are kind of a source of inequalities, and that is what should be tackled. Not so much labor market regulations, but that should be addressed, and that's, I think, should be the important role played by the next generation funds in order to kind of try to transform the economies, making them less vulnerable to these shocks. At the same time, an interesting aspect coming out from your paper is precisely, it shows the weakness of the euro. One could see the next generation funds and the amount of money spent by governments during the last year as a kind of a rescue package for the euro. What would have happened if that wasn't there? I mean, basically, inequalities across Europe will have increased very significantly, and that will be a problem. So, I mean, it has a lot of interesting implications that perhaps in if you are thinking about, further work on your paper could be discussed, because I think it has very interesting implications in that regard. Yeah, I mean, I think the whole exercise is from a methodological point of view is okay. I just have one comment that is related to the way you compute the teleworking capacity index, right? Because basically what you do is, okay, let's assume, and that is a strong assumption, that any occupation is equally teleworkable in any country, right? Basically, you take the occupation and you assign teleworkability index, let's say. Now, yes, but at the same time, one could argue that at the end of the day, some occupations also, the potential to be teleworkable depend on the capacity of users to use certain technologies that will allow to telework that occupation, right? I mean, it's not the same. Let's say if you have, let's think about teachers, right? If you have the majority of population that have good internet access, good computers, then that can be teleworkable. If that's not the case, then you can have problems. So my comment is, to what extent you are assuming that all occupations are equally teleworkable when it is not really. I mean, and to what extent perhaps you could include some measure of capacity of users to adapt to this telework. I'm also thinking about health professionals, right? Health professionals, I mean, if we would have asked before the pandemic, we would say most of them wouldn't be able to telework. But what we have seen, for instance, in the case of family doctors, is that at the end of the day, many of them have been responding by video conference. Now, obviously, that also depends on the capacity of the users to adapt to this technology. So that's my point. To what extent perhaps you should include a measure correcting for that, for the capacity of users, not just assuming that every occupation is equally teleworkable in any country, but also correcting for that capacity of users in each country to adapt to these technologies. Now, yeah, moving to the paper by Professor Lemarchand. which is a very different one, completely different topic. At the end of the day, we are in the field of what has happened with vulnerable workers during the pandemic, and in this case, focusing on these seasonal and occupational travelers or itinerant workers. I don't know what's the right name for this category of workers, which is, I agree with Professor Lemarchand, is a very under-researched topic and group of workers. And there my question is, first of all, yeah, I mean, you discuss this group of workers, you have given some a measure of how important is this group from a quantitative point of view. My question will be also, or my comment will be, perhaps it will be important to make clear to the reader how different this category is. I mean, in the paper you discuss already some like there are these how are they called, maritime or inland navigation workers, which are obviously itinerant, but there are also workers in the agriculture sector, etc. So I guess it's a very heterogeneous group. Perhaps they face very different challenges and problems, and this is not perhaps sufficiently discussed in the paper. It would be nice for the reader to have an idea of, okay, we are talking about this group of workers, but keep in mind that within this category, there are groups that face very different problems. Not all are the same, because at the end of the day, what the paper is trying to do is to make a plea for taking into consideration this group of workers in order to improve their situation, right? So that, I think, it will be important. Yeah, and then also another issue that came to my mind when reading the paper was, are these, I guess, these workers, because of their characteristics, they are hardly organizable, right? I mean, they are itinerant, they move around, so they have, but my question will be, I guess it is difficult for trade unions to organize these workers precisely because of this. But to what extent have these workers developed some kind of collective action? Some groups, are they organized in some way? Are they trying to lobby in order to improve or move the government to change regulations and protect them? So that will be an interesting topic to discuss also in the paper, because I think, you know, at the end of the day, if there is a problem, whether trade unions are doing something to solve it, or whether they are autonomously organizing in order to find solutions to it. And finally, there is just a methodological issue in the paper when you, it's not clear in the survey that you have run how you have done it. I mean, could you please explain a bit more? Because you talk about this numerical, let me find it. Well, I mean, kind of a network, but it's not clear what it is. It's kind of a social network where you have registered, entered, and circulated the survey, or is it something different? So that will be it. Thank you very much for the good papers, and I'll leave the floor to Christian.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Molina, and welcome to Professor Ibsen, who is based in Denmark, I believe. He's an associate professor at the Employment Relations Research Center of the University of Copenhagen, where he's also completed his doctoral studies. His research focuses primarily on collective bargaining, trade unions and employers organizations, and the future of work and employment relations. Professor Ibsen, the floor is yours to comment on the two papers, paper number 3 and paper number 4, I believe. I believe we have a little problem with our connection with Moscow, but I see Professor Sichenko back on the screen, so I guess she has solved her connection issues. We are glad to see you again. So you will be having an opportunity to interact with the discussants and with the questions that are starting to surface more and more on our chat list. So I will try to direct them as soon as we complete the review or the commenting of the papers from the discussants. Professor Ibsen, the floor is yours. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the kind invitation to comment on these great papers. So I'm commenting on the last two papers and presentations. I always wished I could have seen the presentations in first, because that actually clarified a few things that I was wondering in the papers. So first of all, to the paper by Professor Sichenko. Very interesting read about the COVID response in employment relations in Russia. Really liked the presentation of the responses from the perspectives of legal uncertainty and distributions of costs. I thought it was a great read. And also what my main takeaway was that Russia seems like an outlier if you look at sort of a broad international comparison, because the state has not taken the brunt of the socioeconomic cost of COVID, but has let employers and workers take these costs, if I understand you correctly. So I have a few comments, and I'm really not an expert on neither labor law or Russia, so you have to take my comments as coming from a non-expert. So one of the first things that when reading your paper, I guess I would have liked a little bit more background about the Russian labor law regime. So who are the actors? What are the processes establishing new law and regulation? And what is the role of social partners in this? Is labor law mainly driven by the state or the president office, or is it do employers or trade unions have a role here to play? So what I got from your presentation is that it is very state-driven, but I would like to know a little bit more about how that works. One thing that you have a key concept, which is the hierarchy of the sources of law in the paper, and I think it would be great if you could spell out these actual sources, so the reader knows what you're talking about. Okay, so that's just for the background. In terms of the concept of non-working days, I think it's a very fascinating concept that you introduce, and because you tell us that it poses a lot of challenges in terms of Russian labor law, and you're trying to figure out what does this mean in a legal sense. So I think before you start going into the legal uncertainties, it would be great if you could sort of spell out what does non-working days mean in practical terms, and you could do that by relating it to what we've seen in other countries, like Kurzarbeit in Germany, for example, short-time work arrangements in other countries, and that will give a reader a better sense of what you're talking about. So you also talk about employers sort of reacting, and now I'm actually responding to your presentation and not so much the paper. You're talking about the ways that the employers try to survive when they have to take on the costs of non-working days. And I think in the paper, it would be great if you could describe this systematically, and preferably do it with, if you have any data on the shares of employers doing different things, that would also be very, very instructive for the reader, if you have that. If you don't have data on it, maybe you can tell some anecdotes. That would also be a next best thing. And then when you go to legal uncertainty, I think it would be great if you could also talk a little bit more systematically about how the actors have resolved this uncertainty. Do you have any court cases? Do you have anything that sort of talks about how actors, either on the ground or through court cases, or you talk about the presidential spokesperson, that you're kind of trying to interpret what this person is saying to figure out what the legal foundations are. But it would also be great if there was some legal practices around it. I don't know if there have been any court cases, but if there have been any, just one. No, okay, then all right, scratch that comment then. And then we'll move on to higher unemployment benefits. I think this is you presented as a positive move, something that redresses an imbalance in Russian labor law. But I think it would be great if you could talk a little bit about who pushed for it, how did the change come about, so that maybe actually a little bit about the politics of it, because that would also maybe get, and this is coming to my last point, this will get you into a discussion about, will these changes last? So I think this is one of the key thing that people like us who are doing COVID related research right now, will these things last, right? Will these changes have a lasting imprint on practices, beyond the pandemic? And I think that there's a lot of variation in that. So I would like if you could end your paper, and this is just my suggestion, about a little bit more reflection about how durable are these changes? Will they change the Russian labor law regime or approach? Will we detect a change in the balance of power between the actors, so government, employers, and workers emanated from the pandemic? Or will we continue to see the employers having to bear the brunt of for example, the non-working days? Those things will be very interesting if you could sort of provide us with a discussion or your qualified guess about how durable these changes are after COVID. That would also be amazing. But in any case, this was a very interesting read, especially for a non-expert. Gave me a lot of information about the COVID response in Russia. So thank you very much for that. Okay. So now I go on to the comments for Richards and Ellis. And this is more my home court, if you will, stuff on unionization and organizing. So very interesting topic and a very interesting case study as well. I especially like your engagement of the organizing literature with the Web 2.0 scholarship on unions. I thought that was really great. And I think, in terms of practical implications, I think you have a very, very strong and interesting story already that should be interesting to unions, not just in the UK, but across Europe and even beyond Europe. So my comments are really basically about the front and the back end of the paper, and I chose to base my comments on sort of advice on how to get this into a submittable version to the journal. But this actually also goes to sort of more the theoretical issues that you take on. And the first thing is I'd like you to reflect on whether this is a most likely or least likely case for a successful ballot based on your industry, workplace, and occupational characteristics. So I think that would really help you sort of situate your case in the universe of cases, if you will. And my guess would be that if you're dealing with higher ed, you're talking about a most likely case for a successful ballot. Okay, so this also means that you sort of have to tweak your engagement with theory based on that sort of characterization of the case. I don't know if you agree with it, but that would be sort of my hunch based on what I know from the literature. So the next step will then be to say, well, how do I maximize the use of a single case study? And I think, usually you could go two ways, right? You can theory test, or you can generate theory based on your case. And I think, theory testing, setting up some hypotheses in the front end and then seeing how they pan out. I think your case study is really much more about theory generation and developing this framework and elaborating this framework that you also present in your figure. And I would really push you on going towards, this is a case of an extreme situation during a pandemic where the union overcomes the obstacles of having to go digital, on being under these very, very harsh conditions, and then overcoming them through a range of mechanisms, a range of techniques, and then you can sort of spell out, well, what are the conditions under which a union can successfully organize and mobilize during these conditions. And I think that would be really great. And I would really encourage you to push the digital side of this, simply because that's where we have the least knowledge as it currently stands. And this leads to my next point, which is the theory section. I think right now it reads as you're presenting a lot of concepts, but I would push you to go much more critically into the literature and engage with the literature as it stands, and find the holes and find the problems in that literature, and tell us where your case study then goes in and fix these problems with the framework. Right. I think one of the things that I was not completely clear about was the difference between mechanisms and communications and their actions. If you could spell those out, I would be very encouraged, because then I could go out and use your framework in my own research. And I think that would be amazing. And maybe I've overlooked it, but I wasn't clear where that was in the paper. And then the final point, and this is a minor, some of the get the vote out points sounded like nudging. I don't know if that's true, but if it is sort of nudging, it would be great if you could engage with the nudging literature a little bit more. And I think there's a bunch of stuff on nudging, and it sounded like nudging, but I'm not because I'm not familiar with the get the vote out literature that well. Yeah, but maybe if that is the case, and if trade unions are using nudging techniques, that would be really interesting as well for the field. But overall, I loved the paper. I think it was a very, very interesting case study, and really has a lot of potential to bring us new theory on in the field, in sort of this digital remote work era that we're potentially moving into post-pandemic. So thank you very much, and really enjoyed reading both papers.
Many thanks to both of you for this, for your comments, and for spending time in reading the paper and analyzing them. In terms of format, I think I'm obliged to give an opportunity to the four presenters for a very quick reaction, if they wish so, starting from Professor Sebastian. So in the same order during which you presented the papers. Please, 3 minutes each maximum. Thank you.
I will try to be really quick. Thank you, Oscar, for your comments. Like, the idea was exactly that. Like, we didn't have data about what governments were doing and how they were trying to deal with inequality and poverty. So we were just trying to say, okay, imagine that we have 2 months lockdown for all the European countries. What will happen if governments are not there? So now that in 1 year time we are going to have the real data about what was happening in 2020, then we can compare our data with the real results, and then we can say, okay, this if we are not increasing inequality in this, it was because of the governments. So that's the main idea, but we still don't have the data. And regarding the teleworking index, we didn't it was very difficult to collect data on teleworking in Europe. So what we have done is just taking this from the US data, and we were assuming that all occupations had the same teleworking ability index. And of course, it depends on your age, your connection, whether you are able or not to attend to telework. But the idea is more like, if you are able to telework or not. If you're a professor at the university, you will be able to telework. Of course, another thing is your age. At the end, we all know that this or your connectivity, but this is a second round effect, and we could not modulate all this. So just for simplicity, we were assuming that all occupations had a different teleworking index, and it was the same all across Europe. So thank you really for your comments.
Okay, Professor Le Marchand.
Okay, thank you for your comments too. Okay, there are different sectors. The main differences is that some of them are have recognized skill, some have not. But you have always intersection between all these itinerant workers who knows each other, so sometimes go from one market to another market. They are not organized except from seafarers, which are very well organized with the help of high law. And but it's not the same. It's not the case for agriculture, for example, or tourism because of dispersion. On that point, the virtual community like Facebook may change things because they can get in contact by this way. It's by this way that I've made the survey with the help and with some face-to-face interaction with the help of an association of mobile inhabitants. So for now, they are not organized, but a lot of try to organize something via internet. And it may succeed.
Thank you very much. Professor Sichenko.
Thank you, first of all, for the comments. I've noted them all. I will try to develop further what you have pointed out. And the only thing which I wanted to mention now, provided that we have just 3 minutes, about the role of social partners in the Russian labor law. It is very close to zero. And however, speaking about positive points and the impact of COVID, I would say that during this at least half a year, there have been some signs of reinforcing of the impact of social partners on Russian labor law. For example, the government has proposed the kind of interim or temporary regulations of labor, providing for much more flexibility. And thanks to the struggle of the social partners from the part of trade unions, there has been a decision not to adopt these regulations. So this is just an example of how the COVID might indeed a little bit influence the strength of the social partners and particularly the trade unions.
Thank you very much for your brevity and for giving us some signs of hope on the role of social dialogue in advancing with the drafting of labor law in Russia. Last segment is for Professor Richards. You have a couple of questions already on the chat room, if you like. So if you like to react to the comments and perhaps to address the couple of questions that you have, you can have an extra minute or two. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that, and obviously thank you in particular to Christian for the comments. There are a range of comments, as you say, in the chat feature, and I've tried to address them, but just to kind of summarize them more generally. I think probably in terms of what this may mean in terms of trends of trade union organizing in the aftermath of COVID, I think it's hard to say what will actually happen, but you can't help feeling that technology is going to strengthen its relevance for unions. There's a paper later today as well. I think it's is it Tom Watson, I think his name is, or Tom Hunt. He's looking at the UK more generally, so that might be one thing to look at following on from this. In terms of generally how it led to membership, membership did increase modestly during that time, but given that the branch was under a lot of pressure to mobilize and organize and negotiate, I suspect there would have been a lot more recruitment going on if time and kind of space allowed. There might be some other comments in there. I might just respond to them after I've spoken, but just to go back to Christian's particular points, thank you very much for very supportive comments, many of which things that we've thought of to a certain extent already, but to hear it from somebody else and somebody like yourself, it's really helpful. And to be sure, we've made good notes of the things that you said. just want to kind of, just reiterate the point that the paper was literally written about a week or so ago. So this is the ink is barely dry, but it's good to feel that you've got a good sense that it's going in the right direction. But clearly there's a number of things to think about, methodological, theoretically, and potentially what may come next and stuff like that. So I probably just not got time to really, but just pick up on a couple of points I think they're probably worth addressing. I think there's been a comment on this as well. The digital aspect, I agree. There's so much to kind of put into this paper. It was hard to know what to kind of make center, what to kind of put on the periphery and what to leave out. And I think in the paper as it stands is probably saying more than it probably needs to. So it probably needs to be cut back in some way and something pushed to the front. And I think I agree with the idea that technology and the theoretical aspect does need to be more rigorously kind of critiqued. And that's something that my co-author Vaughan had to say just before we got that draft ready. So that's really, really helpful. And I think the only thing I'll probably say, because I'm probably using up far too much time, is the notion of nudging theory. And as somebody's kind of mentioned, I did think of this when we wrote a paper about 2 years ago that's currently in the final stages of hopefully being accepted and published. But I kind of stood back from that because it has got connotations with the Conservative government at the time, this idea of nudging people into making lifestyle choices and things like that. So we did kind of think that, that is something that was definitely going on and it could be useful. But I think we'd have to really think about how we would use that, because the scholars in industrial relations, not just in the UK, tend to be slightly more left-wing than perhaps in other aspects of business management. So that is a potential to come into it, or maybe something that could kind of follow on from this. But there's definitely something in there, but I just would be very cautious about drawing on something that has gained some kind of public presence and from a party that has done so much to really undermine unions as much as they possibly can, even at times when it's just simply not needed. And the Trade Union Act is an absolute exemplary point for that. So I'll finish on that point, but maybe we can connect later at some other points and discuss these things. But thank you very much.
Thank you again, Professor Richard. If I look at the chat box, there is one question that perhaps is for all presenters, but in particular for the first two presenters. And obviously the ILO might also contribute. I can contribute, or Uma can contribute to some of the answers, since we have done quite a bit of work, particularly on the first part of the question, which is after the survival of COVID pandemic, will the traditional job market change drastically? First part of the question. If so, which type of working professional would be vital? And three, are OSH professionals going to play more important roles? I think three relevant questions. On the change of the labor markets, we have produced extensive research, I think, in the ILO, trying to depict some of the expected changes in terms of work organization, in terms of how employers and workers' organization will have to deal with some of these changes in terms of the future of telework and so on. So there is quite a bit of literature available already from the ILO and from others. Professional occupations that will become vital. We have this dilemma between essential services and advanced services. So would be a cashier in a supermarket more important than an engineer in a factory? I think the gaps are narrowing there. And on the role of occupational safety and health, indeed, in all the various aspects of occupational safety and health, when we're talking about an occupational physician, an expert on ergonomics, a person who is able to organize workspaces in a different way, promoting hybrid form of work. Certainly, there will be much more demands in the future for this type of OSH professionals. But perhaps I give the floor for 2 minutes maximum each to the first two presenters to offer some views on this question. And I think this is the only unanswered question that I have on my chat box for the moment. Thank you. So Professor Sebastian, to be followed by Professor Le Marchand on this question, please. Okay, we can't hear you, Professor Sebastian, if you wanted to intervene on this question. Otherwise, Professor Le Marchand.
Okay. I think there's no structural change of labor for occupational or itinerant workers. It's just intensification of what was going on before, which is rationing of these workers. I'm not sure they're going to be more accepted because they stay invisible. Paradoxically, because there's no big failures on this market due to COVID, so it's still going on. And I think maybe we can hope that in future some rise of wage for this kind of nomadic workers.
Thank you. Obviously, thank you very much. Obviously, if we are looking at a particular category of workers like the one covered by your paper, we can certainly share your views. Thanks. Professor Sebastian, do you want to come in on this?
Now, are you able to hear me? I think that in the future we are gonna see like a lot of changes in terms of the labor structure, and teleworking will be one. And by now, I think that all of us will have changed the way that we are working, and in the future we are gonna see more people that they are gonna work in France, but from Spain, and this will change everything, not just how we work, also how we collect taxes. So let's see what is in the future, but like a lot is coming. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me use my last 2 minutes before I hand over the floor to Uma for some really final remarks. To thank you all the panelists and all the discussants for this engaging discussion. It's always a bit of a dilemma how to best use 2 hours that we have for a regional segment of this conference and to make it productive, engaging, interesting, with a lot of topics on the table. I have the feeling that we have been able to cover quite a broad range of issues with specific inputs from the authors of the paper. So we would like really to thank all of you for putting the time in presenting the papers, and for the discussants for reacting to that and to respond to some of the questions. So in keeping with Swiss punctuality, I believe that we are reaching close to the midday Geneva time for completing this work. So Uma, you have 3-4 minutes to say anything you wish to say from the point of view of the organizing of the conference, or any logistics that is important to share with our participants. I think overall the participation was quite good, more than 50 participants throughout the session. So we are happy with that. I don't know how do we stand with our regional segments, Uma, but certainly from the European perspective, we are happy with the discussion and what we have learned today. Thank you very much indeed to all of you again. And Uma, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Maurizio, for chairing the session, and it was really excellent. Before I make any remarks or announce further logistics, I just want to give the floor to Christian, who had actually raised his hand. And I'm just wondering whether, Christian, you wanted to say something. Over to you.
No, I'm sorry, I lowered my hand again. Thank you very much.
I just thought that I wanted to give you this opportunity. This was actually a very interesting session, especially after having heard panel discussions in Latin America as well as in Asia, where it was much more with regard to informal economy and the survival of the fittest. Like what kind of policies do we actually need to ensure some sort of a protection for workers? And here within the European segment, we are looking at a completely different range of issues, from how to organize certain workers or to try to see how we can actually go about protecting some of the regulations that are actually in place. So the contrast is quite interesting, and that was one of the reasons why we decided to hold some of these regional panel discussions. So we'll now take a 1-hour break for lunch here in Europe, and we'll get back at 1 o'clock to have a discussion with young researchers who are going to talk about what are the kind of regulations that are being taken up during the time of COVID pandemic, and what are the lessons we can actually learn. So see you all at 1 o'clock, and wish you a good break. Thank you.
All right, so welcome everyone to this session on the lessons that the pandemic offers for regulatory institutions. We have an exciting set of papers before us that are looking at a range of contrasting regulatory environments on evolutions and innovations that have been that respond to or have been developed under pressure from the pandemic. So we're looking here across different institutions and different regions. We have papers, for example, on the ILO. We have a paper on domestic workers' organisations, on trade unions, and on the Court of Justice of the European Union. So an opportunity then to make some comparisons, perhaps, across different institutions and different regions. So this is the second of our Young Scholars sessions. And so technically the presenters that you'll see before you are early career researchers, but you'll see from your papers that they're already very well advanced on impressive programs of research. We have until 2:15, so each of the presenters is going to speak for around 12 minutes. We'll take questions between the presentations for about 5 or 6 minutes, and then we can come back with more questions if we have time at the end of the session. All right, so I will turn then to our first presenter. So we're delighted to be joined today by Silvia Fernandez Martinez. Silvia is based at the Faculty of Law in the University of Santiago de Compostela in Spain. And Silvia is going to speak today on occupational safety and health and workplace health promotion. Thanks, Silvia.
Good afternoon. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So, good afternoon. My name is Silvia Fernandez Martinez, and I am assistant lecturer in labor law and social security at the University of Santiago de Compostela in Spain. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and present my paper, Occupational Safety and Health and Workplace Health Promotion, an essential area for a recovery from COVID-19 based on decent work. The COVID pandemic has brought to the fore the question of occupational safety and health and its central role in decent work. But the ILO Centenary Declaration, adopted in 2019, already declared that safe and healthy working conditions are fundamental to decent work. This statement is even more important today, as ensuring safe and healthy conditions at work is very significant in the management of the pandemic and in the ability to resume work. In this context, the concept of workplace health promotion has become very important. The European Network for Workplace Health Promotion defines it as a modern corporate strategy which aims at preventing ill health at work, including work-related diseases, accidents, injuries, occupational diseases, and stress, and enhancing health-promoting potentials and well-being in the workforce. This network stressed that occupational safety and health alone cannot address all the challenges for the working world in the 21st century. In consequence, the complementary concept of workplace health promotion is extremely important. Following the definition of occupational health used by the ILO, we can conclude that occupational safety and health is not only about preventing hazards and professional diseases, but also about promoting physical, mental, and social well-being at work. Indeed, workplace health promotion is one of the ILO's areas of work within the Department of Occupational Safety and Health. In 2002, the ILO published the first version or the first edition of the SOLVE training package, integrating health promotion into workplace occupational safety and health policies. This training package was adopted as a direct response to the needs of the ILO constituents to protect workers against emerging psychosocial risks and to promote their health and well-being in the workplace. The Solve training package introduced an innovative approach whereby workers' health, safety, and their well-being became an integral part of organizational development and economic sustainability. Indeed, traditional occupational safety and health approaches are not enough to fight against new challenges. In consequence, we need new approaches that focus on prevention to avoid the negative consequences of psychosocial risks and work-related stress. And workplace health promotion has proven to be a very effective one. For the ILO, the workplace health promotion aims to complement but not to replace workplace risk management. On the contrary, risk management is an essential foundation for a successful workplace health promotion program. Therefore, health promotion is or should be an integral part of occupational safety and health practice. However, the implementation or the participation in workplace health promotion measures is voluntary for the employees and for the employers. And even if during recent years many enterprises or organizations have been undertaking health promoting activities in the workplace, in the vast majority of the cases, these measures were adopted in the framework of corporate social responsibility without a coordination with occupational safety and health. However, the ILO considers that when integrated into occupational safety and health policies, the potential for workplace health promotion to improve working life increases. In consequence, to reach its full potential, we should move from the field of corporate social responsibility to the promotion of the inclusion of workplace health promotion into the employer's duty to protect health and safety. Moving on to another topic more specific about the COVID-19, we can say that the COVID-19 has created not only a health crisis, but also an economic and social one. In this context, the ILO has recognized the importance of protecting workers by strengthening occupational safety and health measures. In fact, the Pillar 3 of the 4-pillar policy framework created by the ILO for responding to the COVID-19 crisis is about protecting workers in the workplace. Moreover, the recent resolution concerning a global call to action for a human-centered recovery from the COVID-19 crisis that is inclusive, sustainable, and resilient, adopted by the International Labour Conference during its 109th session on the 17th of June, has included also the protection of workers among the actions needed for the recovery from COVID-19. And in the ILO Centenary Declaration, this resolution also has declared that safe and healthy conditions are fundamental to decent work. Indeed, COVID-19 has impacted the health of workers' health in different ways. However, there are important differences between the working conditions of frontline workers who provide essential services, such as care workers, and those workers whose job can be performed remotely. On the one hand, frontline workers are, of course, more exposed to the risk of infection by COVID-19. Nevertheless, this is not the only risk to which they are exposed, because the COVID-19 has amplified other occupational risks, for example, psychosocial ones. On the other hand, the situation of those workers who can perform their job remotely is totally different. Remote work is a very effective measure to fight against COVID-19, as it allows the employers to remove workers from the risk of contagion in the workplace. However, telework raises other concerns related to the well-being of working people. Working conditions and arrangements have changed considerably during the last year, and these changes has brought new psychosocial challenges for the health and well-being of workers. Even if psychosocial risks and ergonomic risks may seem secondary if compared to the hazards presented by COVID-19, we cannot undervalue them, because if not correctly managed, they can increase stress levels and lead to physical and mental health problems. Therefore, occupational safety and health should also focus on prevention of psychosocial risks and mental health problems during the COVID-19 pandemic, and not only on the prevention of contagion. In this context, the ILO has elaborated the guide managing work-related psychosocial risks during the COVID-19 pandemic. The ILO has identified 10 areas to manage work-related stress and psychosocial risks, and health promotion is one of them. Psychosocial risks and work-related stress are associated with unhealthy behavior such as heavy alcohol consumption, poor eating habits, less frequent physical exercises, and irregular sleep patterns. Therefore, workplace health promotion, who aims at avoiding the adoption of unhealthy behaviors to cope with the increased stress related to the COVID pandemic, is very important. Taking into account that workplace health promotion is key to manage psychosocial risk and work-related stress in the workplace, and taking into account also that the employer's duty to protect health and safety includes protection from psychosocial risks, we can conclude that I stand for the consideration of workplace health promotion as part of the employer's duty to protect health and safety. Avoiding situations that can favor the appearance of psychosocial risk, such as in unhealthy habits, means fighting them at the source. To conclude, we can say that the promotion of workers' well-being and the management of psychosocial risks are essential for a human-centered recovery from the COVID-19 based on decent work. Indeed, the process of recovery represents an opportunity to foment the inclusion of workplace health promotion in occupational safety and health policies. In this context, the inclusion of occupational safety and health in the ILO Declaration on Fundamental Principles and Rights at Work, that is being discussed by the governing body of the ILO, would be an important step for the integration of workplace health promotion into occupational safety and health systems. That's all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Sylvia, for that very interesting paper. It's excellent again to hear more about health and safety in the context of the legal debates. Probably something over time that's been perhaps neglected, and that we're beginning, of course, to hear more about in the pandemic. I wonder if there are any questions then for Sylvia, if you just put them into the chat. Maybe I could actually ask you, I mean, I was interested in that context of thinking about the international setting and in particular in the work of the ILO and in relation to the declaration. And I thought it was interesting in your paper that you suggested that in fact, health and safety has always been fundamental or central to the ILO's norms and other activities. And I wonder if you want to say a little more on that.
Yeah, of course, occupational safe and healthy has always been very important for the ILO since its creation. But in my opinion, the same attention has not been paid to the workplace health promotion, that is a little bit more broad concept than the prevention of hazards. For example, as I tried to explain, nowadays the question is not only about preventing the contagion for COVID-19, but also the spread of psychosocial risks. So in my opinion, the inclusion in the fundamental, in the ILO's Declaration on Fundamental Principles and Rights at Work would be very, very important. Thank you.
And has the debates at the International Labour Conference over the last couple of years, have they given you confidence that these set of fundamental rights and principles will be extended? I wonder if I can put you in the spot. I'm wondering, Sylvia, what your assessment is of the current debates, for example, this year within the ILO.
Sorry?
I'm wondering what your assessment has been of the debates within the International Labour Conference and more broadly after the Centenary Declaration and the likelihood of including health and safety among the fundamental principles and rights.
Yeah, I'm following the debate, but the initial calendar that had been approved was postponed due to the COVID. So let's hope that finally the occupational safe and healthy will be included in the next year International Labour Conference.
Well, we can hope for that. Thank you. Are there further questions just now for Sylvia? We'll also have an opportunity after the session. Okay, thank you. So thank you very much, Sylvia, for that excellent paper. We'll move on then to our second speaker. And it's a great pleasure then to welcome Fernanda Teixeira of the Work and Equalities Institute at the University of Manchester. And Fernanda's going to speak on the response of workers' organisations to the crisis, and in particular the response of domestic workers' organisations in Mexico. So thank you, Fernanda.
Hi, thank you, Deide, for the introduction. And hello, everyone. First of all, I have to say that it's a real pleasure to be here today. 2 years ago, I was an intern at the ILO, and I had the pleasure to attend the conference in person in Geneva. And so today I'm feeling very, very happy and very proud to be here. And a little bit about myself. I am a second-year PhD student at the Work and Equalities Institute based at the University of Manchester. And today I'm going to present a paper that is part of my thesis. This paper is an empirical work that focus on the domestic workers organizations in Mexico and how they have supported domestic workers during the COVID crisis. I will skip this for the sake of time, but yeah. So the first thing important to say is to make clear who the domestic workers are. When I talk about domestic workers, I'm talking about everyone who provides a service to households in exchange of payment. These workers can provide a range of services such as cleaning, driving, caring, babysitting, among others. Domestic work is a relevant source of employment in Mexico, especially for women. About 94% of domestic workers are women, and 1 in 10 women in Mexico works as a domestic worker. And as you probably already know, according to the ILO, domestic workers are among the most vulnerable group of workers. All of the world working conditions, such as domestic work, is characterized by precarious working conditions, such as very low wages, lack of social protection, and high levels of informality. And the situation in Mexico, it's no different. Mexico has one of the world's highest rates of informality among domestic workers. 99% of them are informally employed. In practice, among other things, they are not entitled to health care or sickness benefits. Besides, less than 1% has signed a writing contract, meaning that the vast majority of domestic workers do not have specified their activities, working hours, and holidays. And of course, as we will see later in my presentation, the lack of social protection and writing contracts have serious ramifications during a crisis like COVID crisis. Besides, many domestic workers in Mexico are paid very little. 42% of them receive less than the minimum wage, which is already very low. And by way of comparison, domestic workers' wages are in average 19% lower than informal workers in all the sectors. And yeah, verbal, physical, and sexual violence and harassment are not unusual among domestic workers, with 19% of workers reporting being mistreated or abused by the employers. And many of these precarious working conditions are a reflection of their historical exclusion from the labor regulatory framework. The situation started to change very recently with the incorporation of domestic workers into the National Social Insurance Scheme in 2019. This scheme is currently in a pilot phase, and around 1% of domestic workers are covered. Besides, also in 2019, domestic workers were incorporated into the federal labor law, which entitled them basic labor rights, such as an 8-hour working day. But domestic workers still do not have all the rights entitled to workers in other sectors. For example, they are not entitled to unemployment benefits. And of course, another recent achievement for the sector was the ratification of the ILO Convention on Decent Domestic Work, which entered in force last week and brings a kind of a new hope for change. Many of these recent achievements were only possible thanks to the mobilization efforts of domestic workers. To fight for their rights, domestic workers in Mexico have established organizations and currently they are formally organized into 1 trade union and 4 community-based organizations. The 2 organizations with the most members, the trade union SINAC-TRAJO and the Support and Training Center for Domestic Employees, CACE, are located in the Mexico capital, Mexico City. And despite covering the entire national territory, the vast majority of its members are located in the capital. In addition, there are 3 smaller organizations that operate in large Mexican cities. And as you can see on the map, all the organizations are concentrated in the south of the country. In addition, it's important to highlight that domestic workers are also supported by a number of civil society organizations that act as social allies, mainly feminist groups that have close ties with organizations led by domestic workers. Regarding the methodology, this article is a case study that adopts a qualitative approach. I employed 2 methods, content analysis of newspaper articles and semi-structured interviews. For the content analysis, I collect and analyze 69 online newspaper articles. The articles cover a 10-month period from the date of the first official case of COVID in Mexico until the end of the last year. And regarding the interviews, between December last year and March this year, I interviewed 11 leaders from 3 domestic workers organizations and 4 representatives of civil society organizations directly involved in supporting domestic workers. The article focuses on understanding how the pandemic has affected domestic workers, but as I said earlier, it focused primarily on understanding how domestic workers organizations responded to the crisis to support workers. Regarding the impacts of COVID in the sector, first of all, it's important to remember that domestic workers, unlike workers in other sectors, are unable to work online or from their own homes. And for that very reason, what was observed was a mass layoff. From March to July 2020, more than 700,000 workers lost their jobs, which represents a 33% reduction in the number of domestic workers. Among those who lost their jobs, the case of suspension, in which employers make workers believe that they would be called again, were widely reported. Among those who were told to not come back, many reported that they did not receive any compensation. As the interviewees reported, among those who kept their jobs, another common situation was that they had their wages reduced or were subjected to longer working hours for the same wage. The most common situation was employers claiming that they could not cover workers' full wage and reducing the number of workers' working days. Other workers saw intensification of work. Many were imposed additional tasks like caring for children who were not going to school and the sick. In some cases, employers infected with COVID. Many workers have also reported that they had to clean more often to keep the house sanitized. Also, reports of forced quarantine with employers have contributed to the increase in the number of cases of violence harassment. In the media, some workers reported that they were threatened by employers and were not allowed to leave their home, and they could not care for their own family members. Besides, many interviewees reported that being concerned about the increase in violence, especially sexual violence against women. And the measures taken by the government to support workers in this sector have been almost inexistent. The national government established a loan program that could only be accessed by workers who were enrolled in the social insurance scheme, which, as I said before, had a very low cover rate of about 1%. Besides, to be eligible, workers needed to have contributed for at least 3 consecutive months, and many of them do not make regular contributions. And of course, as a loan, workers are expected to repay the money at some point in the future, and with the pandemic, it's quite difficult to predict whether you'll be employed and if you're going to be able to repay the money. So next slide. Yeah. So how did domestic workers organizations support workers during the crisis? The responses that I mapped can be divided into 3 main categories: conscience raising, provision of services, and shaping public policy. Regarding conscience raising, much of the organization's mission is to sensitize workers and employers about workers' rights. So during the pandemic, these organizations have intensified their campaigns, highlighting how this sector was one of the most affected by COVID and how the working conditions have deteriorated during the pandemic. These campaigns have attracted a lot of attention on social media as well on the traditional media. But because of the restrictions imposed by the pandemic, many of these campaigns were restricted to the internet. But not all, since some workers do not have smartphones or do not have access to internet. Organizations have also created new informational materials relevant for the context of the pandemic, especially on safety measures at work for COVID and workers' rights in events of unfair dismissal. Another way organizations found to raise public awareness about the lack of decent work in the sector was to use their media interviews to denounce abuses that occurred during the pandemic and to make a call for solidarity, asking employees to be fair, conscious, and demonstrate empathy for workers. Regarding the provision of services, their focus was on providing advice and training to workers. In relation to training, because of the additional cost of protective measures, such as hand sanitizers and face masks, the number of in-person training was reduced. Mediation of disputes between employers and employees was also frequent during the pandemic. And although most of the organizations have lawyers on their staff, most disputes were resolved in formal mediation sections outside the courts. And as some leaders pointed out, most domestic workers fear claiming their rights in the court. Besides, more material forms of support, such as food baskets or financial support, were also delivered by organizations to domestic workers. And also other types of support, such as psychological support, were also provided. As one leader explained it, these actions proved to be important as the mental health of workers was impacted by the increased stress at work caused by prolonged stay of employers at home, for example. Finally, regarding shaping of the public policy during the pandemic, given the greater exposure these organizations had in the media, their lobbying activities became more evident. Among their main demands were the establishment of COVID protocols at home and the expansion of domestic workers' labor rights, especially unemployment insurance. Organization also took advantage of the media's attention to criticize the lack of effective responses from the government, and the loan program, for example, was very criticized. So in conclusion, I believe I already have 1 minute or so. In conclusion, we may say, in a context of insufficient government measures to support domestic workers organizations' responses were the main form of support that domestic workers received during the pandemic. However, these organizations have their own limitations, right? So, as for example, its field of action is restricted to the south of the country. Also, like other domestic organizations in the world, they face serious funding problems, and many cannot even charge a fee to their members given the very low wages in the sector. Also, they have relatively few members compared to the population of domestic workers. Finally, regarding the relevance of this work, I would say that it lies in the fact that the situation in Mexico is not isolated. What happened in Mexico happened in many countries in Latin America and more broadly in the global south. And besides what we saw in domestic work organizations, also happened in the organizations of women in the informal economy in other parts of the world. So I think that's all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fernanda, for sharing that really interesting and important research, not just on organisation among domestic workers, but also I think informal workers more generally. It's really fascinating, and I mean, Mexico has been a site of real legal innovation, hasn't it? I think important for the global debates on domestic work. It's fascinating that you've chosen to focus on the work of domestic workers' organisations in that setting. We have a question here from Shaka Bob. So what does the IMSS project cover for domestic workers? And is also asking, of the 1% accepted into the pilot survey, what were the outcomes of the initiative? So that's a focus then on the social protection pilot. It would be good to have a response directly to that question, and maybe more generally on how important you consider that expansion and coverage to be.
Yeah, thank you, Shaka, for your question. It covers all the rights that are already entitled to other workers, such as maternity leave, health care, and other basic labor benefits. But regarding the 1% who accepted to be in this pilot test, the outcomes for them, I think that during the pandemic there was observed an increase in the coverage of the insurance security scheme. But as I said, it's still not enough because it covers only 1% of the total of workers in the sector. So there is still a long way to really protect domestic workers in the country. And I see there is other question here. Yeah, there's another one here from Luis, who asks, do the organizations attempt to make protests to receive government attention and support? Do the organizations look to obtain support for organizations of domestic workers of other countries of the Global South? Yes, they have been doing some protests that I suppose, well, of course, because of the restrictions of the COVID-19, they could not really go to streets and things like that. So they have been focusing more on the on online campaigns, but and also they have received support from other organizations, especially feminist groups from Europe, who have financially supported them, and also have and this money basically has been used to pay for the food baskets that were delivered to domestic workers.
Thank you, Luis, for that question. I suppose it's to follow up on that a little bit, Fernanda, which was to ask you if you did see this project as you develop it becoming comparative regionally or globally. And I suppose also thinking about the sustainability of the interventions and whether you see these initiatives as involving some kind of more sustained adjustments in the activities or perhaps even focus of domestic workers organisations. And I suppose I'm thinking towards the next paper that we're going to hear from Tom on union strategies, whether you think in particular that the digital access constraints could be a particular problem. I think you mentioned in your paper that there's fairly uneven access for domestic workers. Thank you. Thanks, Fernanda. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I was wondering maybe to say something about the future direction of your research.
I didn't get it, sorry. Can you repeat, please?
No, it's okay. I'm wondering whether about the future research you might conduct, and in particular that you've mentioned there might be an opportunities for comparison within the region or in other countries.
Yeah, of course. Well, my thesis is focused on Mexico. So I'm planning to go to Mexico next year. Just out of curiosity, I am not Mexican, I am Brazilian. So this imposes certain restrictions right now. So hopefully I will be able to be there at the beginning of the next year and to keep going with my research there, yeah.
Thanks, Fernanda. I see we have a question for Sylvia. I hope you'll forgive me, Shaka Bob, if we leave that one until the end of the session. We'll certainly come back to it on occupational health and safety and informal workers. So thank you very much to Fernanda for that fascinating presentation, for responding to the questions.
Thank you.
So if we're fine, Tom, we'll turn to you. Okay, so it's my pleasure then to welcome Tom Hunt, who's our third presenter today. Tom is going to present on COVID-19 and the work of trade unions, and he is based at the Sheffield Political Economy Research Institute in the University of Sheffield in the UK.
Okay, thanks, Deirdre, and it's a pleasure to join you all today. So my paper looks at the new challenges faced by trade unions during the COVID pandemic, how unions have and are adapting to meet those challenges, and what this tells us about processes of union renewal. Let me begin by setting the scene We know that unions seem to face long-term challenges that threaten their legitimacy, relevance, and influence. These include declining memberships and collective bargaining coverage, and challenges arising from the impact of megatrends, including digitalization and the effects of climate change on jobs. How and if unions can respond to meet those challenges and many others is seen to be key to their renewal and to their future. Then, 18 months ago, on top of those challenges came COVID-19. Will the profound changes to working life and recessions that the pandemic has triggered accelerate trends of union decline or encourage reforms that contribute to union renewal? My paper addresses that question. The paper presents findings from a study that I conducted in 2020 that explored the impact that the pandemic was having on unions, primarily focusing on UK unions. Its new empirical findings show how unions rapidly adapted to change how they operate in the new circumstances created by the pandemic. New circumstances where work was transformed by lockdowns, home working, social distancing, rising unemployment, and where every workplace suddenly became a potentially life-threatening environment. The study found evidence that the adaptation made by unions have led to positive outcomes that are indicative of union renewal, including rising membership, more workplace representatives, higher levels of member engagement, unions shaping national policy, and newfound confidence and optimism within unions that is encouraging more reform. The findings of my study enable new contributions to be made to the literature on union renewal. First, the paper provides new evidence about the practical ways in which unions adapted to new situations that their members and officials faced. Second, I argue that union renewal should be understood as a process of transition. The study identified a sense amongst unions that they won't go back to pre-pandemic ways of working, but that their future model is unclear. They're in transition. Understanding renewal as transition opens up new questions for scholars, including how should we understand reforms within unions that are made through necessity and are serendipitous, as opposed to being the outcomes of deliberate and strategic decision-making? What role does confidence and optimism play in encouraging reform and providing momentum for future reforms? Third, the paper contributes by arguing that renewal is possible in the context of both an economic downturn and where unions operate with unfavorable state institutional arrangements, like in the UK. This challenges some findings in the existing literature, and I argue that my findings raise the prospect of new possibilities for post-pandemic reforms to social dialogue. Before I discuss the findings, let me say a few words about the study. My research set out to investigate the question: when large parts of economies shut down, when going to work becomes a matter of life and death, and when work for millions of people moved into their homes, how did unions operate, and did changes to their work take place? The paper seeks to answer that question by analysing two new sources of primary data that was collected: the responses to an online survey that asked union officials how the pandemic had affected their work and the work of their union, and in-depth interviews with officials of varying seniority, from general secretaries through to workplace organisers. Most contributors were from the UK, but officials in the countries on screen also participated. Turning to the findings, they cover 7 aspects of how and where unions made adaptations to their work. First, the paper looks at where union activities were organised from, focusing on the big shift that unions made to remote working from home and move from their offices, and what that involved. It then explores the changes made to 6 interconnected areas of union activity: member engagement, recruitment, training, campaigning, negotiations, and governance and democracy. Given time constraints, I won't discuss each feature, but the paper and the report shown here on screen that I published in January provide lots of detailed information. Instead, I'll highlight 4 trends from across the study. First, unions rapidly adopted new online tools and invested in digital technologies. There was a huge shift towards video conferencing, which officials had to learn how to use effectively, often for the first time. Video conferencing quickly began to be used widely, including for negotiations with employers, delivering training, holding conferences, and for conducting national executive and branch meetings. Unions also invested in new websites, upgraded membership and email systems, and used tools like WhatsApp to keep in touch with members and colleagues. Second, new ways of engaging with members led to higher levels of engagement and with more members, and to better knowledge about the challenges that members were facing. To illustrate, online meetings are being attended by more members and the usually silent majority are being heard from. Members are also engaging in big numbers in online surveys, which were embraced by unions when the pandemic hit in order to find out what new issues members were facing. The huge amount of information that this provided has been used to inform negotiations and campaigns. Officials also reported that online meetings meant they could engage with more members in more workplaces than if they'd visited in person, and that as a result, they felt they were getting better quality information about workplace conditions. Third, these changes, through necessity, were made at speed. The first months of the pandemic saw rapid change. To give one example, when the pandemic hit, large numbers of members signed up as health and safety representatives to help ensure their workplace was safe. New reps required training, and the new risks of COVID meant that brand new courses had to be quickly written in days, not weeks. But social distancing meant that these courses had to be delivered online, often for the first time. One official told me it would have taken us over 2 years to build confidence and pilot that through our structures had it not been for COVID. The fact that we had to shut everything down meant we just had to do it, and the electric shock to the system is actually a benefit. Fourth, within unions, processes of experimentation, evaluation, and learning simultaneously took place. First, there was immediate and often experimental changes that were made to adapt to new circumstances. Second, iterative real-time evaluation of those changes took place. Experimentation led to further changes to help make those new processes and systems more effective. Third, there was reflection, particularly by senior leaders, that these adaptations would require longer-term evaluation if they're to lead to longer-term change. These processes of experimentation, evaluation, and learning, and the feedback loops between them, can be observed across all of the areas of union activity that I look at. Arising from these trends are a set of outcomes that are indicative of union renewal. They include rising membership. 118,000 members joined unions in 2020, the fourth consecutive annual rise. Unions also report higher numbers of workplace reps. Third, new ways of engaging with members are contributing to enhanced capacity. One general secretary told me, "We're not just meeting 20 people once a quarter in a room anymore. We can now consult online with 100 interested people or 1,000 interested people just before we start doing something, as we're doing something, and then afterwards. We might still use the same 20 people that we were getting together, but then I'll be the people who are coordinating our work." The study also found a high level of confidence and optimism within unions. 70% of survey respondents said that they believed their union was stronger now than before the pandemic. This was attributed to rising membership, to the breadth and speed of changes made by the union, and to the impact that the union was having to protect jobs and save lives. This confidence was emboldening and motivating some officials to push for further reform. So why does all this matter, and what lessons might we draw? Well, the findings demonstrate simply that unions can and are quickly reforming how they work, with a big shift towards online processes. I make that simple point because it challenges a narrative of decline and critics who argue that unions are too set in their ways to reform. The reforms invite new research into whether and how they will continue and into the decision-making processes behind them. Rising membership in an economic downturn also challenges existing literature, which argues that union membership is pro-cyclical, meaning that growth occurs when employment rises. In the UK in 2020, the opposite was true. As the paper shows, Some of that growth was down to changes that unions made to their recruitment and retention work. But the study also found that people joined unions because they wanted protection and because they saw how unions were protecting jobs. Which leads me to my final point. UK unions made a significant impact to protect jobs by lobbying and working with the government to design and agree the furlough scheme. Despite having no institutional role in policy making, the introduction of the furlough scheme showed how influential unions can be. At its peak, the state was paying the wages of nearly 9 million people, which prevented the mass spike in unemployment that was feared when the pandemic began. This influence and the speed of the movement's response to the pandemic were major contributing factors to the confidence and optimism within unions that the study found. It also suggests that there may be greater potential for new corporatist arrangements to be established than we might have assumed pre-pandemic, both in terms of the flexibility of existing institutions and greater willingness from government and unions to work together. This invites new research into the possibilities for new forms of social dialogue post-COVID. So to conclude, the findings demonstrate how unions adapted to meet some of the new challenges of the pandemic and how they are continuing to adapt in this moment of transition. This matters because if we're to have a human-centered, fairer recovery, then the voice of Labour will need to be heard. Further storm clouds lie ahead, but the last year provides some clues about how they may be met by unions. I'll be continuing to research these changes and would very much look forward to your feedback and questions. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Tom, for that very interesting paper. I mentioned separately to Tom about his paper, how nice it was to hear something so optimistic about the post-COVID future and the role and strength of unions. Are there any questions then for Tom? Oh, that's interesting. Thank you, from Louise. So this question is about the use of online tools and has that restricted the participation of some workers in unions? Older workers are mentioned, poorer workers.
It is possible, but one of the common trends that people reported to me was that actually the benefit of online tools, particularly, for example, meeting online in Zoom for branch meetings, was that some of the workers who have caring responsibilities, who wouldn't normally be able to come to perhaps evening meetings or meetings in a different part of the city, could actually attend for the first time. So, and there was also an emphasis that unions were embracing very kind of everyday tools that people were familiar with in order to get people involved. So WhatsApp was widely used on the basis that most people, if they have a smartphone, are familiar with using text messaging and WhatsApp. There was one union that spoke to me about how early on in the pandemic, they'd introduced for their meetings quite what they described as an all singing, all dancing, quite complicated platform, but no one knew how to use it. And they quickly ditched it in order to use Zoom because they found that that's what people knew how to use. So it is possible that some people were excluded, but I think the ways in which tech was used actually helped to involve more people than perhaps might have been assumed when people started to embrace digital tools.
Thanks, thank you, Tom. We have another question that's come up in the chat from Greg Bamber, who's asking about the renewal or revitalisation of unions and how you would, what indicators you would suggest would demonstrate that renewal.
Thanks for the question. Well, membership, I think, would be certainly one indicator that I'd use, and 118,000 members joined in the last year. But I think what's most significant about that is that that's the 4th consecutive annual increase and the highest increase of the 4 straight increases. Now, that's not to say that there have been some decreases. A significant amount of that increase was in the public sector, whereas there was a slight net decline in the private sector. I think the more interesting indicator of renewal that there isn't yet evidence that I've seen on is whether collective bargaining coverage will have increased over the past year, and perhaps in a year's time again, whether some of the reforms that are taking place now will lead to that. One of the things I'm interested in, Greg, is sort of the intangible nature of renewal. And that's why I highlighted the role that confidence and optimism within the movement can potentially play here, because there is a real sense that for the first time in perhaps a little while, unions felt that they were getting on the front foot, particularly in how they were able to influence the government and some employers. And so it's difficult to think whether that could be turned into a metric that would be an indicator that could be used for renewal. But I think it is significant to sort of place that in the context of renewal and think, does a more optimistic feeling amongst the movement encourage more reform? Because some of the indications from the people that I spoke to suggested that that may be the case.
Thank you. Thanks, Tom, for the presentation and for responding to those questions. We have another question, but I'm afraid we'll need to move on for the moment and hope we can come back to it. If we can turn then just for now to our final speaker, and it's my pleasure to welcome today Despoina Georgiou, who I think is with us, sharing slides. So Despoina is based at the Faculty of Law in the University of Cambridge in the UK, and she's going to speak today, as you can see, on digital platforms in the world of work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm sure you have heard a lot today about the significant impact the COVID-19 pandemic has had on the global labor market. In my paper, I focus on its impact on the so-called gig or platform economy. I'm sorry, the slides don't move. Is there an...
Oh, perhaps Alessandro or Nora, maybe check there whether the slides can move forward. You able to share them again?
I'll give it another go.
Okay.
Okay, great. So the lengthy lockdowns and the consequent increases in unemployment have boosted demand for platform services, leading to more people taking on platform work. Delivery services, for instance, were declared essential in most countries and expanded at an exponential rate. So in Spain, for example, supermarket delivery services rose by 103%, while courier and parcel delivery services went up by 78%. Similar upward trends were also detected in other countries such as India, Poland, Brazil, the US, and others. Apart from delivery services, an increase in online platform work was also detected in other sectors such as freelancing and software programming. Now, this recent rise in the number of platform workers has reignited the debate over the classification status and working conditions of the persons engaged in platform work. And as several authors point out, platforms nowadays are able to circumvent labor and social protection legislation by shifting the risks of running a business to workers. And indeed, under many modern day casual work arrangements, individuals are called upon to shoulder a number of financial and commercial risks. So first, several persons nowadays are required to bear human and material capital investment and maintenance costs. Research shows that casual workers are 47% less likely to receive training than their permanently employed counterparts. And so they have to invest in their own training in order not to see their skills become obsolete. Furthermore, they often have to invest in their own tools and equipment. So Uber drivers and other gig workers have to supply and maintain their own vehicle at a certain standard, usually set by the platform. And they also have to pay for their own petrol, insurance, tax, and potential leasing costs. Furthermore, many workers nowadays are often called upon to solve their payment-related risks. So under certain arrangements, principals not only determine the price for the provided services, but they also retain the right to unilaterally alter the worker's expected rate of return by retaining a larger commission. The most common way, however, firms pass down payment-related costs to workers is through the establishment of productivity-related models of compensation. So under these systems of payment, the worker is not compensated for his time and effort, but instead is paid according to his output. So if he works slowly or does a poor job, he might not even get compensated at all. Apart from transferring payment-related costs to workers, casual work arrangements are also used to elicit workers' undue time and effort. So almost 50% of on-demand workers report that they always have to stay on call in the case a work possibility arises. And the option to decline a task offer, albeit available in theory, is not really viable in practice. So platforms, for instance, such as Mturk and Uber are known to suspend workers who do not maintain a high acceptance rate. And even if one's account is not deactivated, there are other ways in which platforms can penalize workers. So algorithmic management can push individuals who decline task offers too often at the bottom of the option lists, meaning that they get less work and they get compensated less for it. Furthermore, by being so work intensive, these casual work arrangements worsen the individual's market position by hampering their ability to diversify their capital. So platform workers, for instance, often find themselves in a hold-up situation where the employer can monopolistically extract rent from their availability to work without them being able to actually enjoy the flexibility the work arrangement seemingly offers. And hold-up situations can further be precipitated by the introduction of cumbersome exclusivity and incompatibility clauses, the absence of transferable ratings between platforms, as well as the assumption of predatory loans individuals have to repay by working for the app that facilitated the lending. Finally, under some of these new casual work contracts, individuals are often called upon to shoulder health and safety risks. So now, in the European legal order, the mere fact that individuals assume business risks of this kind would automatically render them self-employed. And this is because in the EU, business risk assumption has been increasingly used by the European Court of Justice as an element that would point to the existence of an independent working relationship. A paradox, however, occurs. So even though these new self-employed assume many business risks that are traditionally characteristic to the self-employed status, they are in many ways unable to enjoy the advantages this status offers. And in fact, one of the main problems of our current employment practices that has been largely precipitated by the pandemic is exactly this one-sided shifting of risks from employers to workers in a way that the level of risk undertaking criterion has been rendered futile. In its 2021 work program, the Commission recognized that there's a growing uncertainty on a number of issues concerning platform work, including employment status. And on the 24th of February, it launched a first stage consultation of the social partners, announcing its intention to put forward a legislative initiative on platform work by the end of this year. So in my paper, I analyze possible approaches the Commission could take in an upcoming directive for platform work. One option is for the Commission to focus solely on the responsibilities of platforms towards the persons who provide services through their site or app, regardless of their employment status. So this way, the question of whether persons are workers or independent contractors is avoided altogether, and instead attention is paid to the rights of the persons who provide services through platforms. A second option would be for the Commission to introduce a classification test similar to the ABC test adopted by the Californian Supreme Court in Dynamax. Now, I don't have the time to go into details at the moment, but essentially, the ABC test would reverse the onus of proof by establishing a rebuttable presumption of employment status that would cover platform workers. Finally, the Commission could clarify the legal status of platform workers, and this can be done in two ways. So first, the Commission could provide a list of indicia national and European judges would have to take into account when classifying persons who provide services through platforms. And this is, for instance, the approach adopted by ILO in its recommendation 198. Or the Commission could propose the adoption of a broader EU worker definition that would cover platform workers as well as other persons engaged in casual forms of work. So what could this broader worker definition entail? Currently, to classify persons, the EU relies on the Laurie Bloom formula of subordination that essentially takes into account primarily elements of control. But as I said, the court has increasingly been paying attention to the criterion of business risk assumption. And as we've seen, the second criterion, the criterion of business risk assumption, is inefficient in classifying modern day workers, and hence a new criterion is needed that would precipitate the fairer mutualization of risks between the parties. So my proposal is that the EU would benefit from an alternative risk-related worker criterion that is based on the involuntary assumption of business risks measured by the inability of a person to spread his risks. Now, the rationale behind this conceptualization is the following. So when an individual has the ability to spread his business risks, because, for example, he can pass them on to clients through the mechanism of price, because he has significant capital, has employees of his own, or has multiple sources of income, then this individual comes to the negotiating table as an unconstrained and fully autonomous adult. And so in this instance, the person can decide what kind, quality, and amount of risks he wants to undertake, if any. By contrast, when a person does not have the ability to spread his business risks, because, for example, he has no capital, has made sunk or job-specific investments, has no employees of its own, no alternative sources of income, or has no control over the business strategy, then this person is not really in a position to make truly free choices. And so under these circumstances, the person finds, if you will, his back against the wall, because he has no other option but to accept whatever terms are being offered. And this is exactly the vulnerability of the person's position in these instances that I argue justifies a level of labor protection. So since the person cannot be said to have assumed these business risks voluntarily under these circumstances, the state has legitimate reason to interfere with the person's will, as that is expressed in the contract, and reclassify him as a de facto subordinate worker. So this way, those who can make free choices because they have the ability to spread their risks will continue to be able to choose their employment status as a self-employed person or a subordinate worker. By contrast, those who do not have the ability to choose freely their employment status because they are constrained in their choices by their inability to spread their business risks will be provided protection under EU labor and social legislation. So overall, acting alongside the criterion of control, this alternative risk-based criterion would allow for a broader EU worker definition, providing thus protection to a larger category of working persons. And to conclude, it is not yet clear which approach the Commission will follow in its proposal for a directive on platform work. And it remains to be seen whether the EU will succeed in introducing more worker protective legislation, or whether any such attempts will remain nothing more than a Sisyphean task. I have some references used in the slides. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Boyna, for sharing that very interesting work. So an enduring debate, as we know, within labour law, the scope of protection, one that's very significant, to which rights platform workers in particular would be entitled to. And thanks for sharing your important contribution, suggesting the criterion of involuntary assumption of business risks. We have a question in the comments here, which I suppose is about an alternate strategy and whether workers in platforms, do you think, can establish a union to make collective negotiations, something that's been prominent, I guess, in the UK?
This is definitely a big issue because it is very difficult for platform workers to unionize. There is not a particular workplace where these workers could meet. What I would say is the biggest problem in terms of unionization of platform workers is that there are issues in this area when it comes to constraints imposed by competition law. So in the EU, platform workers would be considered self-employed persons, and within the sphere of competition law, they would be considered undertakings. Their union, thus, would be considered an association of undertakings. And the only associations that are allowed to bargain collectively for the amelioration of their working conditions are associations of workers. So since persons who provide services through platforms will be considered undertakings, their union will not be able to bargain collectively for their rights. And so what we have here is very problematic because these people are not only excluded from EU labor and social protection legislation, but they're also not allowed because of competition law constraints to bargain collectively for their rights. Now, this year, the Commission has launched a first stage consultation. I think the first stage consultation has now ended, so they're entering second phase of the consultation on how to address issues concerning collective bargaining for the self-employed. And hopefully, by the end of the year, we'll have some development there as well.
Thank you, thanks. Any further questions? Platform work. Maybe I can ask you a little about the options that you outlined in the papers, which seem to be first a specific allocation of responsibilities perhaps sidestepping the protective status question, a presumption of protected status, and then a clarification through the use of a range of criteria that were explicitly identified in, say, a piece of legislation. I just wondered whether you've concluded yet, perhaps not, which you found most promising and how you think your model of the involuntary assumption of business risks fits with them.
Thank you. So I think all three choices are great choices to move forward. If I have to make an assessment, the first option about having a platform work directive that does not define worker status would solve some issues, because that's a very thorny question within labor law. And so sidestepping it would allow rights to be accorded to workers without having to deal with that for a second. However, I think this question of employment status cannot be avoided altogether. And so we need more clarity in terms of who is a worker and who's a self-employed person, not just for platform workers, but other casual types of workers that are also increasing in numbers these days. In terms of the second choice, the ABC test, I think this is a great option. However, in the EU, whereas in the US, and particularly in California, they were able to adopt such a test because that was there in their case law. In the European case law, we don't currently follow this approach. This has not been anywhere in any of the judgments of the European Court of Justice. And so if the Commission adopts such a test, that would be great, but it would be very interesting and kind of problematic to see how the court will deal with such a new test. The third option, to clarify employment status, I think is the most viable option. And obviously a list of indicia could work well, but the problem is with platform workers that some of these indicia are there and some are not. So again, these persons are kind of in between. And so the indicia without some guidance on how to actually adjudicate the case will only get us so far. The test that I'm suggesting, I think that would allow for a broader EU worker definition, and it is still based on the concept of risk. So it is still based on case law in a sense, but it just takes a slightly alternate focus. So it wouldn't be a huge leap for the European Court of Justice to adopt this test, because it's already based on something that is there, but the focus is slightly altered.
Oh, thank you, Despoina. That's very helpful. I would hope to come back to some of the questions that we had been sent in the chat, but I'm afraid, given the questions, we're now out of time. So I hope you will pursue them individually with the presenters. So that leaves me to warmly thank all of our panelists, Sylvia, Fernanda, Tom, Despoina, for really fantastic presentations, and I wish you all the best with these papers, and hope that you'll join us in future again to update us on the progress in your research. Thank you, everyone, and to our attendees. So we have a 15-minute break now until around 2:30, and we will return here for a session on labour governance in supply chains. So it's also going to be a fascinating session. I hope I'll see you there. Thank you.
great. Welcome to everybody attending this 5th session of the Regulating for Decent Work conference. We are very excited to be here virtually with all of you and with this very distinguished panel. The session title is The Continuing Evolution of Labor Governance in Global Supply Chains. My name is Arianna Rossi. I work at the ILO for the Better Work program, which is one of the programs working in global supply chains. So this topic is very interesting and dear to my heart. And I have the privilege of chairing today and also hopefully finding some time for my own questions and comments later today. But I really look forward to facilitating a vibrant question and answers later today. Just a little bit of housekeeping, even though you've been following probably other sessions, so this will not be new. This session is being recorded. The recording will be available on the ILO website shortly after the conference is over. I would encourage you to use the chat box to pose questions to the panelists or comments. And together with Deirdre, who is here also helping us facilitating the discussion, we'll make sure to draw the attention of the panelists to those questions as the presentations are over. Finally, I think in this session, we have a kind of a leisurely pace compared to others because we have 3 papers instead of 4, which will allow, I think the panelists are very grateful for this because it will give them 20 minutes each for the presentations. And then we will have still quite a nice time to have our discussion later today. So we will follow the conference program and start with the paper entitled The Impact of the COVID-19 Pandemic on Garment Workers and 3 Labor Governance Mechanisms for Addressing Decent Work Deficits. And this is a paper by Mark Anner. He's here. Hi, Mark. Mark is very well known, I think, in this group, but his short bio is he's a professor of labor and employment relations at Penn State University. His current research examines how pricing and other sourcing dynamics in garment global supply chains affect working conditions and worker rights. So without further ado, Mark, the floor is yours. I will be sending you perhaps comments on timekeeping in the chat if needed. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Arianna. It's a real pleasure to be here, to be with this group. Thank you for all of you who are doing this incredible work organizing this. Let me see about if I can screen share. How is that? Is that coming out okay?
Great.
You see the full slides? Okay.
Yeah.
So Arianna, mentioned the title. I just want to emphasize that a considerable part of this work is forthcoming in a special issue that Arianna is co-editing with Gary Gireffi and Postuma, and that's listed there at the bottom, and that's the paper that I uploaded. So what I want to do today, though, in the time I have, is really bring in 2 different parts of my work because they really complement each other. So when COVID hit and really dramatically impacted garment global supply chains globally, I worked with some colleagues. We put out a report on that initial impact called Abandon. That was in late March 2020. And it was followed by a second report sort of looking at ongoing trends for sourcing and the impact on workers called Leveraging Desperation. And that sort of helps inform this paper that I did. And that paper is called 3 Labor Governance Mechanisms for Addressing Decent Work Deficits in Global Value Chains. And that paper, again, I uploaded that, and that's forthcoming in that special issue. So this is sort of my main findings and argument, and then I'll walk through those 2 parts. The first is that the business response to the COVID-19 pandemic reveals 2 trends, and one I would suggest we find confirmation of extreme power imbalances between buyers and suppliers, and between suppliers and workers. And from the buyers to supplier side, this is manifested through these abrupt order cancellations, which I'll talk about. And secondly, I would say that once again reveals the limitations of voluntary CSR programs to mitigate human rights harm during a crisis. And here, just to give you one example, a lot of these protocols had programs had sort of responsible exit protocols, and these abrupt order cancellations were really the opposite of that. So going forward, what I'm suggesting here is we need labor governance mechanisms that will address these power imbalances. And here's though the important part of this argument is that this is not a one-size-fits-all governance solution. Rather, variations will depend on the structure of the global supply chain. In this case, I hold that constant for the garment sector, and national employment relations regimes, which I'll explain. So part one, the impact of the business response to COVID and workers, and impact on the suppliers as well. It really starts there. What we know, and this is that first report I did, that retailers and brands responded to COVID-19 using force majeure clause, act of God clauses to cancel what we estimate to be $40 billion in orders, mostly without paying. And these were orders that I should emphasize, these are orders that are in process. Some of the orders are actually on being shipped. They already had left the country and were being shipped, and they were being canceled without payment. And for those, of course, that know the industry well, the suppliers really work on, the production is on their, at their expense. They have to borrow money to buy the fabric, to buy the threads, to buy the material, make the garment, sew it together, package it, and then have it shipped. And at that point, usually 30 to 60 days out, they would be paid. So this was a horrific crisis for these buyers. When I said mostly without paying, we did the survey of Bangladeshi suppliers. 91% said their orders were canceled without paying. Now, the impact on workers, we asked in the survey we did, again, this isn't focusing on Bangladesh, were workers sent home without furlough pay, temporarily dismissed. Just over 72% were sent home without pay. For those who were permanently dismissed, we asked if they got severance, and I should add, both cases, these are violations of laws. Just over 80% were sent home without severance pay. And we estimate that approximately, in the case of Bangladesh, 1 million workers, one way or another, were adversely affected. And of course, these are mostly young women workers. Many are internal migrants coming in from the villages. So very vulnerable sector of the population. Many of them, due to their low wages, not only did not have savings, but many of them were already in debt, with the local store, rent, and different things when this hit. So the impact was really quite devastating. The situation as of June 2020, when we did some follow-up research, of the 40 billion in canceled orders, and I should emphasize, a very vibrant social movement emerged. The media was, very active in this. The suppliers themselves, I think, much to the surprise of the buyers, the suppliers were very outspoken. I think the buyers expected them to keep quiet, don't complain, you might not get future orders, and so on. But the crisis was so severe, they spoke out. So by June 2020, we estimated at least 22 billion had been paid up. And the article here shows when Inditex, the Zara parent company, made its decision to pay up. So trends since June 2020, we see an increased squeeze on prices. I'm going to go through this. A drop in order volume with some exceptions. There are certain products that sort of was a spike in demand. Small orders with greater speed to market demand. So what we're seeing and hearing and getting through the surveys is that the buyers don't quite know what the demand is going to be. So rather than, let's say, place an order for 100,000 units and give a several months production cycle, they'll say 20,000 units, do it quickly, 20,000 units, do it quickly, let's see if it sells. So this is placing a lot of intensity on the suppliers and their workers, and delays in payments, and I'll go through this as well. So here's the decline in price, and actually it's interesting because I did the survey of the suppliers, and here I should say, in the second survey, it wasn't just Bangladeshi suppliers. There were suppliers from all over the world, mostly Bangladeshi suppliers, but there were a lot from Africa, Latin America, and elsewhere. And the survey showed about a 13% decline. I then looked at, 12.1% decline. I then looked at trade data, and this is for the US, and I find pre-pandemic, July 2019, the average price paid per unit, and July 2020, 1 year later, a 13% squeeze down on price. And in the survey, when I did it, the way I worded it is, what do you pay for the exact same product that compared to what you were paid 1 year for that same product? And just to put this in a point of comparison, when I did very long time series data on this price squeeze, the blue bar is the nominal trend. So even going back to 1989, we see this decline in nominal dollars, not taking into consideration inflation. When we take into consideration inflation, we see a 67% decline. But when we break this down over time, year by year, what we see is the price squeeze I've been talking about and documenting for these years has been on average 2 to 3% per year. So when you go back to this, a 13% squeeze is really very dramatic. In terms of payment terms, we're seeing this documented to this day. The survey was done last fall, but on average, pre-pandemic, suppliers were being paid 43 days out. They're now being paid 77 days out. And you see the blue is 2019, the orange is 2020, and you just see a lot were paid 30 days out, 45, 60. That whole graph shifts to the right. In terms of employment levels, 62% of factories surveyed said they decreased their employment. We estimated, looking at overall numbers through that survey, there's a 10% decline in employment, so outright dismissal. But other impacts on workers, we're seeing reduced hours of work, obviously increase in health and safety concerns. And we see this right now in Bangladesh, where garment workers have been declared essential workers. In Bangladesh, from following the news, it's what happened to India is really starting to happen in Bangladesh. It's really incredibly dramatic situation, but the garment factories are being kept open. Increase in short time work contracts. We're hearing, talking to workers were on long-term contracts were being dismissed and rehired as those orders fluctuate up and down. They're being brought back in on short-term contracts, so they're not being registered as unemployed, but they're facing these increased precarious conditions. And finally, in a couple of reports actually came up with the same finding, rising level of malnutrition. Again, here focusing on Bangladesh, 77% saying they struggle to feed their families. Okay, so from that, where do we go from here? What are the governance mechanisms that might address this? And this is a bigger project of mine. It's looking, of course, taking into consideration COVID, but really looking at some very long-term trends. For this piece of my work, I built very heavily on a paper written by Jarefi and Lee, 2016. In that paper, they outlined 3 categories and 6 trajectories for social upgrading. So they refer to social governance, public governance, and private governance. They divide social governance into multi-stakeholder initiatives and separately labor-centered initiatives. Public governance stays as public governance in their framework. And private governance is market-driven, market forces, markets are self-correcting and so on. CSR-driven, again, unilateral corporate social responsibility, not the participation of civil society. And clustered center, which is really the local business association. So we've been talking about Bangladesh, this would be like the BGMEA, the Bangladeshi Garment Manufacturing Association. What I'm suggesting, building on this, is that the 3, given those power imbalances, and in garments, right, their argument is broader for all sorts of supply chains. My focus is on garments. I'm saying, okay, social governments, got it, multi-stakeholder, got it. I'm arguing there's a particular type of multi-stakeholder trajectory for social upgrading that I think is most effective. I'll explain this in a second. I refer to it as multi-actor global binding agreements, GBAs. Secondly, for labor-centered, I'm here referring to, yeah, that I agree very much so, a mechanism of encompassing collective bargaining agreements, which I'll explain. And public governance, certainly the COVID pandemic highlights the importance of social protection and also labor reform. I'm suggesting that these three private government mechanisms are less effective trajectories for sustained decent work because they are unable to address power asymmetries in this sourcing squeeze I document. So this part of my work builds on some prior work and is actually an ongoing project for me. And this is where I get to what I mentioned early on in the beginning of the presentation. This is not a one-size-fits-all governance solution. It depends, and I'm saying three things, but I'm controlling for one, the global value chain governance. So what I'm suggesting here for garments would have maybe different characteristics in, I don't know, heavy industry, perhaps in agriculture, and so on. But for garments, if we hold that constant, the second variable to look at is what I call the labor control regime, which is sort of the national labor relations system. And here I bring three cases which I follow through and look at these patterns. So in Vietnam, I say there's a state labor control, the Communist Party control over labor organizations. Bangladesh, I'm suggesting this despotic labor market control, sort of the fear of unemployment contributing to labor control. And Honduras and in Central America in general, a long history of very repressive employer labor market control. So if you will, it's state, market, and employers. From that, I then argue that these forms of labor control shape patterns of worker resistance and different types of leverage that might be used. The state labor control system is conducive, I argue, to wildcat strike waves. The official unions are influenced by the state and the party, so it's outside that official union structure, but also free trade agreements leverage come into the story, which I'll explain. In Bangladesh, this sort of despotic labor market control leads to labor mobilization and so on because of the conditions, but it tends to be more fragmented. And then the role of sort of outside-in transnational power comes in, which I'll explain more of. Honduras is a more of a balanced story. You have very dynamic local organizing, and it's complemented by international leverage, which I'll explain. So from these, I'm arguing in the state labor controlled system, it's going to be public governance, at least as the first major step for labor governance, which I'll explain. And here we see patterns now emerging of social protection and labor reform, very tenuous, I'll emphasize. In the case of Bangladesh, given this and the role of the international component, I argue this is where we see the role for multi-actor global binding agreements. And lastly, in Honduras, given the strength of labor complemented with international pressure, we get encompassing collective bargaining agreements. So I'll go through these three one by one, and then I'll conclude. So in the case of public governance in Vietnam, I mentioned the state labor control, the resistance, massive wildcat strikes. Many of these I should emphasize in the garment sector are led by women, followed by the FTA leverage. I would argue the strikes themselves put the issue on the table, and then the US initially and followed by the EU began to look at changes they would like to see and leverage that through these free trade agreement bargaining. So what was the governance outcome in this case? Well, the government in Vietnam tried to stay ahead of the strike wave, and we start to see more systematic increases in the minimum wage. So there's a public governance outcome responding to the strike wave. There were some very, very powerful large strikes around the government's attempts to change the pension system. And that strike wave forced the government to revise its pension system. And I should say that the demands were very much focused on women workers and their life cycles, the way they were going to reform the system, where you got your pension at the very end of your career, more significantly adversely affected women, and they led those strikes. So another public governance outcome. And lastly, we see the free trade agreement leverage. It starts in a bit with the US and what it was doing when it was negotiating the Trans-Pacific Partnership. The EU pressure comes in to ratify ILO Convention 98, later 87, and allow for worker representative organizations, which are outside the official trade union structure. Those organizations were allowed to exist as of January 1 this year. So another labor public governance outcome, state labor reform in this case. In the case of Bangladesh, I mentioned this, the context, the response, the mobilizing, the international pressure, symbolic power following Rana Plaza, technical power, the power of having very well articulated institutional proposals. Obviously, in this case, the Bangladesh Accord. We get this accord, and I'm referring to this as a multi-actor global binding agreement. I spent a lot of time, Ariana knows too, I changed terms back and forth. This is, in my part, it's a deliberate attempt to sort of play with global framework agreements and have global binding agreements. I'm suggesting that we need to move from sort of these broad frameworks to something that's more binding, so replacing framework with binding, but also very importantly, they're multi-actor, and multi-actor, different than global framework agreements, usually one corporation and one global union federation. So multi-actor on both sides, multiple corporations, and multiple social actors. In case of the Accord, 2 global union federations, 6 to 8 local unions, and 4 broader civil society organizations as witness signatories. So we get this binding agreements, 218 brands, I mentioned that. Okay. Just looking at the time, so I'm going a little quickly. Lastly, we get the case of Honduras, repressive employer control, one of the most violent countries in the world. Resistance, very dynamic local organizing and transnational campaigns. In this case, focusing on Fruit of the Loom, FOL, and its investors. A very interesting campaign. I always feel like we need to get up the supply chain beyond the buyers and look at those investors. And they do that in this case. Women, again, very involved in this campaign. The outcome is this. So you start off with some sort of framework agreement between the unions and the Fruit of the Loom company. But that framework agreement is really designed to encourage collective bargaining. And you get this encompassing collective bargaining agreement. It expands to other brands, Guild and Hanes, perhaps now Tegra and the Nike example. And after 10 years, we're going from 500 to 50,000 organized workers covered by these encompassing collective bargaining agreements. Lastly, I'll say these 3 things interact. Don't have time to talk about that, but I'll end there due to time. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mark, for keeping the time. It's such a very wide-ranging topic and so rich empirically that it's really quite challenging. So thanks a lot. And I'm sure it will generate a lot of questions in the Q&A time just later on. We will move now to the second paper by Helena Greff and Gail Raj-Reichert, Resellers as Intermediaries Implementing Social Standards in Public Procurement, Reconceptualizing Public Governance in the Electronics Industry Global Production Network. I understand that both presenters are kind of sharing the load today. Helena Greff is a guest researcher at the Berlin Social Science Center, working with global production networks and the 2 labor governance mechanisms, socially responsible public procurement and labor provisions in EU trade agreements. Gail Raj-Reichert is the principal investigator of the DFG-funded project Labor Governance in Global Production Networks, assessing labor standards in a new generation of public procurement legislation and trade agreements linked to market access into the European Union. Her research focused on concerns public and private labor governance in the electronics industry global production network, with a focus on East and Southeast Asia. Who is starting? Helena,
yeah,
the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for this introduction. So, okay, perfect. Yeah, thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you for having us. I think I can speak on behalf of Gail, Radreichert, and me that we are really excited to be here at this conference and in this panel. And yes, our topic, our research is on resellers as intermediaries implicated in socially responsible public procurement and how this reconceptualizes labor governance and global protection networks. So in the last decade, we have seen a rise in public governance mechanisms to improve working conditions in GPNs and global protection networks, especially as opposed to private initiatives or private governance mechanisms, a topic Marc-Anna has also referred to. Global supply chain regulations have come into existence on one side. So the US Dodd-Frank Act or the UK Modern Slavery Act, but also there's more activity on the European level, so the French duty of diligence law, Dutch child labor due diligence law, and the German Lieferkette global supply chain regulation most recently. And second, public procurement regulation have come into existence more as well. And these allow for working condition standards in global supply chains, which is basically socially responsible public procurement. And in this regard, the revised EU directives on public procurement in 2014 were key. So our research also focuses on the electronics industry, and public procurement tenders for electronics are often won or increasingly won by so-called resellers. Resellers are firms that buy products or final manufactured products, hardware and software, and package them with services. So installation, repair, maintenance, consultation on IT, architecture and infrastructure, to sell these to final B2B customers, including the public sector. So resellers' engagement in the public procurement market has become especially strong since the late 2000s. And they have acquired or disposed now of specialized knowledge and capabilities for regulatory requirements of public tenders and expertise in national procurement procedures and operating languages. So you can still see a really regional concentration in this market. And their expertise and knowledge also goes beyond what brand firms or lead firms know about this market. Another important aspect are the multi-year procurement contracts, because demand is in general more stable and longer termed. And it also comes with longer term relationships between, in our case, the resellers as the primary contract holder and public customers. And now these resellers as the primary contract holders increasingly face social responsibility criteria or requirements through these procurement contracts. And especially for electronics, as these are also considered as high risk for labor violations and global protections, even by public procurement authorities. Yeah, so there have been also some learnings from the COVID-19 pandemic. The public procurement market is less sensitive to economic cycles. So in 2020, companies which are customers in the public and the private market could outbalance losses in the private B2B business, for example, in the automobile industry, with their operations in the public sector. So the public procurement market proved to be really a lucrative business for resellers during the pandemic, and for some even like the most profitable year. So this shows the importance of the public sector as an economic actor and how they can contribute to a socially responsible COVID-19 recovery. This requires two processes or aspects, actions. So first, the creation of a market that relies on short-term purchases needs to be reversed, as this leads to pressures on workers in lower tiers of global supply chains. And a constant learning and adjusted requirements in the tenders on working conditions. So constant increase, improvement, and adjustment to new occurrences. So given this background, this context, we addressed two research questions. So who are the resellers and how do they reconfigure our understanding of the electronics industry global production networks in its final stages of consumption for the public market? And second, how do these resellers ensure compliance of working condition criteria as part of the public procurement contracts and GPNs? Our research is mainly informed by interviews with key respondents in Sweden and Germany in 2019 and 2021. So with public procurement authorities, civil society organizations, and resellers themselves. So labor governance research in global value chains tend to focus on maybe lead firms, brand firms, etc. But there are also intermediaries, firm intermediaries or non-firm intermediaries. And these resellers are an intermediary firm actor. So according to Cohen Young, they bridge and connect different actors in global production networks and can be power brokers between these actors. And they can shape the configuration of governance at the intersection of multiple networks. They are also sometimes referred to as value-added resellers in business-to-business relationships, due to that service component that they add to that packaged service that they sell. So the extra services are their value creation strategy. Brand firms use these resellers to access niche markets, such as the public sector, and reduce the cost of managing these niche sectors. And therefore, or through them, brand firms receive large volume public procurement purchases. Resellers, on the other hand, transmit customer and market information to brands. So for example, also demands and social criteria. On the other side, institutional customers rely on resellers for large packaged products and services as one-stop solution, and remove the need and also like cost of having IT departments and personnel in-house themselves within public authorities. So the resellers find themselves positioned as an intermediary in the final stages, consumption stage of the public procurement market. And buying the products and selling them to the public sector can happen in can occur in two models. So first via the single stage model, so directly from the brand firm, or in a double stage model or two-tier model, distributed via a distributor. And you can see that the supply chain really starts then with the brand firms. So now I'm handing over to my colleague Gerhard Schreichert for our findings and analysis.
I have to unmute myself. Is the screen there? Are the slides being shown? Okay. Okay, great. Thank you, Helena. So just this handover so that I can present to you our actual analysis based on the case studies that we've been focusing on to kind of understand where resellers are in terms of furthering socially responsible public procurement. And we've chosen two very large resellers and to understand their experiences as in a way for front runners in terms of the reseller industry. So by all means, these two companies that I'm going to be talking about are not the norm. They're very much the outlier, but it's really interesting to take a look at how these sort of resellers are entering corporate social responsibility and being on the receiving end of a public governance mechanism. So the two companies, the first of these two companies is called Atea ASA, a company you've never heard of. It's not a brand company. It's based in Norway. Very large in terms of revenue, 4 billion euros was recorded last year. And as Helena mentioned, the COVID-19 pandemic has provided like a boom year in terms of revenues for resellers because they are so concentrated in the public procurement market. So in the last 5 years, 2020 was their highest revenue earning year. And also, as Helena said, there is a regional concentration to these firms. Largely, it is based on sort of understanding the national regulations, but also in terms of language, because public procurement tenders are written in the language of the country. So you see Atea, for example, being very focused on the Scandinavian region, but also the Baltic states, and Sweden makes up its largest public customer market. In terms of total revenue, it's clear that Atea does depend on its public customers for a good size of its revenue, making up 60% of its total revenue last year. And I think what's notable about both of these companies, I'll get to the next one in a second, is that they are latecomers to being confronted with demands for labor governance obligations. So for Atea, the first CSR department opened in 2014. In 2016, they joined the industry CSR group called Responsible Business Alliance, and are quite active in it. And if they kind of receive all these accolades of being at the forefront of corporate social responsibility. And so when we were looking into kind of the drivers around this, it's quite clear that it does involve a public scandal, as it always does. And the story here is really a public scandal that or a public expose reporting that came out of an NGO called Danwatch, which did sort of investigative journalism and found that computers or Dell products that were being purchased by the Stockholm region were being made by suppliers in China that had labor violations. I think it included child labor, but other forms of poor working conditions. And this really rose the public scandal because it involved using taxpayer money. There was a TV show about it, etc. And the one sort of important aspect that came out of this was that the Stockholm region took this very seriously and pressed both Dell, its suppliers, but also Atea, because Atea was the reseller that sold the Dell products to the Stockholm region to do something about it. I'll come back to this in the next slide to say a little bit more about the drivers. The second company that we're focusing on is a German company called Bechtle. It's also another massive company, 5.8 billion euros in revenue recorded last year, which was an 8% increase from the year before. It is based in Germany, which is also its largest market. And again, it is serving German-speaking markets such as Austria and Switzerland mainly. Its public sector revenue is 33%. And again, it also started engaging in CSR around the same time as Atea. It has its own supplier code of conduct, and last year part of its exercise was aligning it with this Responsible Business Alliance industry code of conduct. And last year or this year, they started their first sustainability officer position. And the story behind Bechtle as being the driver behind Bechtle is slightly different from Atea, but does involve pressure or public customer demand, particularly from a large public customer called Dataport, which procures IT products for several German federal states. And Dataport has been on the receiving end of sort of constant NGO pressure to do more on socially responsible public procurement for many years. So I just want to say kind of just very quickly around the drivers, because it's important to understand, like why do these intermediary firms come into contact with these pressures? They're different from brand firms, but they are being indirectly affected. For example, that case of Stockholm and being in this very public scandal, and then these resellers are being implicated as a result of these external pressures. So it is an actor to pay attention to, and also because they are the ones on the receiving end of the legal and contractual obligations to comply with social criteria on working conditions in global production networks. And the final point, and we'll come back to this again, is that it does depend, of course, on whether public customers are taking it this seriously, whether they actually have the willingness to do something around socially responsible public procurement, and whether NGOs are actually supporting them or pushing them towards doing more in this public governance mechanism. So what we're trying to figure out or trying to understand in our analysis is it kind of comes back to kind of, know, what Mark was bringing up in his presentation is about the power relationships that the reseller has between these two actors that it's straddling. So they are selling to public customers who are demanding through contractual and legal obligations in their contracts criteria on working conditions, which are being applied, which would apply to suppliers in global supply chains. But then they have a buyer or customer role with brand firms. So the resellers, as an intermediary, they are functioning as a mediator. And the question is, which role do they play? And we would like to make our contribution by trying to understand that there is possibly two functions of their mediator role, and it depends on, you know, where this dependency flows towards more. Are resellers more dependent on public customers? Or brand firm, or are they also dependent on brand firms, or vice versa? And in the next slide, we'll break down a few factors for this, but to just say that, you know, kind of to put it a bit crudely, but just to understand that resellers can do two things. They can actually help with meeting socially responsible public procurement objectives by being a transmitter of public customer demands down to brand firms. Or on the other hand, they can actually be a gatekeeper and transmitting resistance and limits that they receive from their brand firms up to public customers. And here we'd just like to present a few factors that we think set the context. Of course, nothing is black and white, and these different factors intermingle. But what we've found in our analysis is that you know, in order for resellers to play a transmitter role, their dependency on public customers becomes important. So Atea has Sweden as its largest market. Stockholm is a very important customer, and one can conclude that they responded to Stockholm's demands to do more in terms of working conditions in the supply chain. And Atea continues to get contracts from Stockholm, and it is one of the, as I said earlier, like on the forefront of the reseller industry and being very engaged in this space. Public customer dependency can also come into play, particularly when we want to think of the gatekeeper role that resellers might play. And this would be in the context of, for example, a public customer putting out a tender and really having no bids, or having only one bid. And that bid is by, you know, a reseller or even a brand that can't really meet the social criteria condition. So that could be also something that becomes important in understanding the role of the reseller. Public customer commitment, I think I've already said quite a bit about this, is, you know, whether a public customer actually wants to do something on socially responsible public procurement is important to consider. And we should say that in the grand scheme of things, socially responsible public procurement is still a very activity around that by public customers is still very low in the EU. So Stockholm is also a front runner in that regard. Brand dependency on resellers can also play an important role. Do brands really need public customers, need the public sector for their sales? Can they be resistant and push back and say, we don't really need to sell to Stockholm, you can go somewhere else with your contract or your bid to meet these standards, is also something to think about. But of course, we also these sort of sales volume and revenue story is always attached to reputational risk. And so in terms of that case of Dell and Stockholm, it clearly was a major scandal for Dell, because it was part of a scandal that involved the use of taxpayer money that resulted in an investigation where their suppliers were violating labor conditions. So at the end, to kind of put this all together, these different factors together, one would just come to understand are resellers in the business of transmitting information from the public customers down to the brands, or are they in reverse order, actually transmitting the limits or the lack of what is in the industry called industry maturity to meet these public customer demands for socially responsible public procurement would be where we would want to conclude in terms of the transmitter or the gatekeeper role. So I'll just conclude now in our final slide, just a recap on what has been presented. Resellers are an intermediary firm actor. They're not relatively new in the industry, but they're relatively new in terms of being implicated in labor governance and in this particular type of public governance mechanism, which is tied to public procurement. And as we've presented, we see two potential roles that resellers can play as a mediator, either helping as a transmitter or hurting as a gatekeeper. And this depends on the direction of dependency in these triadic relationships, which means, getting into the detail, into the granularity of understanding the relationships that a particular reseller has with a particular type of public customer and a particular type of brand that it's purchasing from. And finally, the implications for COVID-19. It couldn't be more important than it is now. We do know that public procurement activity was increased by a lot last year with the purchasing of PPE, and that workers in these lower ends of global supply chains were being asked to work really fast under unsafe conditions, and there were instances, for example, of forced labor in the purchasing of rubber gloves in Malaysia, etc. And what we've heard from our interviews from respondents was that audits that are normally conducted were paused last year because it was such a crisis situation. And this just presents a risky trade-off between emergency procurement and social responsibility. So in light of the COVID-19 recovery, paying attention to being socially responsible in public procurement is going to be more important than ever. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for this really interesting study. I have a lot of questions, but I will hold them for later, and I encourage all of you to use the chat box for the questions that you have during the presentations. We will now move to the final paper in our session. It is titled "How the Past of Outsourcing and Offshoring is the Future of a Post-Pandemic Employment Relations, Bargaining Power, Work Restructuring, and the New Equilibrium." This is a paper by Chris Erickson and Peter Norlander. Chris Erickson is a professor of management at the UCLA Anderson School and senior associate vice provost and director of the UCLA International Institute. He studies various aspects of industrial relations in the local, national, and world economies. Peter Norlander is a PhD and is an assistant professor of management at the Loyola University Chicago Quinlan School of Business. His research interests include outsourcing and offshoring, the international migration of guest workers, and the gig economy. I see you're both here. Welcome. I don't know who of you will start, but the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope you can see the slides, and very nice to be here. Good afternoon. My name is Pete Norlander, and as you can see, we have changed our title. I'm delighted to be here with Professor Erickson. I've also changed my title, so I, as of July 1st, I'm an associate professor, and I'm looking forward to telling you about our research today. So this paper is currently a theoretical idea, and we are working in tandem on empirical operationalizations of some of the ideas in here, but I want to convey three things in the talk today. First, really, what do these things have in common? These are all alternatives to the traditional form of work organization where you have workers in an office or a factory inside of a country, with offshoring or outsourcing and remote work, you have some alternatives to this, but can they be linked in a common framework? That's one thing we'd like to tackle with a typology. Second, how does technology shape the organization of work? And that is where we have a model to illustrate maybe how it is that remote work, while being technologically feasible for a long period before the COVID-19 pandemic, was not really adopted until urgent circumstances required it. And third, what lessons offshoring, and this is in the title, offshoring and outsourcing offer for the future of post-pandemic work. So with this being said, let me begin and start with a typology of work arrangement. So can we link and understand the emerging forms of organization of work through a common framework? And so we put offshoring and outsourcing in our title, but as we were thinking about it, we realized, there's remote work, as we saw during the pandemic, globally distributed platform work, and virtual companies emerging where there's no headquarters and workers are distributed, employees are distributed around the world. And we started with something you may have seen 15 or 20 years ago. And these are the 4 quadrants of outsourcing and offshoring. So researchers and analysts have done this type of understanding of offshoring and outsourcing as being a product of whether a task can be done offshore and whether a task can be done by another organization. So you see these 4 quadrants emerging from this, that in addition to the traditional workplace in an office or in a factory where employees within a country go into that work location, you see on-site outsourcing where, for example, the work is separated for, let's say the janitors at an office building are now no longer employees of the organization that owns the office building and runs the organization, but instead a subcontractor relationship comes in. In addition, captive on-site offshoring, where a company moves their operations to a different country and has production either in knowledge services or in goods being done in a different country, usually at a lower cost. And then there's offshore outsourcing, in which a organization, and we've heard a lot today and in global value chains, we see this where organizations are purchasing from abroad, from a different company. And I want to just point out that there's a tacit assumption in a lot of in this earlier framework, which is that the work would still be done on the premises, the physical premises of either the outsourced company or the offshore the organization would move work offshore, but still have workers come on premises. These developments emerged as a result of information and communication technology in many respects. So we have the intensified ability to control work outside of an organizational boundary or outside of a geographical boundary emerging out of information technology. And what we want to show you is if you start thinking whether work can be done off premises, you might actually be able to see how the link exists between offshoring, outsourcing, and remote work. So in this slide, what you can see is that we've added a yes to the off premises, and we've gone from 4 quadrants of non-traditional work to 8 quadrants. So in addition to the 4 quadrants earlier, I'll just walk through briefly the new types of configurations that can emerge. So the remote workplace, we saw this a lot during the pandemic, during COVID. Workers who had been in an office were now required to work off premises, and they remain for the large part employees. This was kind of the emergency circumstances of the pandemic, and it's still obviously happening now. In remote outsourcing, we had seen this prior to the pandemic, but you can think of a domestic call center that has hired a number of remote employees who are working in their home offices or outside of any central facility. With virtual companies, we've heard about this in the idea of the vanishing American corporation by Jerry Davis and other research that talks about companies that now really, they may have a post office box and a headquarters on paper, but they don't have offices, they have employees spread around the globe, and they are virtual in a large degree. And then globally distributed platform work. So this is where we're answering yes to all of these questions, that the task is being done by another organization without employees, and it's being done off premises, and it's being done globally or in any location. So we think of Gigster or Upwork. These are for IT services, often for programming services and other types of knowledge services, where you can go online and hire an independent contractor through this intermediary organization that treats the workers as independent contractors, and they could be anywhere in the world. So we believe that this typology can connect the new forms of work organization, including remote workplaces, to older forms of work organization that had been perceived as non-traditional and alternative. And we think that these three questions arise really because of changes in the technological environment. It was not perhaps once possible for work to be done by another organization in another location, off premises or offshore, without the advent of some of the communication technologies such as the wonderful Zoom that we're on today. So let me next present our model, and we want to really tackle the question of why it took so long in some cases, for example, for remote work to take off. In the United States, there was irregular surveying before the COVID-19 pandemic, but the Bureau of Labor Statistics in 2004 found that only about 2.5% of workers could work remotely. And there's Pew survey data that suggests it was around 8%, and it was a rather rarefied elite prior to COVID that could actually work from home. But in May 2020, we saw that 38% of workers in the United States were working from home for at least one day in the last period surveyed in the last month. Now that has come down to 18% a year later in May 2021, but there's certainly been a huge increase in the amount of work being done off premises. And what we want to show in our next model is how is it that technology is transforming the workplace? And what we want to propose is that technology is more of a proximate cause rather than the determining factor in how the organization of the workplace emerges. So we want to understand work organization as it is a ever-evolving institutionalized social order. So it's changing constantly, and it's embedded in social relationships and laws and rules in the workplace. So we think of the organization of work in many ways as a social contract at a particular workplace or at a particular national level. And it's the understanding that workers, managers, capital, and everyone has about what the rules are, who does what is owed to people, and who has authority under the rules, and how new rules can be established. So we think that technology is going to impact the work of organization. We have to explain then how the process works to change people's understandings of what they do. So very simple example, a worker who's going to be working from home 2 days a week post-COVID, let's say, will need to work out an understanding with their team, with their manager, with themselves in a non-union setting without that type of formal structure, but it has to be an evolving understanding of what is expected of each party. So we're going to talk about how this happens, and I'll show you this visually in a moment, but we believe it happens through bargaining processes. And that includes both formal institutions of collective bargaining, as well as the broader institutional environment or bargaining system. So we think in the United States, for example, of recent legislation, this is actually around the world, court decisions and legislation happening around regulating the gig economy, where you have workers being off premises, not employees who are not in any particular, the company is not running in any single country, but is a globally distributed platform. And efforts to regulate that being part of this larger attempt to shape the institutional environment and through political systems and bargaining. But this also includes individual bargaining. In the example I gave before of the employee who would like to perhaps work from home 2 days a week, that needs to take place at an individual workplace with a specific manager and employee. As well as a recent idea that I've learned about network bargaining in global value chains, such as described by Anner, Fisher, Daly, and Maffei, where you have efforts to regulate the supply chain and bargain over the rules that should be in place in that order. Now, we also have the idea, been mentioned before, of force majeure. So while there can be gradual evolution of this institutionalized social order, there are also events that just disrupt the existing social order. We've seen this so much in the last 2 years with the COVID-19 pandemic, and we think of wars and other types of events that break existing social organization or organization of work. And then we think of technology as having limitations in practice, such as, for example, requiring a trained workforce, and the institutional environment as involving the bargaining power of the parties prior to the bargaining that happens over the future organization of work, and the existing rules that are in a particular institutional setting, such as national laws and existing arrangements. So let me put this in a slide now and show you what we think. So rather than being a direct effect that technology has on the organization of work, we think that it has to lead to a new social contract, a revision in the social contract, through a process involving a potentially external shock, and limitations in practice include those frictions I mentioned. Institutional environment is the bargaining power of the parties, and then some bargaining processes occur in which there's a new social contract coming into place. So I want to give just briefly a historical example of this before moving into that third part, where I describe how offshoring and outsourcing can teach us something perhaps about what will be the future with remote work. But the historical example I want to talk about is the emergence of the New Deal industrial relations system in the United States, just to show that this model may be a very general idea about how technology can impact the organization of work. So we think of things like the factory assembly line and even the division of labor, which was developed very early on, or you can look at the ideas even of Adam Smith and the pin factory. It was not immediately translated into changes in the organization of work. And the particular outcome in the United States, which is the evolution of the New Deal industrial relations system and job control unionism, was really a product of these institutional features, the external shocks of the world wars and the Great Depression, and worker resistance in wildcat strikes and in the organization of the AFL and CIO. So the new technology that came along that led to really a increase in many ways in managerial authority, the evolution of the assembly line and the de-skilling of craft labor, did not wind up directly leading to the system that emerged post-World War II that lasted for many decades of the national idea of a New Deal industrial relations system with job control unionism. Instead, that was shaped by bargaining that happened over, who had what authority, where unions would be at the table to curtail essentially managerial authority. That was a large part of the effort, not just to have different arrangements, but in other contexts, of course, we could see, such as in Japan or in the Scandinavian model, you could see that the same technology could be adopted with many different organizations of work. So now I want to talk about the offshoring and outsourcing and how that links to remote work. So what are the technological advances in question? We're thinking of information and communication technology here as being the development that reduced the cost of communicating around the world, made it easy to exchange information and data around the world. And Crouch describes how that facilitates control. In work that I've done on Uber, it shows that the advent of these information and communication technologies can increase control that a platform has over a worker, greater than what a former arrangement of an independent contractor for a taxi company or a limousine company had. In addition, we think of external shocks prior to COVID perhaps as being the global race for talent and the entrance of new competitors into a globally integrated market. And this led perhaps to dissatisfaction from some of the parties, such as capital or management, that would have sought to either address new competition or to take advantage of new opportunities to lower wage costs or to access that talent that had prior to the 1990s, let's say, been excluded from global trade. And of course, the pandemic when it comes to remote work. Now, in the institutional environment, what factors do we see just generally over the last 20, 30 years at the time of the advent of information and communication technologies? What has been the institutional environment? generally we see weak employee bargaining power, employers having some degree of power to set wages in the market. This is the idea also of monopsonistic labor markets or monopsony power. In addition, buyer product and product markets that can suppress wages in supply chain arrangements. Professions and licensing arrangements of states and of professional bodies set the rules for what can be done from a distance and must evolve new rules in order to enable remote work. So an example being in the context of offshoring radiological exams. And you and Levy have this great report, great paper where they examine the limitations from the existing licensing configuration in the United States that requires a radiologist in a state in the United States to sign off on any exam. And the complexity of this makes it difficult to outsource the work because you cannot achieve the scale necessary in many cases to outsource the work efficiently or productively. In the recent COVID-19 crisis, there's been in the United States a lot of discussion about teletherapy and having the same obstacles, because in the United States, a licensed therapist in the state of Washington cannot counsel a patient in the state of Illinois without a change in the licensing or regulation of the profession in order to ensure the quality is met. That is a current limitation to the ability to have technology directly kind of change the organization of work. In addition, we know that global value chains shape employer decisions. The emergence of these large global value chains with buyer power, and I think in the last presentation that was mentioned as well, that the state as a buyer can be very influential on the workplace practices. So when it comes to offshoring and outsourcing, I will again go back to the United States example I'm most familiar with, but under different administrations, you see exemptions or requirements that outsourcers pay their employees prevailing wages, and you will see requirements that they buy and hire American come and go with different political parties in control, but the buyer essentially has a lot of power to set the decisions around offshoring, outsourcing, and we think in the future remote work too. Now, the legal risks and complexity may be slightly different in the offshoring, outsourcing, and remote work context, but many of them are similar. And the limitations to offshoring a complex task could be very similar to the limitations for moving a complex task to a remote location. Just very short, I'll say that the scales that several economists developed to attempt to predict which occupations could be done remote, they look a lot like the scales from 20 years ago or 15 years ago about what could be done offshore. The question is, can you do it at quality from a remote location? So with this, I want to just show the model in the context that we've been talking about today, the advances in information and communication technologies, such as video calls and high-speed internet. With the COVID-19 pandemic and perhaps the global race for talent and limitations in practice and the institutional environment, we're seeing the bargaining processes going on. And we think, in the case of the New Deal industrial relations system, it took decades for that system to emerge, and many contingent factors were involved in that. But we're seeing now the efforts to legislate and judicially determine the future of globally distributed platform work or remote workplaces and virtual companies, the struggle that is happening to now regulate these new and emerging forms of work organization, we think triggered by the advent of these technologies. And that is the conclusion of our presentation. We look forward to any feedback, and thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you, Peter, for this really informative presentation. And thank you to all the panelists. So I see there's some questions already in the chat, but perhaps before getting to those and allowing for a couple of minutes to have questions, perhaps also for Peter, I will take advantage of my own role here and privilege of having the mic to just provide a few comments of my own and asking you all one question. I thought it's really fascinating to see how these examples from different industries and different types of global value chains that have different dynamics all still in a way crystallize around the question of power imbalances and how these power imbalances are intrinsically critical in unblocking labor governance of global value chains. And it's really a reminder that, I mean, I speak from my own, my own experiences very much in garments as well, like Mark, and I tend to think about these questions from a global South perspective, a very low skill type of employment. But it's so clear that these dynamics are really cutting across all sorts of industries and all sorts of geographies. So I think it's a very interesting insight that you have provided today. My question really relates to how COVID-19 should be seen in the context of your analysis. As I understand that a lot of your research was already going on before COVID started, and so it really presents an opportunity to, in a way, having a natural experiment on your specific case studies. And this is something we are grappling with in the special issue that Mark referred to in the International Labour Review with Gary Gereffi and Ann Postuma, that tries to look at global value chain disruptions. And we started this proposal when COVID was not at all in the picture, and it ended up being very timely, as it's hard to imagine of a harder, bigger disruption than COVID-19. But we've been grappling with the question of whether COVID is a bit of a black swan event, or whether it is something that needs to be really contextualized in the framework of many other disruptions that were already happening, had already happened and were already happening to global value chains in general, driven by technology, driven by consolidation of the supply chain, driven by alliances that were starting to form between different actors, social actors of the supply chain. So I would be really interested in hearing your views on whether you see this as a, well, obviously long-lasting impact, but also something that may happen again, and therefore we don't have to look at this through the lens of just trying to build back or revert to a certain status quo that existed before, but seeing it more as a building block into a new future, which I think is very much what you're already hinting at. So yeah, I have a lot of other questions, but I will try to be disciplined and leave you with that. And I think we can start maybe getting to the questions that are in the chat, and I just encourage you to address them all when we go back to the panel. So there's a few questions for Mark. You probably have seen them already, but they're about collective bargaining agreements being multi-employer, whether they go beyond what the law requires. Fabiola, that also has a paper. I'm being a bit of shameful in my plug to my special issue, but you will allow me, I hope. Fabiola, that also has a paper on worker-driven social responsibility in this issue, makes that comparison between the global binding agreement framework that Mark presented and these cases in agriculture, and whether there are lessons that we can draw for other sectors. And then there's a question about just expanding on the model that you presented in your last slide, since time was running out, and the 3 spheres that you were starting to mention. To Gail and Helena, there's a question that I think is really very interesting when it comes to how it intersects with gender. It's about how size and revenue requirements for transmitters to achieve corporate social responsibility benchmarks required for public procurement intersect with the women's economic empowerment movement in the UN systems, and how business that is women-owned, that is usually smaller and underfinanced, can or cannot meet these requirements. For Peter, sorry, I didn't get the chance to read them before, so I'm, I'm just looking at them now. How do you define network bargaining compared to collective and individual bargaining? And related to that, also on trade union bargaining power, how is on-site outsourcing impacting on what effectively becomes a multi-sector workplace, so the fissured workplace of David Weil, between the union representing the incoming workers and the union representing the in-house workers? I think these are really excellent questions. So I will pass the floor to our panelists, starting with Mark.
Great, thank you. Yeah, thank you for these wonderful questions. I don't think I'm going to be able to do them justice with the time we have, but I'll try to provide some quick answers, and please reach out if I could provide more. The question about the agreements in Honduras. So yeah, absolutely, this goes beyond the law. The very first round of negotiations, the wage increase was 19.5%, so really quite substantial, and discussed a range of things, from transportation to work and a variety of other benefits. I will say too, it gets into this question of scale and why I chose the word encompassing. For Central America, for much of Latin America, the Southern Cone's a bit different. It's enterprise bargaining, and really enterprise, really workplace bargaining. You bargain by the factory. The factory owner could have many facilities. So this is an attempt within that confined legal structure that really encourages dramatic decentralization of bargaining, is to have a framework. And it's a sense using that framework with the company, there were like 6 facilities with Fruit of the Loom, and the union taking the lead in a form of sort of pattern bargaining. But it comes through this encompassing framework that they bargained at an international level, right, with the corporate leaders. So it's a very interesting project. I'll say this too, and I think Craig referred to as ambitious. This is my first go at sort of putting these ideas together, but I'm just starting a sabbatical year, and this is a book project, and I'm going to get into each of these cases in tremendous detail. And I'm going to, actually next week, I'm going to start setting up a survey in Honduras, where we systematically interview workers that are not covered by any of these agreements and the workers who are, and we can sort of get at that much better, the impact of it. So great question, thank you. Fabi's question, another great question. In the paper itself, I do refer to these global binding agreements as a form of worker-driven social responsibility, so I very much agree with you there. The question about other sectors, you know, again, as I mentioned, I spent a lot of time thinking about the term. And if you will, you know, it's sort of saying to the global union federations who have these global framework agreements, which were much more common early on than were in other sectors, autos and so on. Garments come to the global framework agreements late, and to my knowledge, I think there's only 2, Inditex, Zara's and H&M. But if you look at those agreements, my understanding of the research, only about 10% have any form of even mediation, arbitration. So 90%, it's really just a non-binding agreement. So if you go back to those agreements, a first step would be, and I know the global unions are doing this, I'm just signaling the trend, is to work in a greater number of binding clauses into those framework agreements. So absolutely, it could spread almost more easily because the institutional framework is much more robust. I believe there's over 300 global framework agreements. So quickly on that, and again, great question. Greg's question, Greg Bamber. The last slide, you know, I went over it quickly. My point there was that these are interacting, and it's a sequencing. I don't want to say, you know, Vietnam is stuck in a silo and it can only have public governance. What I'm saying is you can't get to collective bargaining agreements, encompassing robust, transformative collective bargaining agreements, if the union structure, by and large, is controlled by the party and the state. So prior, in the sequencing, prior to that robust independent collective bargaining, you need independent worker organizations, independent trade unions. So the first step in this regard, the workers got it there through the wildcat strikes, pushed the discussion on these worker representative organizations. The next step is to follow up and to see what they do. In a similar regard with Bangladesh, with the more fragmented unions, it's harder to get to the bargaining outcome. The other thing I wanted to say, and I sort of just played with this term, was quickly up on the slide. This is sort of, we can call maybe meso level. I believe there's a whole nother level of what some of the union movement refer to the global architecture. How do these free trade agreements come about and sort of unleash this form of competition and get us here? What's going on with the regulation, or I should say the deregulation of finance? So there's a whole nother type of governance that needs to come into the conversation. So I'm not suggesting that these 3 mechanisms are the only ones. Nadiana, I think for time, I'll have to take a pass on your question. It's a very excellent one, but I think COVID is, you think of Rana Plaza, how much it changed the conversation and how dramatic it was for one country, right? COVID, it went from, Honduras to Ethiopia, as you know better than I do, throughout Asia. So it was very, very much a transformative event. The dust hasn't settled fully. I think the buyers and others are still trying to figure out what they do going forward. So, but let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And probably we will meet at the next RDW and still discuss the impact of COVID. So there will be plenty of time. Gail and Helena.
Sure, I can go. And if Helena, if you want to come in, you can as well. Thank you for that question about the Women's Economic Empowerment program. I was trying to think through this, and I think kind of the short answer is, with socially responsible public procurement, I mean, it is going to fall again on the brands to make sure that suppliers and the factories that they've outsourced and offshored to are meeting criteria around working conditions that public government buyers are attaching to their procurement contracts. And the reseller is just coming in as this extra actor to either help disrupt or help that process. So I think that one important question is, and this comes up sometimes when we're talking about this, is whether when public procurement authorities are attaching these extra conditions, and it can include the ILO core labor standards or even going beyond, such as fair trade, etc., whether they're actually increasing the price that they're willing to give to meet those demands. And this then comes up to, I think, a broader question, which I'll segue into answering your question, Ariana, is what do we think public procurement is for? And whether COVID-19 is going to open up a discussion about, do we stick to this traditional model of thinking of public procurement as value for money, or is it actually, for social concerns, for doing good as government? And I think COVID-19 does open up a conversation about public procurement being strategic, right? Like where we have all these now strategic industries, the EU is pumping money into, I don't know, batteries or semiconductors, etc. And there's all this public procurement kind of spending involved in protecting domestic industry. To be honest, I'm saying more than I actually know about this, but there is discussion on public procurement being used for strategic purposes in the recovery. And I think this opens up the possibility to have discussion about it, not just being about being competitive, etc., but that also meeting social criteria in global supply chains should be part of that. So yeah, I see it as an opportunity to change. I don't know if Helena, you want to add something?
Yeah, I would quickly add something with regards to the question about, okay, these businesses are normally just smaller in size and that they are underfinanced, and how this does now intersect with being a transmitter. I mean, often small actors are not well resourced, and being well resourced is quite important in the public procurement market. But we've heard reports about small resellers that went back to brands or bigger companies and made demands and really transmitted the interests or like extra social criteria demands from public buyers. So even though they might be like less resourced or underfinanced, they still can do something. And if like more requests are being transmitted, this does have an effect, like companies hear that. I mean, we know that from more bigger companies that such demands are being discussed on the management level with the brand firms. So yeah, I just wanted to make this extra comment and leave time for Peter now, I think.
Thank you very much. Peter, you have the last few minutes before we break.
Okay, thank you. So I will, I'm delighted that two of the experts here are in a much better position than to answer either question. One is on network bargaining, and I refer you to the recent article by Mark Anner, Matthew Daly Fisher, and Mike Maffei on exactly that topic. In the chat, I've put a link. And then on-site outsourcing arrangements and how unions are addressing or have addressed the fissured workplace, I refer you to Chris Erickson, who has worked with colleagues on exactly this issue.
Yeah, great. So just very quickly, as we're running out of time, I see. Yeah, I think it's a really interesting question, and I think you know, it's mainly yet to be seen, of course. You know, as Pete mentioned, I think within the, you know, the particularities of the U.S. system, exclusive representation and everything, we do have this example of Justice for Janitors right here in Los Angeles from a while back. And what that suggests, to me, I would say, is that you know, strangely enough, outsourcing can actually provide opportunities for union organizing. And so the story in Justice for Janitors, which was the name of the Service Employees International Union campaign, you know, is the usual story of large employers, in this case, building owners, just outsourcing the cleaning work rather than hiring the building cleaners as employees. And I think to a lot of us, it seemed like it would be impossible to organize this population within the U.S. legal, you know, and institutional context. But it turned out it provided an opportunity, which was basically it provided the opportunity to take wages out of competition. And so what the SEIU was able to do was to you know, organize the building cleaning contractors. Or you know, organize their workplaces and, you know, work out, you know, through various mechanisms, work out a way to take the wages out of competition so they weren't in competition with each other, while at the same time putting a lot of pressure on the building owners, you know, who weren't operating at the narrow margins that the building contractors were. So yeah, I guess though the short answer I would say is that I think that's a, you know, a very interesting question, yet to be seen, yet to be answered. But we do have some evidence that on-site offshoring, you know, does provide fruitful ground for union organizing.
Great, thank you so much, Peter and Chris. I think this was also really very interesting last-minute insight. So thanks for sharing. I think we have been very good with keeping time and still managed to have a really rich discussion. So thank you so much to the panelists and to all the participants for your great answers and questions. There's now going to be a break, and the next session will be at 4:15 Europe time. So I hope you will continue attending and continue enjoying the Regulating for Decent Work conference. Thank you.
So let me welcome everybody to the session on organising for improving labour regulation. My name is Susan Hayter. I'm a lead researcher at the ILO, specialising very much on industrial relations and collective bargaining. So I was very pleased, of course, to be asked to chair this session. I will be assisted by Uma, and so thank you for that, Uma. And I think we have a really interesting both panel, but also really interesting and thought-provoking papers to be presented today. Clearly, there have been, I think what we have seen in the recent past are some innovations, but also just so much scope and so much to still be explored. I think I was sitting in on the previous session where I think they were just beginning to kind of scratch the of what are really, really interesting practices. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce the speakers. What I will do is 3 papers. We'll have 20 minutes per presentation to allow us some time, around 15 minutes of time, is that correct, for discussion. And right at the end, I'm going to hand back to Uma, who could say just a few closing remarks and tell us about tomorrow. So let me introduce, the first paper will be on the impact of COVID-19 on private regulation, the case of the living wage. It will be presented by Edmund Heary, a Professor Emeritus at Cardiff Business School, who I'm sure is well known to all of us. He's researched widely in the field of industrial relations and is currently. Could I ask everybody just to, thank you, just to mute your speakers. The second
Susan, you're on mute.
You're muted, yeah.
When did I go into mute? Did I manage?
Just after you introduced Ed and then you
Great. Okay, Deborah. So let me move to you. Deborah Hahn is a lecturer in human resource management at Cardiff Business School. She's undertaken research examining the management of conflict within organizations and the establishment of the living wage. And finally, the third author on this paper is David Nash, a senior lecturer in employment relations at Cardiff Business School. David's research concentrates on the areas of employment regulation and workplace conflict resolution. He's currently undertaking research into the voluntary living wage campaign in the UK. So I'm looking forward to your presentation. Over to you.
Right. Thanks very much, Susan. I hope everyone can hear me okay. I'm just going to share my screen, okay? Right, so our presentation, as Susan's explained, is on the impact of COVID-19 on the UK's voluntary living wage. And I think most discussion of the impact of COVID on regulation is focused on legal regulation or collective bargaining. And our concern is slightly different. We're concerned with what we call civil regulation. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say what we mean by civil regulation. I'll introduce the living wage as an example, labour standard as an example of that form of regulation, and then present our data on COVID. So first of all, what do we mean by civil regulation? Well, it's a form of private voluntary regulation which is developed by civil society organisations, that is NGOs, charities, campaigning bodies of various sorts. It comes from the not-for-profit sector. And what these civil society organisations do is they formulate bodies of private voluntary regulation to guide or to regulate the employment relationship, which may take the form of discrete labour standards or more elaborate codes or employment charters. The aim generally is to have these bodies of regulation adopted by employers And in most cases, this is done via a fee-based membership or accreditation scheme. So employers sign up to these bodies of regulation, and typically they pay for the privilege while they're doing it. Ordinarily, the regulation is promoted to employers through a business case rationale, making an argument that adhering to the regulation will enhance business performance, and they usually reinforced by logos, awards schemes, champion schemes, and so on. So the living wage in the UK is an example of this form of regulation. So it's a labour standard which is promoted by an organisation called Citizens UK. This is a meta-organisation. Its membership consists of other NGOs and charities, including trade unions, faith groups, community organisations, and the like. And it's part of the international community organising movement, which traces its origins to Saul Alinsky and the Back of the Yards movement in Chicago in the 1930s. In 2011, Citizens UK created another body called the Living Wage Foundation. This is like a wholly owned subsidiary of Citizens UK. And what that does, it promotes the living wage standard to employers and operates the accreditation scheme. So these are the two main civil society organisations which are involved in developing and promoting this standard. The standard itself takes the form of an hourly rate of pay. In fact, there are two rates of pay, one for the UK and one for London, because living costs are higher in the capital. If an employer signs up to the standard, then they undertake to pay that rate of pay to all direct and indirect employees aged 18 and above. So indirect employees would be defined as employees of subcontractors who work normally on the employer's premises, if you like, workers who are co-located on a permanent basis, really, with the or long-term basis with the direct workforce. The rate itself is based on research into the living costs of different types of low-wage family, single parent, joint parent, two parents, with children, without children, and so on. And the research exercise is carried out on an annual basis, and the rates are uprated annually. As well as the living wage, Citizens UK and the Living Wage Foundation are in the process of developing new standards using, if you like, there's a process of brand extension going on using the living brand. So in 2020, a living hours standard was developed. There's a living wage places scheme for accrediting living wage cities and towns. In development, there's living wage pensions and a living wage sick pay scheme. So the regulation is becoming more elaborate over time. It's been reasonably successful. So accreditation of employers started in 2011. Since then, about 10,000 employers have signed up to the standard. They directly employ nearly 3 million workers, a sizable component of the UK employed workforce. We estimate the research that we've done that well over 250,000 workers have received a pay increase, often quite a substantial pay increase. And well over £1 billion has been transferred to low wage workers through the scheme since it was in operation. So what we've been interested in we've been researching the living wage movement for 5 or 6 years now, but in this latest piece of research, we're interested in the impact of this enormous shock, the impact of the pandemic on this example of civil regulation. And we have two crude, but nevertheless, I think useful research questions. One is it the case that the pandemic has posed a substantial threat to civil regulation, leading to an unraveling of the scheme, or it's abandoned by many employers? You may say this is a relatively soft form of regulation, and it is like, in the face of an extreme shock, it may well unravel. The other, though, is that the pandemic, oddly enough, may provide an opportunity for further elaborating and spreading this civil regulation across the UK labour market. And one reason for thinking that is that there's been a great deal of public support for low-wage key workers in social care and other low-wage sectors during the pandemic. And this may have provided an opportunity for the Citizens UK to further spread the regulation. So there are questions. We've pursued them in three locations. First of all, we wanted to see what's happened to the campaign. Has the campaign unraveled, or has it adapted successfully? And our source here is several interviews we carried out last summer and observation of campaign events. We've been quite embedded within the campaign, so we've followed it quite closely as it's evolved. Secondly, we're interested in what's happened to accreditation. Are employers still volunteering to join the scheme, or have they been disappearing at a rapid rate? And our source here is a data set of all living wage employers that we've accumulated over the course of the living wage campaign since 2011. The third thing we're interested in is the response of individual employers to the pandemic. So has it increased or diminished their commitment to the scheme? Has it affected the way in which they comply with the standard? Has it affected their propensity to sign up to new standards, these extensions of the living wage scheme, like living hours? And our source here is a population survey of living wage employers that we're still carrying this out. And we've only done very initial analysis. We've got about 1,000 responses so far, but all we've done so far is produce frequencies. Okay, so they're the questions. What does the data show? Well, with regard to the campaign, successful adaptation to the pandemic, to the online socially distanced world, and this adaptation has taken three forms. First of all, there's strategic reorientation of the campaign at the start of the pandemic, and at the heart of this was a switch in targeting towards what the UK government has called key industries. So key industries are those which provide essential services to the UK population during the pandemic. Health and social care would be obvious examples, but so would food production and distribution, essential news media, etc., utilities and that kind of thing. In particular, the campaign through the pandemic prioritized the recruitment of employers in social care. So at the start of the pandemic, there was something called Clap for Carers, where people are encouraged to go out on a Thursday evening and applaud health and social care workers during the worst, early days of the pandemic. And so there's this wave of public support for these workers, and that campaign sought to exploit that by recruiting social care employers. Second thing they've done is adapt established community organizing methods to this online socially distanced world. So just three examples very quickly. The campaign relies heavily on worker testimony. That is, on getting low wage workers to tell their stories about the experience of being low paid. This is used to build empathy, attract support, shame employers, and so on. And this kind of testimony giving has gone online. So a really striking example in the summer of last year, Citizens UK organised Thursday night care conversations on Facebook with 5,000 or 6,000 people attending, and at the centre of this would be testimony from social care workers talking about the difficult working lives they had. Another established technique they use is actions. These are demonstrations, often involving a degree of street theatre outside employers' premises that they're trying to recruit to the campaign, or they use these actions to publicise the campaign and try to attract media, political support through them. And the most striking action that has been used through the pandemic are care home blessings. So Citizens UK is a largely faith-based network. So a care home blessing is where you get an Anglican bishop or Roman Catholic priest or rabbi or imam will lead a socially distanced religious service outside a residential care home for older people. And this will be videoed, and it's used to attract public attention to the need for a living wage in this low wage sector. Third example are accountability assemblies. So these are political meetings, rather meetings of activists at which politicians are held to account. So they obviously take the form of online hustings before an election. And so again, accountability assemblies have continued to take place to hold politicians to account and encourage them to commit to promoting the living wage, but it's been on Zoom or Teams or whatever. Third element has been a political strategy to try and get politicians to give an undertaking to fund the payment of the living wage and social care. And this has taken place in two levels. At a UK level, there's been particular focus on the Conservative Party, trying to get Conservative politicians to sign up in support of the living wage for care workers so they can pressure the UK government to make this financial commitment. They've attracted a lot of support from Conservative politicians, but as yet the government remains resistant. The other location has been here in Wales. You know, we have our own national government, which is Labour-led in Wales and has responsibility for health and social care. And there the campaign has been successful. A new Labour government was elected in the spring of this year and has given a commitment to fund the payment of the living wage and social care in the very near future. So the story with regard to the campaign is one of quite successful adaptation to these difficult operational conditions. What happened to accreditation? So here you've got a table, and if you look at the rows, the figures on the left here, you've got data for March to February for 2021, that is the first 12 months of the pandemic, and then comparative data for the 3 years prior to the pandemic and the mean figures for those 3 years as well. So running across the columns, you've got a recruitment column. So these are the numbers of employers signing up to the living wage during the pandemic and previous years. And you can see that slight dip in recruitment from 2019-20, but if you compare with the 3-year average, an increase in recruitment. So recruitment of employers has held up well during the pandemic. Next column shows the withdrawal of employers. What this shows is that, as perhaps you would expect, with employers going out of business or experiencing very difficult trading conditions, there has been a significant increase in employers dropping out of the scheme. So 529 dropped out in the first 12 months of the pandemic. You then got a net recruitment figure, which shows that the accreditation has continued to spread across the UK economy despite the pandemic crisis, and then that's expressed as a withdrawal recruitment ratio as well, showing the same thing. So recruitment has held up well. In fact, depends how you look at it, has been boosted by the pandemic. Perhaps also say that in the 3 months since February 2021, a further 860 employers have signed up. Has been a boost to withdrawal, but not at a level to prevent the continued growth of this form of regulation within the UK labour market. The next table shows industry differences. So you've got figures for all industries, that's the top row, for all key worker industries, as classified by the UK government. These are the health and social care, utilities, you know, the kind of industries I mentioned before. Low paid key worker industries. So these are key worker industries like social care, but also food manufacture, parts of the security industry, cleaning and so on, which tend to be low paid, and then social care separated out from that group of industries because it's been a particular target of the campaign throughout the pandemic. The bottom 3 rows are COVID affected. These provide data for COVID affected industries. You know, these are industries like airline, transport, tourism, hospitality, arts, professional sport, entertainment, and so on, which have been adversely affected by the pandemic. So the columns, you've got recruitment, you get the number of employers recruited in each of these industry categories, and then the percentage change in recruitment compared with the previous 3 years. You've got the same data for withdrawal for the different industries, and then the withdrawal recruitment ratio. And what the table shows is there has been a shift in recruitment towards those industries which have been targeted by the campaign, these key worker industries with particular success in social care. And in the COVID affected industries, performance has been less good, but it's also noticeable that in all of them, there's been continued continued growth of living wage accreditation, even in these hard hit sectors like hospitality. The standard has continued to diffuse throughout the pandemic. Right, this is my final piece of data. Apologies if this is a bit busy, but what you've got here is a series of items from our questionnaire. We included some questions in our survey of employers about how they were responding to the pandemic, and the bars you've got to the right of the scale, these are collapsed Likert scales into 3 categories to make them easier to read. So the first 3 rows, these are just showing that many employers have been, many accredited employers have been adversely affected by the pandemic. So about 2/3 have used the government's furlough scheme. This is the employment support scheme that the UK government introduced to maintain employment throughout the pandemic. So it's a bit mixed, but these accredited employers, many of them have been a majority of them have been adversely affected by the pandemic. They're not just located in sheltered parts of the economy. The next 2 rows are looking at has the pandemic affected the commitment to the living wage standard. So the first one asks, it's not a brilliant question to be honest, but it asks about whether the organisation's commitment to paying the living wage has been strengthened by the pandemic. So about 1/3 are saying yes, it has. Just about 1/2 are saying no difference. We do have other information on really on the intention to quit from or intention to leave the living wage standard, and very few employers who are currently accredited report that they anticipate leaving the scheme over the next 3 years. A majority say that they accord with the objective of spreading the living wage to key workers in the context of COVID-19. So commitments to the standard seems to have held up well amongst living wage employers. The next 2 rows are concerned with compliance. So we were interested in whether, in the pandemic, we thought that employers may continue to pay the living wage, but they may claw back labour costs elsewhere in order to fund that commitment. So one way in which they might do this is by asking higher paid employers to have a pay cut or pay freeze. So evidence is that very few, in fact, have done that. So not much evidence of clawback. And again, we have other items in the questionnaire which aren't related to COVID. We asked, have you withdrawn employment benefits or reduced the hours of living wage workers? And I think 1% say they have it in response to both. So not much evidence of this, if you like, giving with one hand and taking away with the other. The other item we asked, have they topped up the government's furlough payment to ensure that their low-paid workers are being paid the living wage. Now, there's no requirement to do this under the license agreement they sign with the Living Wage Foundation. So this is evidence of over-compliance, of going further than the formal regulation requires. And again, we've got other examples of employers doing this kind of thing, of paying the living wage to casual workers, for instance, when they're not required to under the formal terms of the regulation. Final item shows that there's still, there's considerable support for extending the living brand and support for this new standard of living hours. Right, so I'll wrap up. I hope I've not run over time. So to summarize, what we found, well, the campaign has adapted quite successfully to the difficult circumstances of COVID-19 through targeting different sets of employers, adapting traditional community organizing methods, and by focusing a lot of their campaigning effort on trying to secure political influence. Accreditation, largely successful story here of net growth during the pandemic and of a shift towards key industries. So there has been lots of employers dropping out, but this has not been sufficient in order to halt or block the continued success of the scheme. Employer responses is evidence of continued commitment, of compliance plus or over compliance to the standard, and continued appetite for acceptance of additional standards. So what can we make of this? So we have sort of three sort of initial conclusions. One is it points to the resilience of civil regulation. So for the past 20 years or so, civil regulation has become a more important and more prominent feature of the UK labour market, particularly in the face of declining trade union membership and collective bargaining coverage. So it's just experienced this enormous shock, and as demonstrated considerable resilience. So for the foreseeable future, regulation of this form is likely to remain a significant element, significant part of the regulatory mix, if you like, within the UK labour market. Secondly, it shows that there's maybe an employer constituency for building back better or building back fair. I was struck in the opening plenary for the conference, the speaker talking about whether there are coalitions that can be assembled in order to promote progressive regulation of labour markets as we come out of the pandemic crisis. Well, this evidence suggests that there may be an element of employer support for initiative of that kind, even in neoliberal Britain. Third conclusion has to do with the literature, really. And I think that an influential interpretation of employer behaviour, which is current at present, stems from Wolfgang Streeck's notion of the unruly employer. This idea that employers increasingly and universally are hostile to all forms of regulation. People know Baccaro and Howell's book on a very influential book on the spread of neoliberalism also makes this kind of argument that the search for employer flexibility is what drives the spread of neoliberal policy across the globe.
Edwin, could I ask you to just wrap up? Or just...
Yeah, okay. Well, what our data shows is the world's a bit more complicated than that. There is a degree of employer acceptance for external regulation, rather than this, if you like, universal drive or universal characteristic of unruliness. It seems that employer responses to regulatory pressure may be rather more variable and contingent. Okay, I'll leave it there, Susan. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you so much for that. That was really fascinating. I think it gives us a new take that perhaps we haven't seen before with new data. Then can I move on? I just want to remind everybody, as Uma has put, just to put your questions in the chat or in the Q&A, just to give the presenters some time at the end to come back and answer those. The next paper, which is Nurses and Unionization. What lessons can we draw from the COVID-19 pandemic? This is going to be presented by Richa Chintan. He's authored this paper with other authors, but Richa Chintan is a member of Yan Swantha Abhiyan, and I'm sure I've mispronounced that, which is a network of people and organizations working on health rights. So if we could ask you, Richa, to present, if you could perhaps just give us the correct pronunciation of the network that you work with.
Sure.
20 minutes. I'm going to send you, just to tell you, watch out for your comment box, because you'll be getting comments from me all the time about the time, and then at least we leave some time for the discussion.
Sure, Susan. Thank you so much. And I'll just say that, I am a member of Jan Swasthya Abhiyan, which is the India chapter of People's Health Movement. which is a global network. I'll start sharing my slides. Today I'm joined by my colleague Indira Chakravarti, and this is a study that we've done collaboratively. Jan Swasthya Abhiyan People's Health Movement in India is a network of many organizations and networks and individuals. So here we are. We've done this recent study. We did it during the pandemic, and it was quite difficult to follow it through because of the problems of lockdown and nurses being overly worked up, and so we couldn't find time to interview them, but nevertheless we managed to do it. So the research questions that we intend to probe further were that what is the governance and regulatory structure that has affected the nursing in the private healthcare sector and this study was limited to the capital city of India, New Delhi. And also looking at how during COVID-19 pandemic, this entire environment has shaped the collective bargaining power of the nurses. Edmund presented a success story, I guess, of civil regulation in UK, but I guess what we would be presenting is quite a different picture, and maybe something a little disturbing at that also. So the methodology that we followed, this is a qualitative study where we had in-depth interviews between March and September 2020. We interviewed about 31 nurses, and of which 15 were female. In India, the nursing community is largely a female community, but we have male nurses also. So we interviewed 15 female nurses, and so these were in-person, online interviews, and in-person also wherever possible, taking care of the COVID regulations. And we also held the focus group discussions to get the responses. So I would just take you through some of the state of affairs that is there in India as far as the nursing community is concerned. WHO recommends 3 per 1,000 population, but we just have 1.7 nurses per 1,000 population. So there is a huge shortage, and which came to fore even starkly during the COVID-19 pandemic. Across states, India has different principalities, states, and the distribution is skewed. India has a federal structure, so there is center and then there are provinces, but there is a skewed distribution of nurses and other healthcare workers across India, with concentration in a few areas, and which also has an effect on their working conditions and also their bargaining position. There is huge disparity in the working conditions and the wages that nurses get between the public sector and the private sector. Public sector hospitals are better, I mean, the conditions there are better than private hospitals. And within the private hospitals also, there are wide variations in the wages among the nurses, different categories, and maybe some don't even get the minimum wages. And there has been literature where in small towns and small cities, they're like sort of bonded labor, they're treated. So even such instances have come across. So there is there are disparities and inadequacies in salaries and basic facilities, job insecurity. They don't have maternity benefits like maternity benefits or old age pensions and all that. And on top of that, they are hugely overworked, and there is no occupational safety structures in place. And given the caste class structure that India has, and especially during these times, as Edmund had alluded to, the neoliberal policies of the governments, these have an interplay, and the nurses are always at the receiving end of these structures. There is increasing contractualization. They are not on the regular payrolls. Even in the government sector, public sector, there is a push towards contractualizations. Then in private sector, the hospitals discourage unionization, and they come back against these any effort towards unionization by various measures ranging from dismissals and holding back their certificates, or frequent transfers, or maybe having different pay structures among the staff, just to punish them. So these are the ways and means by which the private sector operates. And of course, I mean, there is also this thing that nurses are generally, it's a charity work, and so they should be overworked, and the concept of the rights of labor gets missing in this entire thing. In the recent past, I mean, there have been successful instances of unionization. For instance, I mean, in 2020 itself, I mean, during the pandemic, nurses had to, unfortunately, and without their own volition, I mean, had to go for strikes because they were not being provided with PPE. And in fact, they were punished through gag orders, that whoever raised voices, and this is happening in the public sector also. And then you can imagine what is the plight in the private sector. So there were gag orders put on the unions and the individuals who were raising their voices. And there has been instances otherwise also, that for the basic rights of their, I mean, to get basic salaries and decent working conditions, there have been strikes. In Delhi, we had strikes in 2018 in different hospitals, private sector hospitals. And in Kerala also, there are numerous examples that there was a struggle to demand the basic wages for the workers, for the nurses. And this has been happening all across states. There have been, so TNI is one union that was formed.
Little sister. The bike? No, they're in the shed, Poppet. We'll put the bike.
Okay. So in 2011, there was a death by suicide of a nurse worker, and TNI went to the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court had to order the central government that it should be doing whatever it can to improve the working conditions of the nurses and provide them with decent working conditions. In 2018, the Delhi government, which is where our study is focused, it had passed an order to follow the recommendations of a committee, which was formed after the Supreme Court judgment. But till date, the recommendations of that committee have not been followed or implemented. And the private hospitals have an association called Association of Healthcare Providers, APHI, and they had gone against this into the court, but there's been no action taken against the violator. So till date, there has been no action against the violators in the private sector. And in fact, what we are seeing also is that so we have some regulations for the labor, but there is no specific regulation for the nursing community. So the other regulations apply to them by de facto, in the sense that they are just not excluded from those regulations, so they are part of it, but there is no specific regulation passed for them. Long back in 1989 also, there was a high power committee which had directed the government to regulate on the working conditions, but no result has been there. As I just mentioned, that after the 2016 Supreme Court, which is the highest court in India, it had also pointed out that in the private sector, there is huge disparity, but those recommendations are still to be seen, still have to see the light of the day. Recently India has gone through lots of changes in the labor laws. There were quite a few central labor laws which are now encompassed into 4 labor laws. But again, still there is no clarity, how things would pan out for the nursing community. Unfortunately, we do have ILO instruments, Nursing Personnel Convention 149 and 157, but unfortunately, India is not has not ratified these instruments. Recommendation 157 specifically points out for parity between public and private sector. But yeah, so as we stand, India is not a party to it, which is unfortunate. And there have been systemic violations of international principle of freedom of of these rights, which go against the conventions of the ILO. What our study during the pandemic has found out is that unionization does play a very strong role, in the sense that nurses were much more confident while seeking relief from the employer when they had the collective strength. They had the collective bargaining power. Especially the female nurses, they felt much more confident. And management many a times did not pay any attention to their individual complaints of harassment or even discrimination or demands for maternity care. But when they have come collectively, management has had to sit up and listen. So, and I mean, the recent strikes, successful strikes have, bear witness to that, when nurses have come together, they managed to draw some benefits from the employers. So our findings from the study also are that, I'll just enlist them, that the entire existing employment framework of the employment conditions and the poor implementation of the existing regulations, whatever they are, minimal, they have deteriorated further during the COVID-19 pandemic. There has been reluctance by the private hospitals in terms of adhering to the court orders and all. And even the government, for instance, during the pandemic, during 2020, in the early days of the pandemic, the government had announced that all the health workers, including nursing community, would be given insurance in case of death. But 2021, the second wave, we see that those orders have been withdrawn. So even at the hand of the government, nursing community and the healthcare community is at a receiving end. There is no, So, and then as hospital managements perceive unions as a threat, they discourage formation of unions and threaten the people who are attempting any such unionization or a collective bargaining. And unionization has certainly had a positive impact. Wherever they could unionize, come together, it has yielded benefits to them. And generally, because of the caste class structure that India has, when the social dialogues gets into a more confrontational mode, the female nurses face more threats, and they are more at the receiving end. So through this, what our recommendations have been are that the committee that had been formed to look into the working conditions and the salaries of the private sector nurses, those should be implemented at the earliest. And an independent oversight mechanism needs to be established. Unionization is a healthy thing, even in terms of providing care. So unionization should not be discouraged. Rather, these unions should be got onto the board and included in the social dialogue that government gets into. And the governments need to abide by the ILO conventions that are there. And the nurses, many of them who are not part of the regular workforce, which are largely contractualized, need to be regularized to ensure that they do get the decent working conditions and wages at par with the public sector. So yeah, with this I wrap up, and
Sure, thank you so much for that, and for shedding light on such a core part of the response. I have to say your findings resonate with some of what we're seeing in other parts of the world. So it's really concerning. Okay, let's move on. The next paper is the civil society mechanisms under the EU-Vietnam Free Trade Agreement, effective tools for pro-labor platform. It's a paper that's been, has two authors, Christopher Marslev and Cornelia Stauritz. I see you both here, but I understand that Christopher will be presenting. Is that correct? Christopher is a postdoctoral researcher at the Department of Social Sciences and Business, Roskilde University, and Department of Development Studies, University of Vienna. His research interests revolve around labor in global supply chains and the political economy of development. And Cornelia, unfortunately, I don't have a bio for you, but I just want to acknowledge that Cornelia is one of the co-authors. Okay, Christopher, over to you. 20 minutes, and again, if you could just remember to put your questions in the chat or in the Q&A to allow the presenters some time to think and be able to respond. Okay, Christopher, over to you.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Susan. Do you all hear me? Yes, excellent, perfect. Okay, so the title of our paper has actually changed a bit since we submitted it. So now it's called "Towards a Stronger EU Approach on the Trade Labor Nexus: Pre- and Post-Ratification Impacts, Domestic Labor Reforms, and Social Struggles in the Context of the EU-Vietnam Free Trade Agreement." Very long title. Over the past days, we've seen numerous times how the COVID-19 crisis has really exposed the vulnerability of workers in global supply chains and reminded us that there's an urgent need for effective tools to protect labor standards in the global economy. So in this paper that I've written together with my colleague Cornelia Stauritz, we examine the effectiveness of a specific mechanism of labor governance that has gained prominence since the 90s, namely the inclusion of labor provisions and social clauses in free trade agreements. And we do this through a case study of the EU-Vietnam Free Trade Agreement. So a little bit of background to set the stage. The EU started including labor provisions in its free trade agreements in the late 90s, and over time these provisions have evolved or crystallized into these so-called trade and sustainable development chapters, or TSD chapters. The first of these was introduced in the EU-South Korea FTA that entered into effect in 2011, and since 2015 with the Trade for All strategy, they have been a mandatory component in all EU FTAs. So what they do, these TSD chapters, is to link market access to the respect for international labor standards, including the ILO core conventions and international agreements on the environment and climate change. The approach of the EU on this trade labor nexus is often described as a promotional approach, and that is that generally there is no pre-ratification, so-called pre-ratification conditionality, which means that the EU does not require its trading partners to comply with labor standards already before the agreement is ratified. After ratification, the role of monitoring the agreement and its TSD provisions is assigned to a set of institutional dialogue mechanisms that are established under the agreement, including a civil society mechanism that is made up of domestic advisory groups, made up of civil society representatives in both the EU and the trading partner, and also a joint civil society forum to facilitate transnational dialogue and cooperation between the two sides. So in the literature on this trade labor nexus and on EU TSD approach in particular, the TSD chapters are widely criticized for their lack of conditionality, for their sort of dialogue-based approach, and and the toothless dispute settlement mechanism, which I think I just forgot to say, so I'm just going to do that. So the TSD chapter is actually exempted from the general dispute settlement mechanism that does carry sanctions. So rather, there is a separate dispute settlement procedure without sanctions for the TSD chapter specifically. And for this reason, they are being criticized for being toothless. So overall, the criticism is really that they have quite a poor track record and have a limited impact on the ground. And in this perspective, actually, our case, the EU-Vietnam Free Trade Agreement, is quite interesting as it potentially represents a deviant case that sort of diverges from this poor track record of past agreements. So just as a very short background, the EVFTA was negotiated from 2012 to 15 and came into force in August last year. And the Commission, EU Commission, has described it as the most ambitious and comprehensive FTA that the EU has ever concluded with a developing country. In terms of its commercial provisions, it eliminates 99% of all tariffs and greatly reduces non-tariff barriers. And the EVFTA has, as other recent EU FTAs, has this TSD chapter, chapter 13 in this case. I guess that most of you are sort of somewhat familiar with the Vietnamese context. Vietnam is an authoritarian party state led by a communist party and has a party-affiliated trade union, the Vietnam General Confederation of Labor, as a sort of as the only legally permitted worker representative. So there is a kind of a monopoly union structure. So for that reason, obviously, Vietnam has major problems when it comes to freedom of association and collective bargaining and the like. But quite significantly in the run-up to the ratification of the EVFTA that we are examining here, the Vietnamese government initiated some quite important labor reforms. So in 2019 and 20, Vietnam has passed a new labor code and ratified 2 out of 3 outstanding ILO conventions, including Convention 98 and Convention 105. And there's a plan to ratify the last, and in Vietnam, the most controversial convention, Core Convention 87 in 2023. So in the Vietnamese context, these labor reforms really represent groundbreaking changes for the first time, allowing Vietnamese workers to form independent worker representative organizations. And also these civil society mechanisms that require the participation from independent civil society organizations is a novelty in Vietnam. And this is actually what our interest in this paper is, to examine what explains this seemingly unprecedented impact of the EU Free Trade Agreement in the pre-ratification phase of the agreement, or at least to examine what role the EVFTA has played, if any, in these ongoing labor reforms in Vietnam. But also we examine the role of the impact of the agreement in the post-ratification phase, including what the potentials and limitations of these civil society mechanisms included in the agreement, what the potential limitations are in the context of Vietnam. Yeah, so let's move on and just a little bit on our conceptual framework. I'm not going to say that much, but much of the existing literature on the trade labor nexus and the EU's TSD approach in particular tend to focus on the political economy context of the EU and also very on the detailed specificities of legal texts and these institutional mechanisms. And we think that these are very important aspects, but we also call for a more comprehensive analysis of power dynamics in partner countries. So our starting point is in analyzing the EVFTA is that FTAs are really agreements, interstate agreements made between states, but that states exist in a dialectic relation to society. So in conceptualizing the state, we draw on the strategic relational approach of Poulantzas and Jessop. So in this view, the state is seen both as a set of institutions, but also as an arena of contestation. There's already a question.
I think just Uma, did you want to come in? Your hand is up. We can't hear you, Uma. You're muted. Uma, you're on mute. There you go.
Sorry, I didn't have any questions.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry, carry on.
No worries. I'll just continue then. Okay, but the idea is here that with this conceptualization of the state, state interests and priorities and strategies are seen as formed through socio-political struggles taking place both within and outside of state institutions. And with this starting point, we highlight 5 factors that are key to understanding the impact of labor clauses in free trade agreements. So that's firstly the political economy and state society relations at the EU level. Secondly, the same for Vietnam. Thirdly, then the geopolitical and economic conjuncture, which is important for understanding the interests that state actors attach to FTAs. Fourthly, the nature of transnational linkages in the form of diplomatic ties, civil society links, and so on. And then finally, which is particularly important for the implementation of FTAs, is how they confront the multi-scalar labor regimes in global production networks. So armed with this conceptual framework, we conduct the analysis, and in doing that, we draw mainly on interviews done at both the EU level with the Commission, and the Parliament, various actors, also European civil society, and also interviews in Vietnam, and other sources, including legal and policy documents and others. So moving on to the key findings regarding this unprecedented pre-ratification impact of the EVFTA. Our research suggests that this outcome was really the result of sort of specific conjunctures of socio-political struggles going on within and outside of state institutions at the EU level and Vietnam, and the ways in which these were mediated across transnational space. So a core component of the explanation is that actually the EU, after the negotiations of the EVFTAs had finished, and although the EVFTA legally, in terms of the text, does not actually mandate this, the EU turned to a strategy based on de facto pre-ratification conditionality, in contrast to in past agreements. So how did this come about? We highlight these 2 different factors. One has to do with the general context at the time, which was characterized by a growing contestation and politicization of trade policy and EU trade policy, including it. So you had widespread social mobilization against TTIP. You had Belgium blocking the trade deal with Canada, CETA, the election of Trump, the UK Brexit vote, and so on. And all this this sort of growing discontent with free trade was channeled through the democratic pillars of the EU system, including the Parliament and the Council. And these bodies have a veto over trade policy according to the Treaty of Lisbon. So that's quite significant. But why we think this broader context was important, we also secondly argue that this turn to pre-ratification conditionality in the EU has to be understood as the result of strategic action by specific members and subgroups of the European Parliament and specific member states. in the parliament, it was in particular the chair of the International Trade Committee that played a lead role in this. He visited Vietnam several times and made clear to the Vietnamese decision makers that a ratification of the ILO core conventions and the new labor code was actually a precondition for getting the deal through the European Parliament. So he was leveraging this threat of a veto to bargain directly with Vietnamese decision makers. There was also in the council pressure from certain member states, not least Belgium. And these dynamics then pushed the Commission into a more sort of assertive bargaining position. However, we also argue that the impact of the EVFTA can only be understood through the ways that it interacted with long-standing social struggles in Vietnam, and in particular the ways in which it was the external pressure from the EU was leveraged by a reformist minority faction in the party state. There has in Vietnam been since the 80s ongoing dialogue internally in the party state, ongoing dialogue and contestation over the union structure. This was accelerated by a major strike wave in the mid-2000s. But past reforms have basically due to resistance from conservatives in the system maintained this monopoly of the VGCL. But in the latest round of labor reforms, the external pressure from FTAs have actually, and the labor clauses contained in them have been instrumental in pushing ahead the reform process. So initially, sorry.
Come down.
I ask you to mute your microphone. Thank you.
Okay. So initially,
Please, Christoph, go on.
No worries, no worries. Initially, the push then came from the TPP, which was at the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which was a trade deal with 12 countries along the Pacific Rim, including the US, which had very strong pre-ratification conditions in terms of labor reforms. But then when Donald Trump was elected as president, one of the first things he did in office was to withdraw the US from TPP. So this created a kind of vacuum that stalled the reform process in Vietnam. And in this vacuum, reformists in the system turned to the EU to provide this external leverage that the US had done before that. And that was, according to our research, highly instrumental in reinvigorating the reform process in Vietnam. There's also been important internal drivers behind these reforms, including the fact that Vietnam has experienced an economic slowdown since 2008, which is quite important given that performance legitimacy, so that is the sustained improvement in living standards, has become the key source of legitimacy for the Communist Party. Secondly, the growing assertiveness of China in the region has convinced conservatives in Vietnam that a diversification of foreign relations was necessary and heightened the geopolitical importance of the FTA. And then finally, there's actually also been employer pressure for a reform of industrial relations, because employers were frankly quite tired of having to deal with this state-backed monopoly union. So all these factors were critical in, or played a role in sort of convincing the conservatives in the system that the concessions were worth making, given the gains attached with this FTA. Okay, so there's also actually a third layer in our explanation, which has to do with these, what we call translocal facilitators. And that has to do with organizations in Vietnam, like international organizations and NGOs, civil society organizations, bridging the two localities, Vietnam and the EU, and in very important ways, facilitating interaction between reformist actors on both sides. So in different ways, these actors were instrumental in facilitating access to decision makers and in gaining mutual trust and confidence, and so on. So specifically, we highlight these three actors: the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, which is associated with the German trade union movement, then the EU diplomatic mission in Vietnam, and finally the ILO, and specifically the ILO office in Vietnam has played a very key role in brokering access to decision makers, but also in providing technical assistance to the Vietnamese government throughout the lawmaking process. And it has had a very important role as legitimizing the reforms within Vietnam as an international organization. I think that was it for the pre-ratification impact. So moving on to the post-ratification impact, I should say that because the EVFTA has only recently entered into force in August, and these institutional dialogue mechanisms are just now in the process of being set up. So therefore, at the post-ratification stage, our assessment is quite preliminary. I mean, we cannot deliver any or present final conclusions, but merely some preliminary findings. But I would like to highlight three issues here that are important for understanding and for the post-ratification impact of the EVFTA. Obviously, two of them have to do with implementation. Obviously, for the labor standards in the FTA to have an effect, they need to be implemented. And here, first of all, we observe that the new labor code and the new the independent unions that it allows for. I mean, firstly, in terms of the labor code itself, there are some significant gaps and limitations. The fact that these new worker representative organizations must authorize with the government, they cannot form federations beyond the workplace level. They are not represented in tripartite bodies and so on. So there are some quite substantial limitations in the legal text itself. But secondly, we also, according to our interviews, although the new labor code actually entered into effect in January, it's still specifically this aspect on freedom of association and independent unions still has to be implemented. So the Ministry of Labor in Vietnam has not yet issued the implementing decrees, specifically only for this part of the labor code. Everything else is done. Secondly, for the implementation of the civil society mechanisms, our research suggests that now the EU domestic advisory group is already up and running and has been established and has met for the first times. But in the EU, there is not yet, in Vietnam, sorry, there is not yet any well-functioning domestic advisory group. So the Vietnamese government has issued a call of expression of interest, but there's been a very limited number of applicants to it. So there is not yet, the civil society mechanism is basically not in place yet. And why is that the case? It partly has to do with the 2021 VCP Congress of the Communist Party, which has just taken place, and which is the highest sort of political event in Vietnam, taking place every 5 years, and that has sort of stalled the whole administrative system for a long period, and also intensified scrutiny of civil society, which has made NGOs and civil society actors very hesitant to actually join this process. But importantly, it's also the fact that now that the EVFTA has been ratified and entered into force, the EU no longer has this pre-ratification leverage that it used to have. So there is the external pressure on the Vietnamese government has loosened up, and our interview suggests that the Vietnamese government is now sort of reevaluating the situation. And with no functioning domestic advisory group in Vietnam yet, the first meeting in this joint civil society forum, which was supposed to take place in June, had to be postponed. It couldn't take place. And the EU actually, also to exert pressure on Vietnam, decided to also then postpone the first meeting in the Intergovernmental Trade and Sustainable Development Committee that was supposed to take place at the same time. Yeah, so as I just explained, the implementation of the civil society mechanisms in Vietnam is severely delayed at the moment. But there's a third and last question that I'd like to bring attention to, and that's the sort of deeper question of whether these civil society mechanisms can even function properly in the Vietnamese context. Vietnam has a very tightly regulated civic space, and although there has been a sort of an emerging independent civil society since the transition to a market economy in the late 1980s, the civic space is closely monitored and controlled by the state, especially for labor and human rights NGOs. And over the last couple of years, there's even been an intensified scrutiny of civil society. So this is just important for reminding us that the domestic advisory groups and these civil society mechanisms of the EVFTA is being implemented in the context of a shrinking civic space that is already a civic space that's already highly restricted. And for that reason, there's a real risk that that the domestic advisory group in Vietnam will not be independent as required by the TSD chapter. And one of our informants has actually described it as a government-run domestic advisory group. One hint of that is actually that the secretariat of the DAC has been assigned to the Ministry of Industry and Trade, and not any independent body. And in this context of tightening repression of civil society, our interview suggests that the few independent CSO that exist in Vietnam actually fear that participating in the DAC could jeopardize their wider work, as it would it would intensify state scrutiny of their activities. I don't think I have much time left, do I?
No, you have no time left. So
perfect.
Could you wrap up? But that's really great, Christian.
Then I'll just skip the conclusions, actually. But yeah, okay. Thanks a lot for listening, and we're looking forward to your any.
Well, do you want to take 2 minutes, perhaps, to just run through but 2 minutes?
Okay, so this is just to wrap up very quickly. So on the pre-ratification impacts of the EVFTA, our paper argues that the EVFTA did play quite an important role as an external reform catalyst behind these groundbreaking labor reforms going on in Vietnam at the moment. But they can only be understood in interaction with the political economy context in Vietnam, and also in the context of the TPP vacuum, so the US withdrawal from the TPP that had prepared the ground for labor reform in Vietnam. And in terms of the post-ratification impact, we show that, or we argue that implementation is actually being dragged out, and that there could be signs that now that that the agreement has entered into force, and that there is no longer this pre-ratification pressure from the EU, that the Vietnamese government is stepping back on its commitments. That's an open question, but that's something that we will keep following in the coming months and years.
Right.
Okay, let me stop there. Thanks a lot, everyone.
Great. Thank you so much, Christopher. That was really interesting, and I think we've had quite an interesting session in really bringing together both the labor organization or organizing, both in respect of private regulation and the case of the living wage, then collective action, I would say, unionization, collective action, and nurses during COVID. And then finally, the question of civil society mechanisms and trade, if you like, and the governance coming through trade agreements. So I'd like to, there are some questions. What I'd like to suggest is, Edmund, I see that there are 3 questions actually in the chat for you. I wonder if you would like to, perhaps Christoph, could you stop sharing your screen? Is that possible? Uma, are you able to? Okay, there we go. Because it's easier then to see the questions. Edmund, I see that there are 3 questions for you. Yeah, I can read them for you if you like. The one question is, trade unions are important forces in the process, obviously, of the living wage campaign, as you mentioned. If unions are increasingly involved in the living wage and other civil regulation processes, is there a prospect for developing a new type of social movement? The second question is whether maintaining the living wages could limit measures that can be helpful for workers collectively, in particular the negotiated reduction of wages to avoid layoffs. And then thirdly, the question about whether maintaining the no, I think that's the same question. It was asked twice. So you've actually got 2 questions. Okay, I'm going to give you 5 minutes to 3 to 5 minutes to answer the questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'll start on the unions, and the first thing I'll do is do some advertising. We have published a couple of articles on the involvement of trade unions in the living wage campaign. One's in Industrial Relations Journal, and the other was published in the Bulletin of Comparative Labour Relations, which I think is an ILO publication last year. There isn't much evidence of union involvement in the living wage campaign leading to social movement unionism. So that there is a degree of union involvement. Unions are represented formally within the campaign on the advisory body of the Living Wage Foundation and so on. Some unions are members of the Citizens UK network. But active participation of unions in on the streets campaigning is quite limited within the UK. So there has been some, but there's been a great deal of union suspicion and a degree of rivalry between unions and Citizens UK. Really, unions, there's concern amongst unions about these civil society organisations trespassing on what is seen as their territory, if you like, in the large parts of the UK labour movement. The interesting, I think, the main response of the unions to the campaign has been to adopt the living wage standard and include it within collective bargaining. So quite independently from the campaign, unions have negotiated for the living wage to be paid to unionised workers, quite a number of living wage strikes to secure this and so on, but it's largely independent of the wider civil society campaign. And also it's made use of very traditional methods, traditional union repertoire. So what we've seen is, if you like, substantive innovation, unions adapting their representative agenda to include the living wage as a component of what they're trying to secure for their members, but within a very traditional paradigm of union behavior focused on collective bargaining. So, union revitalization, all these new forms of union behavior, which are recommended often by academic commentators, very little of that. Right? On the other one, on whether commitment to the living wage inhibits, if you like, the flexibility of organisations, which may be beneficial for workers in the medium or longer term. I mean, our evidence does, I think on one of the slides showed that 8% of employers had done that, had made these kind of adjustments, and it's, I know one of the adjustments that the Living Wage Foundation has made to the pandemic is to allow employers to suspend their accreditation. Some big retailers have done this, if you like. So they drop out of the scheme, no longer appear in the list of accredited employers, but the expectation is that they will re-enter once the worst of the crisis is over. So there is a degree of flexibility. I think, though, for most organizations, most employers, negotiating the kind of arrangement which is suggested by the question, that it's accepted that low wage workers should not be included in that calculation, that if you're going to freeze wages or recruitment or whatever in order to respond flexibly to a shock like the pandemic, then that shouldn't be done at the expense of the lowest paid. I'd also say that in most cases, it's quite a small proportion of the total workforce which, in any individual employer, that is benefiting from this. So, it's not as if that, paying the living wage to your cleaners or, to your catering assistants, you can still do that and you can still make adjustments in the face of an economic shock.
Great.
So I don't think it's a significant inhibitor of flexibility in that regard.
Thanks so much. Thank you for that, Edmund. Perhaps we could move to Richa. I see you have a few questions. I hope you've had some time. I see you've been answering some of them, but perhaps you could just respond. I'll give you also a few minutes, 3 to 5 minutes, just to respond to the questions in the chat, Richa.
Sure. Thanks, Susan. Yeah, so we, for the paucity of time, both my colleague Indira and I answered them. But yeah, so there was one on whether only collective action through unionization was taken up or public protests are also there. So because of the lockdown and strict no for strikes also for any, in fact, section 144 where more than 4 people cannot gather were imposed by the government. So public protests could not happen, unfortunately, but nurses were forced to, nurses did, give exemplary behavior during the COVID pandemic, and they were very responsible throughout, but they had to resort to such things as protesting within their compound for asking the government and the hospital to provide them the basic PPE. And then, Susan, you asked about the collective agreements versus non-institutionalized changes. So basically, whenever these strikes happened at the hospital level, one hospital, private hospital, so there were some agreements made between the staff of that hospital and the administration, but these could not get institutionalized, and that is the problem, that there is no institutional or policy level regulations that are happening or to provide decent working conditions to the nurses or other healthcare staff. And in terms of Zahrul asked about the government policy, but it's really unfortunate because today also we see that court cases are being filed where on the death of nurses, of some healthcare workers, there has been no compensation by the government. And the insurance policy that was provided to them was withdrawn. I would just bring in my colleague Indira, because she was the principal investigator of our study, to just maybe respond briefly to these things. Indira?
Would you like to come in, Indira, just for 1 minute so that I can go over to Christoph and then over to Uma so we can wrap up this section. Indira, you need to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you, Richa. I'll take just a minute. Richa has covered most of it, but the important point being that for the nurses in the private hospitals to form unions itself is a very big challenge, which she covered in the study. And during the pandemic, it was the junior nurses whose contracts were not renewed who were compelled to go on strike, because the nurses most often have fixed term contracts for only 2 years. And during the pandemic, the contracts of this particular group of nurses was not renewed. And so they just sat within the hospital premises. And ultimately, of course, the union, there's just one big union of the private hospitals, the United Nurses Association. They help them to approach the court. And
Indira, I'm afraid that we have a really bad line. I don't know if it's the same for everybody else, but it's a very, very bad line.
Right. It's okay. I think we are running short of time. I don't know from what point you couldn't hear me. So I was saying the nurses whose contracts were not renewed, they were compelled to go on strike. And that affects only the relations, I mean the working relation within that particular hospital. It doesn't extend to other hospitals.
Okay, so that reinforces the point. Okay, well, thank you so much. I'm going to pass over to Christopher. I see you have a question. I'd also be interested, if I can just jump in, Christopher, to know whether there was any cross-border coordination between unions or civil society in the mechanisms that you set out. Okay, over to you.
Okay, unmute. Good. Okay, so there is a question on whether the case of South Korea and the first case of disagreement related to the TSD chapter gave us some insights on how effective conflict settlement in Vietnam might be. And yes, in some ways it did. I think this case is actually one it has previously been one of the examples that have been pointed at to really point at the ineffectiveness of these institutions, because there's been for 7-8 years sustained pressure on the EU to actually open this open this conflict resolution mechanism and to request intergovernmental talks with the South Korean government on this issue. So it actually took 8 years. Then actually it happened. So there has been these intergovernmental talks. They basically failed to find a solution, and for that reason, a panel of experts, which is sort of the ultimate instrument in this dispute settlement mechanism, was established. And they in January this year actually gave their opinion that South Korea has violated the freedom of association provisions contained in the trade agreement with the EU. And I have myself, to be honest, been rather skeptic of the outcome of this. But then in April, South Korea, as far as I know, ratified 3 out of the 4 outstanding ILO conventions on freedom of association and collective bargaining and so on. So I think in some ways this has actually turned from a case of disappointment, and one of the reasons why you saw this critique of the TSD chapters to a case that will be very interesting to actually try to look into what has led to this new outcome. So in that sense, I think it really played into also our skepticism regarding the workings of the civil society mechanisms in the Vietnamese case. But what we see interestingly, I think, at this time, and also in our case, is the shift that's going on in the EU that will now also, there has been definitely a turn toward a more assertive approach to the TSD chapters in the EU system, mainly due to pressure from the parliament and member states. And that also means that the civil society mechanisms in Vietnam now, with a stronger focus in the EU on enforcement and monitoring, might actually play out differently than in previous cases.
Great.
That I guess that's the first question.
Yeah.
Then there's one on.
Just 1 minute, Christopher, if you don't mind, because we're almost at the end of the session.
Okay, I'll do it very quickly. That it's often said the Western supporters of global labor standards must work with host country allies, and whether it's difficult in the Vietnamese case, given a lack of independence of civil society and so on. I think actually our case really supports this point, basically, because there has been cooperation with internal reformists in the party state. They've just been in a minority faction, and by linking up with the EU, they've basically been able to amplify their influence within the party state to push forward these reforms. That's, I guess, what I'm going to say about.
That's 1 minute.
Then we don't have any time for the cross-border.
No, it's okay. All right. Well, I just want to say thank you so much to all the presenters and the authors that are behind the presenters. You've certainly made my job much easier in today in terms of managing the session. I think that was a really interesting session in that it looked at very different mechanisms. And yeah, I will follow up with you, Risha, because it seems that perhaps the traditional mechanisms have been those that have left us wanting. So I think we need to look at how we can revitalize. So I'm going to hand back to Uma, who will close the session and provide us with an overview of tomorrow. Uma, over to you.
Thank you so much, Susan, for chairing the session. And I cannot but agree that this was a fascinating session, not only bringing about the role of unions, but also the new civil society mechanisms that are being used to actually push the decent work agenda in a way. And I think there's a lot for us to learn and to build upon it and to see how we can take this forward. So thank you very much to all of you for staying with us till the end of the day, especially for those of you who are following us from Asia. And to give you a quick gist about what looks like tomorrow. Tomorrow is the last day of the conference. We begin with a dedicated session on Africa tomorrow morning, where we will be looking at the impacts of COVID-19 and the world of work, followed by a panel discussion on informality and social protection. After this, we would have a general session in the early afternoon, where we will be focusing on what does the post-COVID world of work look like, and can we look for alternative mechanisms for a human-centered recovery? And this will also encompass a special closing plenary on the role of state in the post-COVID world of work. And we would be featuring 3 eminent experts, Juliet Schur, Jayati Ghosh, and Carlos Lopez. And our Director General, Guy Ryder, will give some observations toward the end of this closing plenary. So we look forward to having you all here tomorrow and virtually, and wish you all a very good night and a good evening. Goodbye.
Thank you, Uma. Thanks to everybody.